Chapter 201. Chapter 201 Terrifying Might. Michael summoned Prince without hesitation. The wolf no longer seemed injured, but its body still bore marks from an encounter with that monster in the tower. Take its tail, for example. It was still missing, not wanting to get caught in the crossfire between two creatures far stronger than himself. Michael jumped onto his undead griffin and took to the skies. Before leaving, he issued a simple command to both undead. Fight each other, but don't destroy your bodies. Also, Prince, don't use your poison skills. The reason was simple. Using poison would only damage the environment and likely have no effect on an undead. After all, they weren't alive to feel poisoned unless it was something special. This meant that, in a way, Prince was handicapped. But Michael didn't really think so. Deep down, he still believed Prince was the stronger one. His command took immediate effect the moment he left. Prince moved first. Thick vines erupted from the ground, twisting and lunging toward the undead high human mage like serpents. They moved with terrifying speed, their edges sharp as blades. But the undead mage was already in motion. Despite being a mage, its reaction time was absurdly fast. With a burst of strength that no ordinary spellcaster should have, it pushed off the ground in a blur, evading the vines by sheer physical ability. Michael's eyes flickered. Fast. He had expected the undead mage to rely purely on magic, but it was clear now. High humans weren't just gifted in magic. It seemed like their bodies were naturally stronger than ordinary humans at the same level, though their physicality lagged behind their incredible affinity for mana and talent in magic as a whole, especially when considering their incredible mana pool. Michael observed. I don't think even a master-rank mage would be able to move this fast, except for the exceptionally strong ones. Perhaps only a rank 4 knight should be able to do the same. As the thought crossed his mind, Michael's focus remained locked on the battlefield below. Prince, undeterred, sent more vines lashing out. At the same time, the undead mage lifted a hand, fingers tracing glowing lines through the air, a magic circle. Unlike instant cast abilities, spellcasting required time. The more powerful the spell, the longer it took to form. This was its weakness. Prince took advantage. Vines shot forward like a storm. But the high human mage weaved between the attacks with terrifying agility. Its white eyes remained calm, its hands still drawing the intricate circle. And then, the spell activated. A massive fire spear materialized in the air, far larger than it should have been. Thicker, hotter, deadlier. The sheer amount of mana compressed inside made the very air around it shimmer. Michael's breath hitched. That's not normal. The spell shot forward like a meteor, smashing into the oncoming vines. A thunderous boom echoed as flames devoured greenery, scorching the ground below. Prince leapt back, but it wasn't fast enough. A shockwave blasted outward, forcing the wolf to skid back. Michael's grip on the undead griffin tightened. The power behind that attack was absurd. He had seen Fire Spear before, but never like this. So it wasn't just mana levels. The sheer potency of high human magic was leagues beyond a normal mage's. A superior race, it's really like that. It made sense. The mana of a commander-rank mage was fundamentally different from that of an apprentice mage, and the same logic seems to apply to races. For a brief moment, Michael couldn't help but wonder, what would dragon magic be like? If this world followed the same principles as Earth, where dragons were considered supreme, then here, they would only be more terrifying. Prince growled, eyes locking onto the undead mage. The wolf wasn't done. More vines surged from the earth, but this time, Prince didn't rely on just entrapment. The moment the vine shot forward, its body blurred, moving alongside them in a perfectly coordinated attack. The undead mage, still in casting posture, had no time to finish another spell. So it did something unexpected. It met Prince head-on, a mage punching. Its fist slammed into the charging wolf with a force that shouldn't belong to a spellcaster. Prince was sent crashing backward. Michael's pupils shrank. No way. A high human mage was as strong physically? Michael exhaled. This was an entirely different level of undead. And the best part? He could have 4 more. To be honest, if he was willing to let go of certain things. The only real limitation was his contract slots. However, not all high human undead would be the same. For example, his 4 human undead hadn't even ignited a life seed. Their skill states were completely blank. Evolving them wouldn't necessarily make them stronger than an undead who had already been a supernatural before evolving. Several thoughts flashed through Michael's mind as he continued watching the battle unfold. Prince shook off the impact, landing on all 4s. Its claws dug into the scorched earth, embers still clinging to its fur. But Michael wasn't looking at the wolf. His eyes remained locked on the undead mage. That punch. There was no technique behind it, no martial finesse, just raw, brute force, a direct, overwhelming strike. And yet, it had worked. Ridiculous. A mage shouldn't be able to do that, but a high human could. Michael's mind raced. Their bodies weren't as monstrous as their magic, but they were still leagues above ordinary humans. It was clear that the race was best suited for magic, yet Michael didn't think becoming a knight as a high human would be a waste. Their natural affinity with mana meant that progressing as a knight might not only be faster, but also more efficient. After all, knights weren't limited to pure physical strength. They could use mana-infused techniques as well. With that in mind, whether as a knight or a mage, a high human would be terrifying either way. Prince's growl deepened, its fur bristling as the embers scattered from its body. The undead mage, unbothered, lowered its hand. There was no follow-up attack, no spell forming. It simply stood there, watching. Michael narrowed his eyes. Was it waiting? No, it was testing something. And then he saw it. The faint flicker of mana around its body, thin strands of energy wrapping around its limbs. Prince didn't wait. The wolf lunged again, faster this time, its body becoming a blur. More vines erupted from the ground, but unlike before, they didn't lash out in a straight attack. They twisted unnaturally, bending midair, reacting to the undead mage's movements. Michael's pupils contracted. It wasn't just controlling plants. Prince was reading its opponent. It's getting smarter. He's adapting. The vines struck from multiple angles, closing in like a living cage. At the same time, Prince itself aimed directly for the undead mage's blind spot, its jaws wide open. And yet, the undead mage moved, faster than before. No spell, no technique, just raw speed. It twisted midair, narrowly avoiding the vines, and just as Prince lunged, its hand snapped out. For the first time, the undead mage grabbed instead of evaded. A loud crack echoed as its fingers clenched around Prince's front leg, stopping the beast mid-lunge. Then it spun. Michael barely had time to react. With an effortless motion, the undead mage threw Prince. The massive wolf flew. It smashed through the vines, breaking through trees, tumbling across the ground before skidding to a stop. Silence. A cold wind passed through the battlefield. Michael's heartbeat slowed. That wasn't magic. That was pure strength. The undead mage lowered its hand, tilting its head as if evaluating something. Michael exhaled slowly. This is insane. Michael's grip on the griffin tightened. Chapter 202. Chapter 202 Extraordinary versus Extraordinary. At this point, if someone told Michael that his undead was an extraordinary rank creature, he'd fight them on the spot. Prince had been bullied back and forth despite being a 3-star rare rank beast. Was this truly the might of a high human at the peak of rank 1? Michael didn't know, and didn't need to. His undead was absurdly powerful. It was more of a mage than Mage Lien himself, and more of a knight than any knight in Lien's group. 100 evolution points for this. Totally worth it. But Michael wasn't satisfied. He had expected Prince to dominate the newly evolved undead. Yet, reality couldn't have been further from his expectations. To be brutally honest, Prince wasn't enough to showcase the true extent of the undead high human mage's power. Michael never thought a time would come when he'd think Prince was too incompetent for a task. But it didn't matter. Just because Prince was weaker now didn't mean it would always be weak. With his talent, none of his undead were bound to remain ordinary. For now, however, Prince had no choice but to accept its defeat. That's enough. Michael's voice echoed through the battlefield, drawing the attention of his two undead as he descended from the sky on his griffin. "Prince, come here." The massive wolf obeyed without hesitation, but as it approached, Michael felt something off. Why does it seem dissatisfied? The connection between them told him everything. Prince's mind was growing sharper. In the battle just now, it had displayed a terrifying level of intelligence, far beyond what it had just days ago. And now, it seemed to be developing its own thoughts and emotions. Michael frowned, then reached out, parting the beast's thick fur. After a moment of hesitation, he spoke. "You can go again another time." Instantly, a wave of happiness flooded their connection. Michael found himself smiling subconsciously. Pub future ads. So it's the competitive type? He had never expected Prince to be the competitive type. After dismissing the wolf back to the netherworld, Michael turned his attention to his undead high human. Stopping a short distance away, he took in the undead's form. Despite the battle, it had suffered relatively little damage. "How do you feel?" The response came in a smooth, deep voice, thicker than before, filled with a weight that hadn't been there prior. "In what way, master?" Michael raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised. Seems like evolving enhanced its already high intelligence. He had already noticed as much during the fight, but hearing it speak so fluidly only confirmed his suspicions. Regardless, Michael liked it. "Your evolution," he clarified. The undead tilted its head slightly. "This is evolution?" It repeated the word in confusion before nodding to itself. "It can only be. I feel much stronger than before." Michael's smile widened. "Do you want to know just how much stronger?" But before he could continue, the undead's next words made his lips twitch. "Yes, master. That wolf earlier was too weak to push me." Michael froze. That was his baby being talked about. If it weren't for the fact that the undead had spoken so innocently, and that it was, in fact, his own undead, he might have summoned his entire undead army to gang up on it. Instead, he took a deep breath and forced a smile. "It's okay. I have a stronger opponent for you. Meet Lucky." As he stretched out his hand, a magic circle flared to life on the ground. In an instant, a massive figure emerged. Lucky, at 5 meters tall, the beast was a giant. Its stone-like gray fur shimmered faintly under the sunlight, tinged with hints of green. The thorn mane of writhing vines around its neck remained as fearsome as ever. This was Michael's only recognized extraordinary rank creature. He turned back to his undead high human. "What do you think?" The undead studied Lucky for a long moment before nodding. "This one's presence is far more terrifying, master. I shall fight it and not disgrace you." Meanwhile, Lucky gazed at the humanoid figure before it, its mind filled with confusion. Why was this thing so powerful? Michael simply grinned. Saying nothing more, he leapt onto his undead griffin and took to the sky, leaving behind the same command as before. The moment Michael gave the command, his undead high human acted. Without hesitation, it lunged forward. Lucky, however, was unfazed. The massive beast stood its ground, muscles tensing beneath its stone-like fur. And then, just as the undead high human closed the distance, boom! Lucky's paw lashed out like a battering ram. The air trembled from the sheer force behind the attack, sending the undead high human skidding backward across the cracked earth. Michael watched closely, eyes sharp. As expected, Lucky was stronger. Prince had struggled to keep up before. Yet, even as the high human recovered, there was no hesitation in its glowing eyes. It simply adjusted its stance and raised a hand. The air around it wavered. Michael immediately recognized the shift. A spell. Fire Spear. Lucky sensed the danger. The massive beast's legs tensed, its mane of thorn vines writhing like a living entity. And then, the Fire Spear launched forward. A streak of searing light tore through the battlefield, aimed straight at Lucky's massive form. Michael's grip tightened on his griffy. But Lucky didn't dodge. It didn't even flinch. Instead, boom! Lucky met the spear head-on. Flames exploded, embers scattering across the field. Yet, when the smoke cleared, Lucky was still standing. Michael's eyes widened slightly. The attack had burned part of its fur, But that was all. It had endured it. It made one really wonder just how strong that beast in the tower must have been in its weakened state. Lucky let out a low, rumbling growl. Then, without hesitation, it charged. Michael smirked. This fight was far from over. For the next few moments, magic fists, vines, and claws clashed in a relentless battle for supremacy. Spells erupted. Fists struck like hammers. Vines lashed out, unyielding. Claws tore through the air. Neither side held back. But after a long and grueling struggle, a winner finally emerged. The ground was torn apart, blackened by flames and gouged by claw marks. Chunks of broken earth and shattered vines littered the field. And at the center of the destruction, Lucky stood victorious. Its thick, stone-like fur was burned in places, deep gashes running across its form where the undead high human had landed blows. But despite the injuries, it stood firm, its thorn mane writhing lazily. The undead high human, on the other hand, was trapped. Its body was completely ensnared by Lucky's vines. Thick vines wrapped around its limbs, chest, and neck, pinning it against the broken earth. The more it struggled, the tighter they coiled, trapping its strength little by little. Michael watched from above, arms crossed. His undead had fought well, exceptionally well. Both had shower prowess befitting an extraordinary rank creature. Chapter 203. Chapter 203 Thoughts. The ground was torn apart, blackened by flames and gouged by claw marks. Chunks of broken earth and shattered vines littered the field. And at the center of the destruction, Lucky stood victorious. Its thick, stone-like fur was burned in places, deep gashes running across its form where the undead high human had landed blows. But despite the injuries, it stood firm, its thorn mane writhing lazily. The undead high human, on the other hand, was trapped. Its body was completely ensnared by Lucky's vines. Thick vines wrapped around its limbs, chest, and neck, pinning it against the broken earth. The more it struggled, the tighter they coiled, trapping its strength little by little. Michael watched from above, arms crossed. His undead had fought well, exceptionally well. Both had shower prowess befitting an extraordinary rank creature. If before he suspected the high human couldn't be compared to an extraordinary rank creature, now he did. Yet in the end, Lucky had outlasted it. From below, the undead high human's eyes remained. It had long since stopped struggling. Instead, it simply lay there, staring up at the sky. Michael descended slowly, landing beside them. "You did well." His voice carried neither disappointment nor scorn. If anything, there was happiness in his tone. The undead high human turned its head toward him, then back to Lucky, still bound. After a long silence, it finally spoke. "I lost." Michael nodded. "Yeah." Michael felt a wave of emotions that felt confusing to the undead coming to him. "I do not like this feeling, Master." Michael figured. He was starting to like this undead, not just for its strength, but for the way it acted like a living being. It really made him happy, and he couldn't help but fantasize about the future. Not all is undead. No, not all, he corrected himself, thinking about his special ones like the spectral ant. But if most of them could speak, if they could express themselves like this one, it was an exciting thought. He didn't think it would cause any issues. After all, his undead existed solely because of the contract they shared. They would never betray him. That was what mattered. Michael chuckled, shaking his head. "Then don't lose next time," he said to the undead. At that, the undead's fingers twitched, as if engraving those words into its very being. Michael glanced at Lucky. "Let it go." With a low growl, the massive beast complied. The vines loosened, slithering away like retreating serpents. The undead high human slowly sat up, inspecting its arms and legs, as if confirming that they still worked properly. Michael grinned. This was a good fight. He had learned something. His undead high human was already absurdly strong. Even though it lost to Lucky, Michael didn't believe that would be the case against every other extraordinary rank creature. After all, even within the same rank, there were strong and weak ones, like how slimes and goblins were both common rank, yet different in strength. Of course, It was also possible that Lucky was on the weaker end of its rank, but that felt like a stretch. The extraordinary rank was undeniably powerful, but it hadn't given Michael the overwhelming sense of transformation he'd expected from a leap in strength. As for his undead high human, the more Michael looked at it, the more satisfied he became. Still, he didn't immediately dismiss the two undead. Instead, he turned his attention to his surroundings. The place was unrecognizable. What had once been a small, tranquil forest was now a scarred wasteland. The ground was torn apart, gouged with deep claw marks and craters left by explosive magic. Patches of earth were blackened by flames, some areas still smoldering, sending thin wisps of smoke curling into the air. Shattered vines and splintered trees littered the area, their remains scattered like the aftermath of a storm. Broken trunks jutted out from the ground at awkward angles, and some still had Lucky's thorn vines wrapped around them, half torn, half burned. Michael's gaze swept across the devastation. Did I mess up by fighting here? The question came unbidden, but he already knew the answer. There was no hiding what had happened here. Anyone passing by would immediately notice that a battle of monstrous scale had taken place. For a brief moment, Michael considered just leaving it as it was. It wasn't like anyone would link it to him directly. But, he sighed, no, that wasn't a good idea. At the very least, he should cover his tracks. Michael was about to start thinking of a way to do so when something clicked in his mind. Lucky. His gaze shifted to the massive beast, his lips twitching. I almost forgot. Among Lucky's abilities was something that could help with this exact situation. Venom Thorn Ravager LV 25 Max. Name, Lucky. EXP 978,789/1,021,752. Rank, Extraordinary. Skills, Bite, Plant Control, Advanced Mastery. Poison, Advanced Mastery. Viral Growth, Basic Mastery. Toxic Resurgence, Basic Mastery. Master, Michael Norman. Yet another creature close to advancing. Truly one with poison, aren't we lucky? The edge of Michael's lips twitched as he glanced at his undead status. However, the full status screen wasn't his focus. It was the skills, or rather, one skill in particular, the one that both Lucky and Prince relied on the most. Plant Control, Advanced Mastery, Proficiency, 62.5%. At Advanced Mastery, Plant Control evolves into a highly versatile ability, granting enhanced range, precision, and manipulation. Current effects at Advanced Mastery. Extended Range. The ability's range increases to 300 meters, enabling control over plant life across a much larger area. Growth Acceleration. Plant can grow to full maturity within seconds, allowing the user to summon massive vines, trees, or thorny barricades for combat or defense. Complex Manipulation. Allows for intricate movements such as forming weapons, e.g., vine whips or spear-like branches, or creating traps, e.g., snaring enemies with roots. Life Force Drain. Certain control plants can drain the vitality of enemies, restoring a small portion of the user's mana or stamina with each successful attack. Chapter 204. Chapter 204 Returning to the Capital. Checking the detail of the skills again, Michael realized he might have overlooked the effect of the skill his undead primarily used for combat. For one, they'd make excellent farm undead with the growth acceleration effect of the skill. Life Force Drain is also interesting, though they might end up figuring how to use it on the future. As their master, I should have paid attention to these things. It was like how one trained their pet. The pets were naturally capable of doing what they're being trained to do, but most likely wouldn't for a long time without guidance. In the case of his undead, they had always been used for combat. Right from the start, they became undead. Considering that this had only been days ago when he took had just become an awakener, it wasn't weird that if Michael didn't know about Necromancer class fully, his undead whose intelligence was still growing and hadn't been given enough time to explore their skills, an ever-growing strength would be unable to utilize it fully outside instincts. Michael exhaled slowly. Lucky's plant control was far more than just a combat skill. The surroundings before him, scarred and broken, was an undeniable problem. But now it wasn't. He turned to Lucky. Cover this place up. Use plant control and try to make it more green. Michael tried his best to explain, using both the mental connection and hand gestures atop his undead griffin. Lucky tilted its head, clearly processing the command. After a moment, it let out a low, rumbling growl, one that almost sounded like acknowledgement. The thorn mane along its back trembled. Michael sighed. Lucky was getting more expressive. The ground trembled. Michael watched as the devastation began to fade. Thick vines slithered outward, creeping over the battlefield like living serpents. They burrowed deep, their roots weaving to the broken earth, sealing cracks and stabilizing the wounded land. At first, it was subtle. Tiny sprouts pushing through the scorched soil, trembling as if tasting the air. Then, with unnatural speed, they erupted into thick patches of grass, flowering bushes and twisting brambles. The shattered remnants of fallen trees were swallowed by the earth, decomposed in mere moments as their essence fueled new life. Saplings sprang up in their place, stretching skyward, their leaves unfurling as though awakening from a long slumber. Even the air changed. The lingering scent of smoke and scorchwood faded, replaced by the crisp, damp aroma of fresh greenery. In minutes, the battlefield had transformed into an overgrown wilderness. It wasn't a perfect recreation of what had been there before. The trees were too fresh, the undergrowth too thick, as if nature had reclaimed the land in a rush. But it was enough. Michael exhaled, watching the last of the vines retreat into the earth. That'll do. He turned to his undead. Looks like we don't have to run away like criminals, after all. Lucky tilted its head in confusion before staring at the grass around it. For a moment, it couldn't believe it had the power to create its own food. On the other hand, the undead high human merely observed in silence, as if taking another lesson. Michael shook his head and glanced at the skill description again. Life force drain, huh? Another ability he hadn't paid attention to before. And if he was being honest, that was a bad habit. Michael's undead were growing stronger at an alarming rate, yet he had been more focused on their number rather than teaching them anything or truly understanding most of their capabilities. It was easy to assume they'd just figure things out on their own, but that wasn't necessarily true. His undead had instincts, sure, but instinct alone wasn't enough. They had been fighting ever since their creation, but they were newborns in a sense. Their intelligence was growing, but they hadn't been given time to experiment with their abilities beyond what they used for combat. It was no different from a pet. A dog might instinctively know how to bite, but without training, it wouldn't know when or how to maximize its strengths. His undead were the same, and so was he. His progress felt slow at times, but when he took a step back, he realized just how fast he was actually advancing. However, that rapid growth came with its own set of issues. Individually, his undead were strong, but in a coordinated battle, their teamwork would be lacking. They would be weaker together than they should be. This wasn't their fault. It wasn't entirely his fault either. They had simply been developing at a pace that certain fundamentals couldn't keep up with. Most necromancers, even horde-type ones, didn't rush to fill all their contract slots as soon as they could. But Michael's case was different. For him, more undead meant more power. His strength was directly tied to their numbers. However, this created a problem. He wasn't as familiar with his undead as he should have been. If he were placed alongside a newly awakened necromancer, there was a real chance that, on a fundamental level, the other awakener was a better necromancer, despite being significantly weaker. Michael exhaled. Looks like I've been slacking as a master, huh? Lucky tilted its head, while the undead high human merely stared at him, awaiting orders. Michael chuckled. No matter. We'll fix that. His undead were growing fast. He was growing fast as well. Time. As an awakener, that was something he didn't particularly lack at the moment, with his goal of leaving the capital fulfilled, along with testing his undead. Michael dismissed Lucky to the netherworld and stored the undead high human in his storage space. Both looked in rough shape, but in reality, their injuries weren't serious. They were undead, and more importantly, they hadn't been fighting to destroy each other, thanks to his command. I should return to the capital now. A few thoughts flickered through Michael's mind, and he realized there were still things he could accomplish in the capital city. For one, he still wanted to complete his quest, and he didn't intend to take too long doing it. Aside from not wanting to waste time on increasing his hunter level, who knew? Maybe completing the quest earlier would bring an unexpected reward? Chapter 205, 205 Slums. I wonder if I can just hire someone to help me with translation. Like, help me read when I need to and write when I have to. Michael pondered the thought seriously as he soared through the sky on his undead griffin, heading back to the capital, before the Dark Age in Aurora. Much like on Earth, different cultures had their own languages. Back then, those who needed to travel often relied on native speakers who understood multiple languages to act as translators. But that no longer existed in Aurora. Now, everyone spoke the same language. What fascinated Michael was how eerily similar it was to English. At first glance, it seemed like a perfect replica, but subtle differences existed. Variations in structure, phrasing, and even certain words. It was still called English, but here it was known as Aurora English. If not for the fact that Aurora's history was clearly different from Earth's, Michael might have thought he had transmigrated to a parallel version of his own world. But if that were the case, then Aurora would probably have been named Blue Star instead. Just to complete the image, the thought of culture led Michael to another question. What about the land of origin? Based on his observations, the land of origin was still in its early stages of development. No, perhaps calling it early stages was the wrong way to put it. This wasn't some primitive civilization waiting to advance. This was simply their way of life. If the location he was in resembled a medieval society like Earth's past, then surely different settlements, tribes, or even entire kingdoms had their own cultures, traditions, and, most importantly, languages. So, did translators exist there? If different groups had distinct languages, then someone had to bridge the gap for trade, diplomacy, or even war. Scholars, merchants, or envoys might act as translators. If that were the case, hiring one could be possible. But how widespread was language diversity? Michael hadn't been in the land of origin long enough to know for sure, but if it was anything like early civilizations on Earth and Aurora, then different regions should have their own dialects. The problem was, there was no guarantee a single translator would be fluent in all of them. His ability as an awakener let him communicate with any being, but that only applied to speech. It didn't extend to reading and writing. That meant one thing. He needed to learn the basics himself. At least he was picking up the tone of the language he spoke in this world, thanks to his high intelligence stat, which boosted his learning capacity and made his accent more natural. But reading and writing, that was beyond him for now. It was a hassle. He wanted to move freely, communicate, and not rely on someone else's interpretation. But it seemed he had no choice but to get help. Pub future ads. Even if he found a translator, someone to read and write for him, he couldn't trust them blindly. Michael let out a sigh and pushed the thoughts aside for now, urging his griffin to fly faster. It didn't take long before he reached the outskirts of the capital, returning to the wilderness not far from where he had taken off. Upon landing, Michael promptly stored his undead griffin in his storage space, dusted off his clothes with a casual swipe of his hand, and began making his way leisurely toward the outer city gates. Before long, he merged onto the dirt road leading to the capital, blending into the crowd of travelers heading in the same direction. As he neared the gates, he reached into his storage and retrieved the token Mage Lien had given him. This token wasn't just for access to the outer and inner regions of the capital. According to Mage Lien, it also served another purpose. If Michael presented it to any of the notable families in the inner city, they would welcome him. More importantly, it was also his means of staying in contact with Mage Lien. This information made Michael suspect that the money Mage Lien had given him was likely just a short-term convenience, while the token served as a way to secure temporary residence. Well, he did say I should contact him in 3 days so we could establish communication again, Michael muttered under his breath. So I'll end up using this token in the inner city eventually. He hadn't forgotten about his deal with Mage Lien. More than anything, he was still eager to see the treasure, something powerful enough to influence the soul. As Michael approached the city gates, he took a moment to observe the crowd around him. Merchants, travelers, and commoners lined up in an orderly fashion, waiting for the knights to inspect him before granting entry. A lot of people gazed at him with various expressions, but Michael didn't mind as he was already used to it by now. What made him a little upset was when those around him avoided being too close, making him stand out more. In the end, he could only ignore it. Michael's gaze lingered on a group of merchants ahead, their carts packed with goods covered in cloth. One of them, a middle-aged man with a thick beard, was animatedly discussing something with a knight. Judging by the body language, it seemed like a routine inspection rather than any kind of trouble. Michael shifted his attention back to the knights overseeing the entry process. Ads by Pub Future. Pub Future ads. Their armor gleamed under the midday sun, and their sharp eyes scanned each person carefully. The guards weren't overly hostile, but there was a clear sense of discipline in how they worked. Michael tightened his grip on the token Mage had given him. This should be enough to grant him access without issue. When it was finally his turn, a knight stepped forward, scrutinizing him with professional but firm gaze. "State your name and purpose for entering the capital," the knight said, his tone neutral but authoritative. Michael held up the token. "I'm Mike Nor." The knight's eyes flickered to the token, his expression shifting slightly. He took a closer look before nodding. "The court token," the knight muttered under his breath before straightening up. "You may enter, sir." The knight spoke in a serious tone that also sounded more respectful than earlier. Michael gave a small nod and stepped past the gates, leaving the bustling checkpoint behind as he entered the capital. He walked deeper into the capital. The sight before him was a familiar one. Broad streets, lined with vendors selling all kinds of goods, stretched into the distance. Buildings of varying heights stood on either side. The outer city had its own air of prosperity, though it was far from extravagant. As he walked further in, he considered his next move. First, he needed a place to stay. While he could probably use a token to secure temporary residence, he didn't want to draw unnecessary attention just yet. A simple one would do for now. Second, he had to figure out where to begin his search for a guide regarding his quest and tasks from the Hunter Guild. Finding a guide was the same thing as finding a translator for reading and writing in Michael's opinion. This was something he hoped could be done sooner. With one task out of the way, he could take another one and slowly increase his hunter level, which in turn gives him more access to better tasks that will provide better quests. And finally, there was a matter of his deal with Mage 3 days wasn't a long time. He had to make sure he was prepared when the time came. As for what preparation he had in mind, it had more to do with the real world. With a plan forming in his mind, Michael continued walking, his pace steady as he ventured deeper into the city. Michael took his time exploring the outer city, soaking in the sights and sounds of daily life. Stalls lined the streets, merchants loudly advertising their wares, and the air carried the mixed scents of fresh bread, spices, and the occasional whiff of livestock. The buildings here were sturdy but simple, mostly two-story structures made of wood and stone, with signs hanging above doorways marking various shops and inns. He noted how the crowd density changed as he moved. The main streets were lively, filled with well-dressed merchants and craftsmen, while the side alleys had a more subdued atmosphere, populated by common laborers and weary travelers. It was clear that wealth dictated one's place in the city, just like on Earth. As he turned down a less crowded path, the scenery shifted subtly. The well-maintained streets gave way to uneven cobblestones, and the buildings looked older, some with cracks in their stone foundations or wooden beams weathered by time. The lively chatter of the main streets faded, replaced by murmured conversations and the occasional sharp glance thrown his way. Michael frowned. He hadn't intended to wander, but it seemed he had unknowingly strayed into a rougher part of the city, a slum-like area. The signs were clear. Fewer street vendors, more people loitering by the walls, watching passers-by with wary or calculating expressions. The scent of fresh bread was replaced with something stale, and the buildings here were in even worse condition. Some looked like they were on the verge of collapse. Michael glanced around, keeping his posture relaxed but his senses sharp. He didn't feel in danger, not with his abilities, but he also knew better than to act carelessly. His presence stood out. His clothes, while not overly extravagant, were too clean, too well-maintained compared to the worn, patched-up garments of the people here. More than one person had taken notice of him. Just as he was about to turn back toward the more populated streets, a voice called out, Chapter 206, 206 Arrogant Noble. The world was really a small place. Michael felt this held true even in a realm as unique as the land of origin. It's you guys? He almost blurted out. He wasn't sure which of the two standing before him had spoken, but he recognized them instantly. More than their appearance, it was their presence that gave them away. They were the same two who had been following him ever since he first left the inner city. One was short, the other taller, and the latter stared at Michael with undisguised hatred in their eyes. Their body structure also suggested they were young. They might have thought they were well disguised, covering their faces with black pieces of cloth. But presence didn't lie. Michael, however, wasn't about to reveal that he had seen through them. Instead, he regarded them with interest. "What did you say?" he asked, tilting his head slightly. He had heard them perfectly well, but there was no harm in drawing conversation out a little. Though outwardly calm, Michael couldn't deny a sense of amusement creeping in. He had just been lamenting his lack of a guide. Wasn't this a perfect opportunity? One of them clearly had killing intent toward him. If they happened to disappear for a few days, who would notice? Michael first thought wasn't about killing anybody, but he wasn't the type to ignore threats either. If someone had the intention to harm him, he had no reason to let it slide. The taller youth stepped forward, his movement sharp and aggressive. "You must think you're clever, huh?" His voice dripped with hostility. "Wandering around like you own the place." Michael arched a brow. "I don't recall doing anything of the sort. Don't play dumb." The youth spat, his hand twitching toward his waist. "I know your type, arrogant bastards who do whatever they want and get away with it." His eyes flashed with anger, his breathing slightly erratic. Michael's gaze flickered toward the shorter one, who was eyeing his companion with mild concern in his eyes. "Enough!" the shorter youth muttered, reaching out to grab his friend's arm. "We didn't come here for that." The taller one scoffed. "I know, but I can't stand looking at his smug face." Michael smiled slightly. "Smug, huh? I don't think I've done anything to offend you." The taller youth narrowed his eyes. "Like hell you haven't, but whatever. I'm not here to deal with you over that." He suddenly smirked. Michael couldn't see it behind the mask, but it felt like the youth had won as he spoke again. "I just want your valuables." Michael blinked. "Ah, so it's a robbery then?" The shorter one sighed as if tired of the whole situation. "It's not personal. Just hand over what you have, and we'll let you go." Michael chuckled. "And if I refuse?" The taller youth sneered. "Then I'll make you." In a flash, he drew a knife from his waist. Michael's expression didn't change, but inwardly, he was slightly surprised. The shorter one tensed. "Hey, there's no need for that. Just stick to the plan." Michael tilted his head, glancing at the blade. "Interesting. Do you always bring a weapon when you mug people?" The taller one ignored him. "Enough talking. Move." Michael inwardly sighed. What manner of place have I found myself in? Noble this, noble that. It was always about nobles. And judging by the reactions of the general populace, they didn't seem to have the best reputation. First, there was a drunkard at the Hunters' Guild. Now, these two youths in disguise, well, one of them, was barely able to contain his hostility toward him. He hadn't done anything, yet his resentment ran deep. Michael hadn't introduced himself as a noble. Hell, he wasn't one. But to people like them, it didn't matter. The way he carried himself, his appearance, his clothing, his calm demeanor. Maybe that was enough to make them assume he was just another privileged bastard who needed to be put in his place. He had to wonder, was the hatred toward nobles justified, or was it just blind prejudice? Either way, it wasn't his problem. He had already accepted this identity and also didn't want to discard it. Michael exhaled slowly, watching the taller youth with an amused gaze. The boy's hand was steady on the knife, but his breathing wasn't. He was angry, tense, and from Michael's senses, he seemed panicked. The shorter one, though, he was scared. Michael felt nothing but feelings like anxiousness, panic, and fear from the other party. Michael didn't resist and let them lead him deeper into the slums. There was no need. If they thought he was just another easy mark, he would let them keep thinking that. For now, Behind Michael, the two boys felt a storm of emotions, some different, some the same. One thing they both shared, however, was panic. It wasn't just anyone they were robbing. It was a noble. Even the taller boy, who despised nobles with every fiber of his being, wasn't blind to the risk. If things went wrong, they wouldn't just be hunted down. They would disappear, and no one would dare ask where they had gone. That was why they had taken precautions. Covering their faces was just the first step. Leading Michael deeper into the slums was the real plan. In a lawless place like this, anything could happen. Even now, as they forced him further inside, the people who saw what was happening quickly turned away and ran. Not out of fear of them, but out of fear of the noble. Nobody wanted to be a witness. Nobody wanted to get involved. In a world where status dictated life and death, offending a noble could be a death sentence. That was why they had been careful not to stop him too close to the slum's exit. If they robbed him there, and he got his people, their chances of hiding their tracks could plummet. Here, though, he had no allies. Chapter 207, 207 Attack. Compared to what they were doing now, the two youths actually had honest work. It didn't pay much and was particularly stressful, but they rarely resorted to anything disgraceful like stealing. However, there were times when they had no choice. Even then, those moments were rare. Yet ever since that incident with the noble, the shorter boy never imagined there would come a day when they would actively try to steal, especially not from a noble. Growing up in the slums, they weren't innocent. They had seen and done things that even some adults outside had never experienced. But that didn't mean they were hardened criminals either. They weren't that experienced. This attempt was so reckless that even other nobles would acknowledge their sheer audacity. To be honest, Michael felt the same. He wasn't a noble, but he was starting to understand just how important this fake identity of his was. Their actions were seen as absolutely bold to him. The path narrowed as they led Michael deeper into the slums, weaving through twisting alleys filled with filth and decay. The deeper they went, the fewer people they saw. Those who remained were either too preoccupied with their own struggles or deliberately avoided looking in their direction. Eventually, they reached a dead end. Crumbling brick walls loomed around them, and the air was thick with the stench of rotting garbage. The only exit was the way they had come. The taller youth stopped first, turning sharply to face Michael. His fingers twitched around the knife, his stance tense. The shorter one hesitated for a brief moment before stepping beside him, his unease clear in his shifting eyes. "Drop your valuables," the taller boy ordered, his voice hard but betraying the slightest edge of nervousness. "All of them." Michael exhaled softly, his patience wearing thin. He had played along, entertained by their attempt, but now they were getting serious. It was time to drop the pretense. Pub future ads. He glanced between them, his expression shifting. The casual amusement in his eyes faded, replaced by something colder. "Are you done?" Michael asked, his voice steady. The taller youth scowled. "I said..." Before he could finish, Michael took a step forward. Just one, but it was enough. The shorter boy instinctively flinched, and even the taller one, despite his anger, took a half step back before catching himself. Michael's gaze locked onto them, unblinking. "You led me here thinking this would be an easy job," he said, his tone now completely devoid of humor. "Now that we're alone, tell me, do you still think that?" The alley fell into silence. The taller youth gritted his teeth, tried to mask his hesitation, but Michael could see the way his grip on the knife tightened, his muscles tensed as if preparing to strike or flee. The shorter one, on the other hand, seemed to shrink under Michael's gaze. His nervousness, which had been present from the beginning, was now unmistakable. Michael took another step forward, slow and deliberate. "I'll ask once," he said, his voice even. "Why were you following me?" Neither of them answered immediately. The taller one's jaw clenched. "We weren't." Michael cut him off with a slight tilt of his head. "Don't bother lying. You two have been shadowing me since I left the inner city. Did you think I wouldn't notice?" The taller boy's scowl deepened. "You're too damn arrogant," he spat. "Shut up already." Ads by Pub Future. Pub Future ads. His grip on the knife trembled, not from fear, but from sheer frustration. "This is exactly why I hate nobles," he continued. his voice rising. "You all act like you're better than everyone else, walking around like the world belongs to you, looking down on people like us." Michael didn't respond. He simply watched. That only made the taller youth angrier. "TCH, look at you, not even taking me seriously. You think this is funny?" His breath was uneven, his emotions flaring beyond reason. The shorter boy reached out as if to stop him, but the taller one was already moving. With a burst of motion, he lunged forward, knife flashing toward Michael's chest. Michael didn't move. Not yet. He simply observed, his stance relaxed, his eyes calm. The taller boy's strike was quick but unrefined. There was no real technique, just a desperate aggression of someone trying to force their will on the world. At that moment, Michael couldn't help but think if this was truly just a robbery. The attack was sloppy, wild. The knife arced toward him, but it was slow, at least to him. Michael shifted, a simple sidestep, no wasted movement. The blade sliced through empty air, and before the taller boy could recover, Michael reached out. His hand caught the boy's wrist in an iron grip, a sharp twist. The knife clattered to the ground. Michael didn't let go. He stepped forward, forcing the boy back until he slammed into the crumbling brick wall behind him. A sharp gasp escaped his lips as his back hit the rough surface. The shorter boy stood frozen, eyes wide with disbelief. Michael's grip tightened just enough to make his point. "I'll ask again," he said, his voice low. "Why were you following me?" The taller boy gritted his teeth, glaring at Michael, but he couldn't mask the way his body trembled slightly. Anger? Fear? Probably both. The shorter one looked between them, then at the discarded knife. He swallowed hard. Then, with a sharp inhale, he took a step back and reached into his tattered coat. Michael's eyes flicked to the movement. A second knife. "Let him go," he said, voice shaky but determined. "Now." Michael remained still. He could see it in the shorter of the duo eyes, the hesitation, the fear of his actions. He wasn't a killer. The boy was terrified, but he wasn't backing down. The boy adjusted his grip on the knife, raising it slightly. His hands were unsteady, but his voice was firmer this time. "I swear I'll do it," he said. "I don't care if he knows some fancy self-defense. I know how to use a knife, too." Michael met his gaze, unblinking. He didn't need call the bluff out loud. The boy's trembling fingers already did that for him. The boy was barely holding himself together, his breath uneven, his stance all wrong. If he actually knew how to fight, he wouldn't be holding the blade like that. The taller boy, still pinned against the wall, growled, "Hey, don't be stupid." I'm not." The other one snapped, his voice cracking slightly. "He's just one guy. If we both..." It was at this moment Michael suddenly moved. Chapter 208. 208, loyal but stupid. At this point, the two youths knew they had messed with the wrong person. From the moment they saw Michael show no fear, a sinking feeling settled in their stomachs. Something was wrong. To be honest, perhaps it was because he came from a world where those status mattered. It wasn't to the extent of absolute submission. Putting aside his appearance and expensive clothing, Michael carried himself in a way that only those in power did in this world did. A self of freedom emitted from him. It wasn't that there weren't heroic commoners, but those commoners dressed like commoners. It wasn't that the two youths had expected this to be an easy job. They knew noble children could be difficult. What they hadn't expected was for this one to not only dismiss them entirely, but also be terrifyingly skilled in combat. A wave of negative emotions crashed over them. Fear, regret, confusion. Even Lia, the taller of the two, felt a rare moment of clarity. Unfortunately, it was too late. Feeling the noble's iron grip on his body, he knew instantly he was no match. This guy was as strong as a knight. With his basic education, that was the only comparison Lia could make. And if he had known the truth, that Michael wasn't just as strong as a knight, but possessed power comparable to even a grand mage, Lia wouldn't have dared to even dream of robbing him. A grand mage, a grand knight, figure spoken of in awe, the kind that appeared in stories that left commoners breathless. Even those ignorant of the supernatural world knew of them. As citizens of the capital, almost everyone had heard the tales of the third-generation queen, the legendary Grand Mage. Her feats were so incredible that To the average person, they were practically divine. Wasn't that power one that belonged to godlike figures? If Liah knew of Michael's prowess, only one question would pop in his head. Had he just tried to steal from a god? The knife in the shorter youth's hand trembled. His breathing was uneven, his grip unsteady. He's just one guy. If we both... Michael's expression remained unreadable. Then, in the blink of an eye, he vanished. The shorter youth barely had time to react before a firm hand rested on his shoulder from behind. His entire body froze. Cold sweat dripped down his neck as terror surged through him. He hadn't even seen Michael move. One moment, he had been in front of him, pinning Liah against the wall. The next, he was behind him without a single sound. Michael leaned in slightly, his voice low and composed. If you both do what? The shorter youth's breath hitched. He gripped the knife tighter, but his body refused to move. Every instinct screamed at him. Run, but his legs wouldn't listen. He felt like a deep abyss was behind him, threatening to devour him at any moment. Michael's fingers tightened just enough on his shoulder, not painfully, but enough to remind him of the absolute difference in power between them. You're scared, Michael said. That's good. It means you understand reality. The youth flinched. Liah, still pressed against the wall, had gone pale. His fist clenched, jaw tight, but he didn't move. His earlier rage had been swallowed by an entirely different emotion, one he wasn't willing to admit out loud. Michael exhaled softly, then let go of the shorter boy's shoulder and stepped back. Turn around, he ordered. The youth hesitated but obeyed, stiffly turning to face him. His face was ashen, his hands trembling. Michael glanced at the knife. Are you planning to use that? The youth opened his mouth but couldn't find the words. Michael sighed. Listen carefully. If I were like the nobles you seem to despise, you'd both be dead already. Both of them stiffened. But I'm not interested in unnecessary violence, he continued. So I'll ask one last time. Why were you following me? We wanted to truly rob you, the shorter youth muttered, mustering the courage to reply, though his voice shook. Michael's gaze remained steady. Then out of nowhere he asked, What's your name? And his? Don't lie. Ace. The boy answered truthfully. His name is Liah. Michael hummed in acknowledgement before his eyes flicked to Liah. So, why does your friend hate me so much? He didn't fully believe that their only intention was robbery. However, this was what reality suggested. Yet Liah's actions made him keep doubting. The boy was a bit too aggressive. No, wait. Unless he was just unlucky. This was already the second time someone had drawn a weapon on him since his arrival. First a drunkard at the Hunters Guild, and now Liah. Were nobles that hateful, or was it just him that was a magnet for those who hated the nobles extremely? To Michael's question, before Ace could respond, Liah, who had already turned to face Michael, spoke. Liah gritted his teeth, his pride warring with the cold fear gripping his chest. But as his eyes darted to Ace, his friend, his only real companion, he swallowed his pride. Let him go, Liah said, voice hoarse. This was my idea. He just got dragged into it. Ace's eyes widened. Liah. Shut up, Liah snapped, his gaze never leaving Michael. He had nothing to do with this. If you want to punish someone, punish me. Michael studied him, his expression unreadable. There was no visible anger, no malice, just a detached curiosity, like someone observing a mildly interesting puzzle. You're taking full responsibility? He asked. Liah nodded stiffly. Yes. Why? Liah hesitated, his fingers curling into fists at his sides. Because... He exhaled sharply, frustration and helplessness flashing across his face. Because Ace doesn't deserve this. He just follows me around because I'm all he has. I got us into this mess. Michael tilted his head slightly, then glanced at Ace. Is that true? Ace hesitated, his lips parting, but no words came out. He looked at Liah, at the tension in his shoulders, the way he stood firm despite the fear in his eyes. Then, slowly, Ace nodded. Michael exhaled softly. I see. For a long moment, there was only silence. The alley felt smaller, the air heavier. Liah braced himself for whatever came next. And then, To his utter shock, Michael chuckled. Leah stiffened. Even Ace looked bewildered. You're an idiot, Michael said, shaking his head. But a loyal one. Leah frowned. What? Michael turned, stepping away as if losing interest. If you had just said you wanted to rob me, I might have let it slide. But your little speech just made me curious. Tell me, why do you hate nobles so much? Chapter 209-209A Choice. Leah and Ace never thought a day would come when they would tell a noble the reason they hated nobles. Evidently, they were in enemy territory. At least, that was what they thought, until they spoke. They told Michael everything. The way nobles acted, the arrogance, the cruelty, the way commoners were treated like insects under their boots. And then, the recent incident, the one that changed everything for them. What happened to their younger sister? Michael listened in silence, his expression unreadable. Then, for a brief moment, the air around them shifted. A weight, heavy, suffocating, pressed down on their shoulders, making them want to kneel. It vanished as quickly as it came, like an illusion. But they knew it was an illusion. Their instincts screamed at them not to look into his eyes again, but the glimpse they had caught was enough. Those green eyes, cold and sharp, sent a chill through their very souls. And yet his reaction puzzled them. Why did it seem like this one noble, was furious at the actions of his own kind? Weren't they all the same? Michael exhaled, closing his eyes for a brief moment before the tension in the air eased. When he opened them again, the piercing coldness had dulled. Are all nobles the same? He asked, his voice calm yet firm. Leah and Ace almost nodded on instinct, the answer ingrained in them after years of suffering. But then they hesitated. For the first time, they truly thought about it. Almost every noble they had encountered had been arrogant, entitled, and indifferent to the struggles of commoners. Some were outright cruel. But there had also been those who simply minded their own business, who didn't oppress but also didn't help. And then there was Michael, a noble with power, real power, enough to crush them without a second thought. And yet he hadn't. He could have killed them by now. Should have, if he were like the others. But he didn't even seem interested in doing so. A realization settled heavily in their minds. Had they been too biased? Had they let their hatred blind them? The moment the thought formed, an uneasy silence stretched between them. Ace swallowed hard, shifting on his feet. I don't know, he admitted. Maybe not all of them, but most. Michael exhaled softly. Most isn't all. Leah scoffed. Does it matter? The ones who aren't cruel just sit back and watch. They don't do anything. They let things happen. Michael's gaze sharpened. And what would you have them do? Leah opened his mouth, but hesitated. He had never thought that far. It was easy to hate, to blame, but now that he was forced to explain, Michael continued, let's say a noble, one with real power, decided to stand against the others. What do you think would happen to them? Ads by Pub Future. Pub Future ads. Ace furrowed his brows. They'd get crushed? Michael nodded. Exactly. The world isn't fair, and power doesn't always mean freedom. Even those at the top have chains around their necks. Different from yours, but chains nonetheless. With his experience in the past few days in the real world, he could see things from another point of view and understand them. This didn't mean he agreed with them, but it didn't stop him from understanding. Speaking to these two wasn't just for their sake. It was also for himself. Leah's fist tightened. So what? Are you saying we should just accept it? Michael sighed, rubbing the back of his neck. I'm saying that painting the world in black and white is the easy way out. The truth is messy. Leah scowled, but the anger was weaker now. Less certainty, more doubt. Ace glanced between them, hesitant. Then what about you? Michael raised an eyebrow. What about me? You're a noble, Ace said, voice quiet. But you don't act like one. Michael's lips curved slightly. And what do nobles act like? Leah flinched but didn't answer. Michael let the silence stretch before speaking again. I don't care if you hate nobles. That's your choice. But if you're going to despise something, at least understand what you're hating. Otherwise, you're no better than the nobles who look down on commoners without ever knowing them. Leah's breath caught. The words hit harder than he wanted to admit. Michael let those words settle before shifting the conversation. Now, let's talk about what happens next. The sudden change in topic sent a jolt through the two youths. Their bodies tense, bracing for whatever punishment he had in mind. Michael crossed his arms, studying them. You tried to rob me. You pointed knives at me. If I wanted, I could have you both arrested or worse. Ace swallowed hard. He didn't doubt it. Any noble with half a mind would have called the guards by now. Yeah, despite himself, clenched his fists. Then why haven't you? Michael's lips curled slightly. Not quite a smile, not quite a smirk. Because I'm not done with you yet. A chill ran down their spines. Leah felt in his gut. Whatever was coming next wasn't going to be simple. Michael leaned forward slightly. Can you read? The unexpected question caught them off guard. Leah hesitated. Some. Michael nodded, then shifted his gaze to Ace. And you? Ace scratched the back of his head. A little. A bit better than Leah. In fact, he was much better than Leah, but for some reason he didn't really think exposing his full capacity was the best decision at the moment. Michael hummed. What about writing? I can't write, but Ace can, Leah admitted. How well do you know the capital? Pretty well, Ace said quickly. We've lived here all our lives. And the kingdom? Ace hesitated. We don't know much outside the city, but we know people who do. Unlike Leah, Ace had picked up on what was happening. Michael didn't seem to want to punish them, but use them. He didn't know if this was better, but it was definitely better than dying, or being arrested, which was just another route to death, or something close to it. Michael's gaze sharpened. People who do, huh? He tilted his head slightly, considering. Smugglers? Informants? Or just people who get around? Ace swallowed. A bit of everything. Leah shot him a wary glance. But Ace ignored it. He had already decided their best option was to make themselves useful. If Michael wanted something from them, that meant they had value. And if they had value, they might just survive this. Michael studied them for a long moment before nodding. All right, I'll give you two a choice. Leah tensed. Ace did too. Chapter 210, 210 submitting. Your only choice is to follow me and do as I say, Michael said. Lien waited. Ace did too. But after a few seconds, Michael said nothing more. Is that all? Lien couldn't help but ask. Usually when someone was given a choice, weren't there at least two options? What kind of scam was this? What's the other option? Ace stammered when the air suddenly grew heavy, suffocating them. A chilling voice echoed in their ears. There is no other option. But if one did exist, it would only be death. For a moment, they truly thought they were going to die. Subconsciously, their eyes were drawn to Michael's. They didn't know if it was an illusion, but they seemed to glow green, casting an eerie light over the situation. We'll follow you, my lord. Ace was the first to speak, followed quickly by Lien. This was the first time either of them had shown deference to a noble. Commoners weren't required to bow or kneel in the presence of all nobles, only the highest rank ones. However, in front of nobles, basic respect was expected. Of course, the level of respect a noble received could also depend on where they were. Outside, even hunters had to acknowledge a noble status, but within the Hunters' Guild building, as long as they didn't openly insult a noble, they were free to act as they pleased. Sitting in a noble's presence without greeting them, however, could still be considered an act of disrespect. As for the noblest of nobles, those of the highest rank, they had to be respected everywhere, regardless of location, as long as their identity was recognized. As for killing the two, Michael had no intention of actually doing it. It was an empty threat, one he knew they wouldn't be able to recognize. After all, technically speaking, as a noble, he did have the authority to decide their life or death without consequence. Though Michael felt uneasy about the power structure of this world, he couldn't deny that a part of him liked it. It wasn't about being evil or cruel. Anyone would enjoy having a special status, especially one that came with real privileges. What would define him as evil was how he chose to use his status. It was just like what he had told Leah and Ace. while corrupt nobles seemed to be the norm in this world. He didn't believe that was the case for all of them. Earth's medieval history had shown far worse, revealing just how cruel humans could be to their own kind, and that was in a world without supernatural power. Nodding at their acceptance, Michael reached into his robe and withdrew his hand. Though it had been empty when he placed it inside, a map now rested in his palm, the one he had obtained from the Hunter Guild. Judging Ace to be the more reasonable of the two, Michael handed the map to him. "Can you get to this place?" Ace took the map and studied it carefully. "I haven't been out of capital that much, my lord, but I dare say I can point out the location marked here," he said with some confidence. It seemed that after realizing his fate now depended on Michael, he was making an effort to fit into his role as a subordinate. Michael couldn't help but smile at that. A second later, however, his expression darkened. As much as he wanted to move out immediately, there was an issue that needed to be addressed first. "You too." Ace and Leah's hearts pounded in anticipation, only to feel utterly scammed and insulted by his next words. Stink. Maybe his nose was just too sensitive, but standing this close to them was genuinely uncomfortable. The same issue plagued the outer city, though the slums were far worse. In contrast, the inner city even smelled different. Cleaner, almost refined. What Michael didn't realize was that most commoners didn't bathe daily. And for those in the slums, it was even worse. Leah blinked. "Excuse me." Ace, on the other hand, lowered his head slightly, as if he had already expected this reaction. Michael pinched the bridge of his nose. "I'm not trying to insult you. It's just a fact. If we're traveling together, I need you both to at least not smell like..." He cut himself off, shaking his head. "Never mind. Just clean up." Leah then spoke. "We don't have money for baths, and even if we did, the bathhouses don't just let anyone in." Michael frowned. "You have bathhouses?" Ace looked up. "Of course, my lord. The nobles and the wealthy have private baths, but for commoners, there are public bathhouses. However, entry isn't free." Michael considered this. He wasn't particularly stingy with money, but he also wasn't about to start handing out coins every time an issue arose. "Is there a river nearby?" he asked. Ace hesitated before nodding. "There's one, but it's mostly used by those who can't afford the bathhouses, and it's not exactly the cleanest. Of course, we could also boil the water to make it cleaner, but that's a waste of resources. Most commoners just wash a few parts of their body, wipe themselves down, and call it done." Michael sighed. He glanced at the two of them. "Fine, I'll cover the cost of a proper bathhouse, but don't get used to it." Ace's eyes lit up, but Leah merely bowed slightly. "Thank you, my lord." Michael waved off their gratitude. "It's not charity. I just don't want to suffer while traveling with you." Leah said nothing. Ace, on the other hand, looked a little relieved. "Before we go, remove those covers from your faces," Michael ordered, his voice leaving no room for argument. Leah and Ace stiffened. However, they didn't take long to remove the covers from their faces. From the moment they agreed to follow this noble's wishes, it was obvious that he would have to see their real faces at some point. They just felt a bit uncomfortable having to take their masks off under these circumstances, especially given the original reason they wore them in the first place. Chapter 211. 211 moving on. In the end, Michael ended up taking a bath as well. He had asked the two youths about the cost of a bathhouse, and they mentioned that the most expensive one charged 20 copper coins per hour. Copper coins. This was the first time Michael had heard of this currency in the land of origin. However, it didn't surprise him. He had already suspected that there might be a currency lower than silver. And he was right, not wanting to expose his ignorance. Michael carefully extracted more information from the two. There were 3 recognized currencies in the kingdom of Lionheart: copper coins, silver coins, and gold coins. The exchange rate was 100:1, meaning 100 copper coins equal 1 silver coin, and 100 silver coins equal 1 gold coin. When Michael learned this, he was delighted. He was rich. Even after spending some silver coins on a meal at that fancy restaurant and registering at the Hunter Guild, he still had more than 20 silver coins. That meant he had around 2,000 copper coins. To gauge the value of copper coins, He indirectly probed the two youths for more details. Basically, 10 copper coins were enough for a commoner to feed themselves if they were frugal. This meant 3 to 4 silver coins were enough for a commoner to survive for an entire year. Hearing this made Michael's lips twitch. Pub future ads. He had spent that exact amount on a single meal back in the inner city. But his wealth didn't stop there. One must not forget that Mage Lien had also given him 10 gold coins. This was Michael's true wealth. Why? A single gold coin was equivalent to 100 silver coins, meaning his 10 gold coins were the same as 1,000 silver coins, or 100,000 copper coins. While this amount might not make him wealthy among nobles, compared to commoners, Michael was rich with this much money. He felt a slight disdain toward using a public bathhouse, even if it was likely to be empty at this time of day. When Ace mentioned inns also had private bathing areas, Michael immediately opted for that instead. In fact, the two had suggested they could bathe in the river while Michael waited, but he refused outright. Back on Aurora, he had always used clean, treated water for hygiene. Even public water sources that were safer than what these people used. Due to his condition back on Earth, he had never even dared to step into an ocean. And even those who did swim in large bodies of water often took another bath afterward. Though it wasn't in bathing in the river, but the two youths, Michael felt he could offer more. Considering he was about to rely on them, why not treat it as their salary? Ads by Pub Future. Pub Future ads. Deciding to clean up properly, Michael took them to an inn and paid 2 silver coins for each of them to have a private bath. He was the first to finish. But even when he came out, the two were still inside. They hadn't used the opportunity to run away. This was something Michael had expected. If they wanted to escape him, their only option would be to leave the capital entirely. Otherwise, they would have to live in fear of a noble's revenge. The few hours he had spent as a fake one was enough to make Michael know how privileged a real noble was. Before heading to the inn, he had also bought new clothes for Ace and Leah. The outfits didn't make them look any less like commoners, but they certainly looked better than before. Leah was tall, surprisingly so, now that Michael could see him clearly. If he had to guess, Leah stood at least 6 feet 2 inches, 188 centimeters. His frame was lean but not weak, and his features were sharp yet ordinary, a face that wouldn't stand out in a crowd. Ace, on the other hand, was short, barely reaching 5 feet 5 inches, 165 centimeters. His build was smaller, making him look almost scrawny next to Leah. His face was equally unremarkable, not ugly, but nothing that would turn heads either. Both of them had dark brown hair and tan skin, likely from spending most of their lives outside. Looking at them, Michael realized something. They were utterly forgettable. If not for the time they had spent together, he wouldn't have recognized them in a crowd. Michael glanced at their new clothes. While still commoner attire, they were cleaner and in better condition than the rags they had worn before. He didn't say anything, but he did note the difference. They still looked like commoners, but not struggling ones. Ace shifted under Michael's gaze, running a hand through his damp hair. "Something wrong, my lord?" Michael shook his head. "No, just getting a good look at you both." Leah gave a small nod. "You're making sure we aren't hiding anything, aren't you?" He felt uncomfortable being so obedient to a noble, but he was wide enough to know what he should do and not do. Michael smiled slightly. That too. Neither of them argued. They knew that Michael had a right to be cautious. As for Michael, he now had a better understanding of who he was dealing with. Ordinary. That was the best word to describe them. But ordinary people often had the most to prove. To be honest, the two felt that Michael was taking care of his servants a bit too much. Yes, servants. As commoners, that was essentially what they were to nobles. But their actions toward Michael had only solidified that role further. What they didn't realize was that Michael had been completely honest. He simply couldn't stand a sufferer through their smell. Other nobles wouldn't care, not because they had stronger endurance, but because they saw spending money on commoners as a waste. Of course, not all nobles were like this. Most wouldn't even bother dealing with commoners directly, leaving such matters to their attendants instead. But Michael was different. He wasn't even a noble in the first place. Chapter 212 Hiring a Carriage. To be honest, Michael wondered why people's first impression of him was always that he was a noble. He wasn't a narcissist, but he knew he was quite good-looking, with sharp facial features enhanced by his striking green eyes. Advancing to rank, one seemed to further refine his overall appearance. Of course, that didn't mean all powerful individuals were naturally attractive. Some were simply lucky enough to get the better end of the deal. But did people assume he was a noble just because of his looks? Michael doubted it. If that were the case, this world would be ridiculously superficial. Among everyone he had encountered, Mage Lien was perhaps the only one whose misunderstanding Michael could fully understand. It was his power that had not only drawn Mage Lien to him, but also kept him in contact. Michael still didn't know much about this world, but he was observant enough to recognize that a power like his wasn't something ordinary people possessed. It was a kind of strength that usually belonged to those with status, background, and proper foundations. In a way, it was no different from cultivation back on Earth. From this perspective, he could see why others might mistake him for nobility. But what about everyone else? Was he really so good-looking that it was impossible to believe he was a commoner? Michael would love to think that was the case, that he was just that attractive, but he was far too self-aware to entertain such a delusion. His looks could only take him so far, and certainly not to the level where his entire identity would be so greatly mistaken. Still, regardless of the real reason, Michael had more important things to focus on right now. The location marked here seems to be a village not far from the capital. Seems to be? Sorry, my lord. It is a village. So, do you know how to get there? With the map, I can try. But to be sure, we can also take a carriage, my lord. A carriage? This time, Lia, who had been silent throughout, finally spoke as the three of them wandered the streets of the outer city together. Keeping Michael's supposed status in mind, they made sure to walk a step behind him at all times. It would be better to also hire a few adventurers, if possible, my lord. Lia suddenly spoke, drawing Michael's attention. The youth had been silent for a while, so his sudden words were quite attention-grabbing, especially considering what he had just suggested. Adventurers. Adventurers were individuals registered with the Adventurers Guild. Michael had already planned to join the guild after gaining more experience as a hunter, but hiring adventurers? That was new knowledge. He didn't respond immediately, and instead let Lia continue. I'm not sure, but I've been hearing a lot of rumors that the roads leading to the capital are no longer as safe as they used to be. I've even seen a few merchants enter the Adventurers Guild to post escort tasks, hiring adventurers to protect their goods from being stolen or to avoid getting killed themselves. The atmosphere between them grew tense at the topic. Michael fell into deep thought. His current task from Hunter's Guild was to subjugate a bandit group that had been raiding trade routes near several villages. His job was simple. Take them down, bring back evidence, and the guild would verify his completion before rewarding him. Speaking of rewards, now that Michael had a clearer understanding of the local currency, he realized just how significant it was. 200 silvers, 2 gold coins. Not only would he gain valuable experience points from dealing with the bandits, but the money itself was good. Do merchants usually use adventurers? Michael asked, shifting his gaze to Lia, though the youth still seemed to hold some resentment toward him. Perhaps realizing that resisting further would only make things worse, he remained obedient. Between the two, Michael still preferred Ace, who, at the very least, seemed to have better intentions. Well, robbing him wasn't exactly a good intention. Yes, my lord, Lia answered. Some wealthy merchants have their own private guards, people they've trained and employed personally. But for those who can't afford that, adventurers are their best option. Even merchants with guards still suffer from bandits, and with how things have been lately, more of them have been turning to adventurers for protection. Michael frowned slightly. Why did it sound like adventurers were just open hires? From the way Lia made it sound, they were practically mercenaries anyone could pay for the right price. Well, I'll understand more once I join. As for hiring adventurers, Michael dismissed the idea almost immediately. Would they be more capable than his undead? Highly doubtful. And even if they were, he wouldn't be able to afford those of that level. Besides, hiring adventurers would be like using a nuke just to cut a piece of bread. A complete waste. Michael figured Leah had only brought up adventurers because he knew they would be leaving the capital soon and was worried about the safety of himself and Ace, not about Michael, who held power over them. The three of them didn't speak any further, and instead made their way to the area where they could hire a carriage. The carriage business in the capital was well organized, catering to both commoners and nobles. At the heart of the transportation network were the public carriages, which operated on fixed routes within the city and to nearby villages. These were the most affordable option, shared by multiple passengers, but they were also slow and often overcrowded. Drivers followed a schedule, departing only when enough people had boarded to make the trip profitable. For those with a bit more coin, rental carriages were available. These could be hired for specific routes, allowing for a more private and direct journey. Prices varied depending on the distance and the quality of the carriage, with sturdier ones being more expensive. Some rental services even offered armed escorts for an additional fee, especially for long-distance travel. Then there were the noble carriages, an entirely different class of transportation. Luxurious, well-maintained, and often bearing family crests, these were owned by aristocrats or rented by those wealthy enough to afford the prestige. They came with personal drivers, comfortable seating, and sometimes even magical enhancements to smooth out the ride. These were the carriages that always had the right of way on the streets, and few dared to block their path. Michael and his group arrived at a bustling square where various carriages and wagons were lined up, each with a driver calling out destinations. A wooden board displayed pricing for different destinations outside the capital, along with optional services like fast travel routes that cost more but guaranteed quicker and safer passage. Some carriages were clearly reinforced, designed for longer, riskier journeys, while others were simple wooden wagons meant for farmers and traders. Michael scanned the options. Now he just had to decide which one suited their needs. Michael's gaze swept across the square, evaluating the available carriages. The cheapest options were basic wooden wagons, shared rides with strangers. The more expensive ones were reinforced with iron plating, built for long distances and dangerous routes. He approached a sturdier-looking carriage, its wheels thick and reinforced. The driver, an older man with graying hair, eyed him cautiously before dipping his head in a respectful nod. "My lord, do you need a carriage?" The man's tone was careful, as if unsure whether Michael was truly a noble or simply dressed like one. Michael handed over the map and tapped a spot. "How long to get here and back?" The driver studied the map for a moment before humming thoughtfully. "Woodring Town. A round trip will take about 18 hours, my lord, assuming no delays." His expression grew serious. "But the roads aren't as safe as they used to be. Bandits have been active, and without escorts, I can't guarantee we'll make it through unscathed." Michael met the driver's gaze. "You're saying I need to hire guards?" The driver hesitated before nodding. "Yes, my lord. Either that, or you'll have to be capable of protecting yourself." His eyes flickered to Leah and Ace. "Even armed travelers have been getting ambushed lately. A noble like yourself would be a high-value target." Michael smirked slightly at the assumption, but didn't correct him. "How much of the trip?" 3 silver coins for the carriage alone, my lord. If you want me to arrange escorts, that'll cost extra." Michael considered it. He could afford the carriage, but paying for escorts was unnecessary. He had no intention of relying on mercenaries when his undead could handle the job. Still, the driver's caution made sense. If attacks were common, then merchants and travelers alike had reason to be wary. Michael nodded. "I'll handle protection myself." The eyes of the old man flickered, and a look of hesitation appeared in his face. Behind him, Michael also noticed Ace and Leah had weird expressions on their faces. Chapter 213 setting off. "Do I look that weak?" That was the first thought that flashed through Michael's mind after seeing the reactions of the people around him. He couldn't think of anything else to warrant their current expressions after his words. However, it wasn't that they thought he was weak. On the contrary, Michael looked like someone capable of defending himself. Ace and Leah were perfect witnesses to this. His earlier display in the slums had already proven his strength. Their expressions weren't a doubt, but something else entirely. Unpleasant memories had resurfaced in their minds, reminding them why they were in their current situation. As for the driver, he wasn't dismissing Michael's ability to fight. The youth carried himself with the grace and confidence of someone who knew his own strength, but against vicious bandits, the old man wasn't convinced. Michael, realizing he had convinced them, especially since it seemed like a trip could be denied even if one had the money, stepped closer to the old man's carriage under the driver's suspicious gaze. Without a word, he grabbed hold of the carriage and lifted it 1/2 meter off the ground. The old man's eyes widened in shock. The reaction wasn't limited to just him. Everyone who witnessed the sight froze, their eyes widening in disbelief. For a brief moment, silence filled the air. Then, murmurs erupted among the bystanders. Did he just lift that? That's not normal strength. Is he a knight? The old man swallowed, gripping the reins of his horses a little tighter. His earlier hesitation wavered, but his caution didn't fully disappear. Michael set the carriage down gently, dusting off his hands as if he hadn't just lifted an entire vehicle off the ground. Then, he turned back to the driver. Will that be enough to ease your worries? The old man hesitated before nodding slowly. It's impressive, my lord, but strength alone won't stop a blade from your back when you're outnumbered. Michael almost rolled his eyes. He had undead at his disposal. His back was the least of his concerns. However, to put the old man at ease, Michael addressed him directly. Okay, I'll get a few guards, all right? The old man's tense expression eased slightly, though he still seemed wary. That'd be best, my lord. The roads aren't what they used to be. Michael wasn't actually planning to hire adventurers, but saying this would at least stop the old man from hesitating further. Besides, if it came down to it, his undead were more than enough. Ads by Pub Future. Pub Future ads. Yes, Michael planned to use his undead as guards. With that settled, the driver finally nodded. All right then, we leave as soon as you're ready. Michael gave a small nod. Give me a few minutes. Without waiting for a response, he turned to Ace and Lia, handing each of them 2 silver coins. Go buy food supplies. Enough for a long journey, he instructed. Ace glanced at the coin in his palm, then at Michael. How long are we talking? At least 2 days, Michael replied. An 18-hour round trip wasn't something they could complete in a single day. It was already afternoon, and while Michael wasn't against night travel, it wasn't his goal either. After all, the village they were heading to wasn't his real destination. According to the map, it was simply the most likely area near the city where the bandits' base was located. He had to take his time searching for it. With that in mind, he separated from the group after paying the old man in advance. Payment before service was standard practice. Then, without wasting any more time, he made his way back to the slums. The moment he stepped into the rougher part of the city, trouble found him. A group of would-be robbers thought they had an easy target. But Michael wasn't in the mood to play along. The first man who lunged at him got his wrist grabbed and twisted until he screamed. Another tried to stab him from behind, only for Michael to sidestep and elbow him in the ribs, sending him crumpling to the ground. By the time the third man even considered running, Michael had already sent the second one into a nearby wall. With the would-be thieves groaning in pain, Michael dusted off his sleeves and continued on his way. Soon, he arrived at the secluded location where he had subdued Ace and the earlier. Standing in the empty lot, he raised his hand and activated his skill. A moment later, 4 figures emerged from the shadows, their heavy armor clanking softly. Michael looked at his creations. 4 armored orcs, each towering over him, their monstrous forms radiating an intimidating presence. These were his guards. After the battle with the crack monsters in the real world, Michael had thoroughly cleaned all his undead. For those he could wash with water, he poured on them. As for the ones requiring more delicate care, he handed them wipes and had them clean themselves. Now, standing before him, his undead were spotless, though they still radiated a faint murderous aura. Michael eyed them critically before giving a firm order. Keep your heads down, and don't let anyone see under your hoods. The orcs nodded silently. They were all fully covered, and aside from their towering physiques, they looked human enough. As long as no one caught a glimpse of their skin, they would pass unnoticed. With his undead disguised as guards, Michael wasted no time and led them toward the meeting point. As they made their way through the slums, passers-by instinctively kept their distance. The sheer presence of the armored figures was enough to deter any lingering troublemakers. Michael ignored the wary gazes and focused on the path ahead. When they reached the marketplace, he spotted Ace and Liao returning with sacks of food supplies. Liao was the first to notice him. His eyes darted toward the four massive figures behind him, and he visibly stiffened. "Is this who I actually try to rob?" He thought in awe of his audacity. Chapter 214, outside the capital. When the driver saw Michael's guards, a more respectful look appeared on his face, reflected not only in his expression, but also in his gestures and the way he addressed Michael. If he had any doubt about Michael's noble status before, they were completely gone now. The armor worn by the guards was far superior to that of the kingdom's knights. Not that the knights' armor was bad. Far from it. But the fact that most of the kingdom knights wore the same standardized design meant it was a mass-produced model, albeit a high-quality one. However, what Michael's guards were was different. Their armor had an undeniable air of prestige. The craftsmanship, the detailing. It was something only powerful nobles could afford. Even among the nobility, wealth varied. There were poor nobles who could barely equip their personal guards. And then there were those whose retainers rivaled the elite warriors of the kingdom. And from what the driver could see, Michael belonged to the latter. Ace and Liao thought the same. They had already suspected Michael wasn't an ordinary person, but seeing the reactions of the people around them only reinforced that belief. Ace glanced at Liao, who gave him a subtle nod. Neither of them spoke, but the same unspoken thought passed between them. Who exactly had they got involved with? The only thought only filled them with fear, but they tried their best not to show it. Michael, noticing their expressions, turned to them. "How's the food situation?" he asked. Ace snapped out his thoughts and quickly responded, "We got enough for 2 days, like you said. Bread, dried meat, some fruits, and a bit of cheese. Should last us if we ration properly." Leah added, "We also got some water and a few extra supplies just in case." Michael nodded in approval. "Good. Load everything into the carriage. We'll be moving soon." Ace and Liao wasted no time, hurrying to secure their purchases. Meanwhile, Michael turned back to the driver. "Everything is set. We can leave now." The driver, now fully convinced of Michael's status, gave a respectful bow before climbing onto the driver's seat. "Understood, my lord. We'll depart immediately." With that, the journey began. The carriage rolled forward, its wheels creaking slightly as they left the marketplace behind and headed toward the city gates. Michael sat inside, arms crossed, while Ace and Liao kept quiet, their earlier thoughts lingering. Outside, his guards marched beside the carriage, their heavy footsteps steady and measured. Though they did not speak, their mere presence was enough to draw attention. As they made their way through the outer city, people couldn't help but take notice. Whispers spread among the crowd, eyes darting toward the carriage and its escorts. "Who could that be?" a merchant murmured, pausing mid-sail. "Those guards! Look at that armor!" Another person whispered. "Must be some noble from the inner city." Even the knights stationed at the city gate found themselves watching. Unlike common folk, they were trained to assess threats, and Michael's guards gave off a clear impression. These were not men to be trifled with. The lead knight, an older man with a grizzled beard, narrowed his eyes as he observed them. Stronger than the standard city guards, the knight silently admitted. Yet despite the curiosity, no one stopped them. The city gates weren't particularly strict when it came to nobles, and Michael's carriage, combined with the intimidating presence as guards, was more than enough to deter unnecessary questioning. What was only weird was why the carriage was quite ordinary. With a final glance at the armored figures, the gate knights waved them through. Unlike Michael's secret concern that the knights might sense the oddity of his undead. Specifically, their lack of breath, all they could perceive was their hidden strength. In truth, the knights didn't bother observing the guards deeply enough to notice subtle details like breathing. No one would suspect undead roaming freely in the capital to begin with. The very idea was absurd. As far as they were concerned, Michael's retainers were simply well-trained warriors, silent, disciplined, and undeniably powerful. The carriage passed beneath the towering stone archway, leaving the city behind as they entered the open road. The moment they left the city, the atmosphere shifted. The bustling noise of the capital faded behind them, replaced by the rhythmic clatter of hooves and the soft creaking of a carriage. The road ahead stretched far, flanked by rolling fields and patches of dense woodland. Michael remained silent, gazing out the window as the carriage moved steadily forward. His mind was occupied, not just with the journey ahead, but with the unknown situations he might face. Ace and Lia, seated across from him, were equally quiet. They were still processing everything that had happened since meeting Michael. Their first impression of him had been of someone important, but now it was clear he was far beyond what they had initially assumed. The journey continued without issue for the next few hours, but as the sun began to set, the driver slowed the horses. "My lord," he called out, "it'll be dark soon. Should we set up camp for the night?" Michael considered the suggestion. While his undead didn't need rest, he knew Ace and Liao weren't like him. They needed sleep. Besides, traveling at night, especially on an unfamiliar road, was an unnecessary risk, at least for the average person. "We'll stop here," he decided. The carriage rolled to a halt at the side of the road, near a clearing sheltered by trees. Michael stepped out first, scanning their surroundings. It was quiet, the only sounds being the rustling of leaves and distant chirps of night insects. "Start a fire," he instructed. "We'll take turns keeping watch." Ace and Leon nodded, setting to work. As they gathered wood and prepared their modest meal, Michael remained standing, his gaze locked on the darkening horizon. This was the longest he had ever stayed in the land of origin, Michael realized. And for some reason, perhaps because of the sense of freedom this world gave him, he was loving every second of it, despite some unpleasant moments. However, as real as this world felt, Michael knew he had to return to his own. Chapter 215 Return X Return. According to the driver, they had about 3 hours of travel left before reaching their destination. However, the night had fallen faster than expected, forcing him to call for a stop. They could have pushed on if Michael had insisted. But for the people of this world, traveling at night was a risk few were willing to take. In fact, along the way, he had already noticed several carriages stopping by the roadside, their occupants setting up camp for the night. One thing stood out to him. Each group kept a respectful distance from one another. Michael wouldn't call himself the smartest, but this simple observation, combined with the driver's unspoken caution, made it clear that wild animals and monsters weren't the only dangers lurking in the dark. As they settled in, a campfire crackled at the center of their makeshift resting spot, while Michael's 4 undead stood watch. Seated near the fire, he ate the dried meat and fruits Ace and Lia had bought earlier. His mind, however, was elsewhere, thinking of a way to slip away from the group. A short distance away, Ace, Lia, and the old driver sat around a smaller fire of their own. Despite traveling together, they maintained a clear boundary. It wasn't out of disrespect or distrust, but rather an ingrained habit. A noble and a commoner dining together, the thought alone felt unnatural to them, almost like a sin. As the fire crackled and the night deepened, the group finally set up their tents. The driver, accustomed to long journeys, had a simple canvas shelter that barely offered protection from the elements. Ace and Lia shared a more modest tent, hastily put together but enough to shield them from the cold night air. Michael, on the other hand, had his own tent, but it was no different from theirs. He had no intention of wasting money on unnecessary comfort. Instead of thick bedroll, he laid on the bare ground with only a thin layer of cloth between him and the dirt. In a typical traveling group, when it was time to rest, they would take turns keeping watch, one group sleeping while the other stood guard, then switching in a cycle until morning. But thanks to Michael's undead, there was no need for such precautions. The 4 silent figures stood at the perimeter of the camp, their unmoving forms barely distinguishable in the dim firelight. Their presence allowed everyone else to rest without worry. Ace, settling into his tent, couldn't help but glance toward Michael's resting spot. It was still strange to him, traveling with a noble. They all felt the same. In fact, they felt even more. Today was surely going to be a memorable day in their lives. They weren't sure if they had truly escaped death, but at the very least, They had avoided immediate execution at the hands of a noble who had every right to kill them. Yet, somehow, instead of corpses left in the dirt, they had become his servants. And for some reason, it didn't feel as bad as they had expected. Leon never imagined a day would come when he would think like this, when he would see a noble in a better light. However, he quickly dismissed the thought. It was nothing more than a fleeting moment of uncertainty. Even if he someday came to believe that not all nobles were evil, it wouldn't erase what he'd seen from the worst of them. The proof of that was his sister's fate. As for the driver, he could only think that this noble was very strange. Michael carried himself like a noble, yet he acted nothing like one. Though it was rare for a noble to use his services, in his many years as a driver, he had transported more than a few, but only a handful had ever stood out to him the way Michael did. No, wait. Now that he thought about it, perhaps it was because of the Duke of Evermoon event, but lately he had indeed been encountering a few interesting individuals. The driver, however, seemed to have no problem with it. Years on the road had taught him one thing. Everyone had their own way of doing things. If Michael was content with sleeping on the ground despite his status, then so be it. The night grew colder, the wind whispering through the trees. Most of the camp had settled into a quiet stillness, but Michael remained awake. He had been thinking of how to leave the group for a while and return to his real world when he suddenly realized he didn't actually need to. Everyone would be asleep by the end of the day. And when he was back in Aurora, wasn't his body going to sleep anyway? Of course, Michael couldn't just leave his body defenseless. Anyway, he wasn't going to stay in the real world for long, and might not even stay for half an hour if he was met with no welcome in his real world. Inside the makeshift tent Ace and Lia had set up for him, spacious enough to move comfortably, Michael summoned a female orc to stand guard. Satisfied with his precaution, he closed his eyes and connected his consciousness with his body in Aurora. A moment later, a pair of green eyes opened. Michael found himself staring at the familiar ceiling of his room. Reaching for his phone, he checked the time, 10:30 p.m. Spreading his senses through the apartment, he realized he was the only one moving, apart from the orc in his room. Beginning and Lily stood guard outside, just as he had instructed. He had expected this, but it was still strange to process. Before reaching civilization in the land of origin, balancing his time between both worlds hadn't been too difficult. But now, Michael wasn't so sure. How was he supposed to live moving forward? Which of these two worlds would he truly call home? Now, he found himself asking the same question almost every Awakener had pondered at some point. And Mia and Lily are asleep now. No, almost everyone is asleep. Michael spread his senses wide, confirming the stillness around him. To him, this was better. With no more hesitation, he got to work. After so long, it was finally time to attempt undead summoning on his existing undead again. He hoped to increase the number of undead he could summon and, with his remaining evolution points, evolve a few special ones he was particularly interested in, if possible. Michael left the undead in his room, as they were, and quietly slipped out the window. The ruined cityscape stretched before him, desolate and still beneath the moonlight. Aside from the eerie silence and the occasional gust of wind kicking up dust, there was nothing worth noting. Without wasting time, he began placing a few of his undead into his storage space. The process was quick, given the limited capacity. When the space was full, he landed near one of his patrolling undead. "You, guard this place," Michael ordered. The undead didn't respond, but it didn't need to. He could feel the command take hold. Satisfied, he focused inward. A moment later, his consciousness shifted. The sounds of crackling fire and rustling leaves filled his ears as he opened his eyes in the land of origin. The transition was seamless, as if he had merely blinked. His orc guardian still squatted in his tent. Michael sat up. He could tell from the silence that the others were asleep. His undead remained at their posts, standing motionless like statues around the camp. Without making a sound, Michael dismissed the undead within his tent, sending her back to the netherworld. The orc vanished in an instant, leaving behind only a faint wisp of energy before fading completely. He sat still for a moment, listening. The distant crackle of the fire, the rustling of leaves in the night breeze. the faint breathing of Ace, Leah, and the driver in their respective tents. Satisfied that no one was awake, Michael slipped out his tent. The cold night air brushed against his skin as he moved, his footsteps light against the dirt. The undead at the perimeter remained in place, their watchful presence ensuring the safety of the camp. If anyone woke up, they would assume he was still inside. Without hesitation, Michael disappeared from his position as he moved swiftly through the forest. He weaved between the trees, ensuring that he was far enough from camp before finally stopping in a secluded clearing. Only then did he release his undead. One by one, figures emerged, hulking forms stepping forward from a void. A dozen undead surrounded him now, their cold, lifeless gazes locked onto their master. After this, Michael summoned Lucky and his human undead mage. The former so it could guard him as he still had more undead to bring from Aurora, and the latter to free up space in his storage and also guard him. Chapter 216, 216:30 Undead. Without wasting time, Michael reached inward once more, his consciousness shifting back to Aurora. The transition was smooth, and when he opened his eyes again, he was back in his ruined estate. Without hesitation, he continued the process, placing more undead into his storage space before shifting back to the land of origin. In a secluded clearing, the summoned undead stood in disciplined silence. Michael swiftly released the stored undead, allowing them to take their places around him before vanishing once more. Back and forth he went, repeating the process with practiced efficiency. With each return to Aurora, he emptied his storage space and filled it again with more undead he had taken in haste from the Everlong forest. Then, in the land of origin, he released them into the wilderness near his body. Time slipped away unnoticed. The only indication of its passage was a gradual increase in the number of undead standing in the clearing. After several cycles, Michael paused, taking a moment to assess his progress. He had transported all of the undead that had originally been stationed in the Everlong forest before that monster incident. Michael was pleasantly surprised. He had expected some failure, or at the very least, a good amount of failure due to how scammy undead summoning was. Yet, the process had been smooth. Looking at the 30 undead under his command on his status screen, Michael couldn't help but smirk. It's probably because of the difference in power. Michael figured. It made sense. He was far above most of these undead in strength, and that difference likely played a huge role in why the process had gone so seamlessly. If he were trying to bind something closer to his level, or stronger, it would probably be a different story. Still, this was a good sign. Now, he only had 20 undead left that he couldn't summon and dismiss at will into the netherworld. This was far fewer than before, so Michael was quite pleased, though he couldn't ignore the mild annoyance that lingered. He had already attempted to bind these remaining undead 3 times, only to fail each time. Most of them were on the stronger end, so it wasn't exactly surprising that they resisted the summoning process. Still, it grated on him. Fortunately, the undead he was most interested in were already among those he could summon freely. Aside from a new undead type he had obtained from the chaos caused by the demonic supernaturals, his primary interest lay in the insects. Take the spectral ant, for example. If it was an actual race that existed in the world, and not just a creation of his talent, then its background was bound to be interesting. Michael turned to glance at the undead and its skills. Ghostly Camouflage Basic Mastery, Proficiency, 2.324%. The spectral ant can blend into its surroundings, becoming semi-transparent and significantly harder to detect visually. At basic mastery, it becomes almost invisible in dim or shaded environments for up to 15 seconds. However, the effect does not prevent detection by enemies with heightened senses or those trained to detect supernatural creatures. There's a 30-second cooldown after use. Ghostly Charge, Basic Mastery, Proficiency, 3.03%. The spectral ant increases its speed by 40% for 8 seconds, allowing it to move in a sudden burst toward a target. After the charge, it suffers a 4-second slowdown, but the skill can be used again after a 20-second cooldown. Its skills were interesting, but what Michael truly liked about this particular undead was its strength. He had a strong suspicion that if this undead advanced to rank 1, even as a common rank creature, its strength wouldn't be any worse than his rare rank orcs when they had just advanced. Ants had a social structure, and if the spectral ant belonged to a race that functioned like normal ants, it wouldn't be considered special. That was precisely why Michael found it so intriguing. However, due to the nature of his talent, only being able to use it on dead creatures that became his undead, he might never be able to fully experiment with this race. For example, what would happen if he revived a ghost ant queen that the spectral ant evolved from? The problem was that undead couldn't reproduce. Logically, this limitation would extend to a ghost ant queen as well. Evolving a breeding creature that couldn't even breed felt like a complete waste. Maybe things would change at higher ranks, but who knew what rank or how many evolution points it would take? This point frustrated Michael greatly. Until now, he had no idea how, nor was he even sure if it was possible, to use his talent on living creatures. The thought of it gnawed at him, but he could only move forward, focusing on improving his knowledge of souls and all the aspects connected to his talent. His frustration with this limitation only grew worse when his undead human mage evolved into a high human. If he could use his talent on himself, Michael couldn't even imagine how powerful he'd become. What he did know, though, was that he'd be terrifyingly strong. However, such thoughts weren't occupying Michael's mind now. He turned his attention to his remaining evolution points. 21 evolution points. It was just enough to evolve 4 3-star common rank creatures into 1-star rare rank creatures. It sounded like a lot, but in reality it wasn't much at all. Still, Michael could only make do with what he had. He had considered saving his evolution points, but after thinking it over, he decided against it. Creatures like Prince or his undead humans, which required a high number of evolution points to advance to the next rank, would take at least 3 days of accumulation. That wasn't long in the grand scheme of things, but Michael didn't think it was wise to neglect his other undead in the meantime. Unless something unexpected came up, it was better to evolve all his undead to rare rank first, then focus on raising the ranks of his stronger or more unique ones like his human undead. For now, at least, he didn't need an immediate boost in power. Had that been the case, his priorities would have been entirely different. Chapter 217, 217 Stronger Ant. As an undead he'd been quite curious about, the spectral ant was never left out of Michael's list of undead to evolve. Without hesitation, 5 evolution points disappeared from his total. A moment later, a newly evolved spectral ant appeared before him. It was now a 1-star rare rank 1 undead, the spectral centurion ant. For its rare rank evolution, the spectral ant could become the spectral centurion ant, a high-ranking soldier caste in an undead ant colony. Spectral centurion ant rare. The evolved spectral centurion ant was even more imposing than before. It now stood at chest height on Michael, its form exuding an even stronger presence of death and spectral energy. Its obsidian black exoskeleton had deepened in color, appearing almost liquid in the way it absorbed light. The ghostly mist that once coated its body had thickened into wispy trails of ethereal smoke, constantly shifting as though the ant itself straddled the boundary between the material and spectral realms. The spectral patterns along its back had changed, forming arcane-like engravings that pulsed with a cold, otherworldly light. Its legs were thicker and segmented like before, but now had additional chitinous ridges that made them even more durable. The mandibles, once merely serrated, had elongated into jagged, side-like pincers, looking like it gave the spectral centurion ant a far more menacing bite. Together with the evolution and advancement of the spectral ant came the feedback Michael received as his master. A wave of energy washed over him, instantly relieving the exhaustion accumulated from repeatedly using undead summoning. The fatigue that had settled in his body dissipated as if it had never existed, and a noticeable portion of his mana was restored. The sensation was brief but invigorating, making Michael feel as though he had just woken from a deep, refreshing sleep. Strength, 36.92 5.0 carat. Agility, 53.66 5.0 carat. Constitution, 38.22 5.0 carat. Intelligence, 150.0. Once again, Michael felt the familiar surge of strength that came with his undead's rank advancement. Though he had expected it, he was still surprised. A 5-point increase in strength, agility, and constitution The last time he had experienced this level of feedback was with Lucky. As for his intelligence stat not increasing, Michael would have found it strange if it actually had. His intelligence was already his highest stat, and the only one in the 3-digit range. Anything capable of raising it further had to be something truly extraordinary. Even so, he was pleasantly surprised. Ads by Pub Future. Pub Future ads. 15 points in total. Almost the equivalent of 3 level-ups worth of attribute points, evenly distributed across 3 stats. Feedback is usually a reflection of what an undead excels at. I wonder just how strong this creature is now. A flicker of excitement crossed his face, but he quickly calmed himself. Even if he wanted to test the spectral ant's new power, there was a time and place for everything. Refocusing, Michael turned his attention back to the ant's skill set. Thanks to its advancement and evolution, not only had its old skills gained higher mastery, but it had also acquired a new skill. And to Michael's surprise, it was one he was already familiar with. Berserk Basic Mastery, Proficiency, 0.9%. Berserk temporarily increases the user's physical strength and agility by 25% each, at the cost of reducing defense by 10% and significantly increasing aggression. Stamina is rapidly drained when skill is active, a skill Michael recognized as useful at any time, and thanks to the nature of his undead, practically a cheat code. Michael then turned his attention to the spectral ant's old skills to check for any improvements. Ghostly Camouflage Intermediate Mastery, Proficiency, 5.30%. The spectral ant can blend into its surroundings, becoming semi-transparent and significantly harder to detect visually. At Intermediate Mastery, the spectral ant can remain nearly invisible in dim or shaded environments for up to 30 seconds. In brighter areas, its transparency is improved but not absolute, making it harder to spot. The cooldown is reduced to 20 seconds after use. Basically, the skill seemed the same as before, but was noticeably stronger, with a shorter cooldown time as well. However, Michael was curious about how effective it truly was, so he immediately had the spectral ant use it on him. The spectral centurion ant reacted instantly. A faint shimmer rippled across his body, and in the next moment, it all but vanished. Michael narrowed his eyes, scanning the area where it stood. The only thing hinting at its presence was a subtle distortion of light and the faintest wisp of spectral mist drifting in the air. Even with his heightened perception, it took him a second to properly track its movements. It has only just advanced, and it's this strong, Michael murmured, his interest deepening. Michael didn't forget this was just a new rank 1 creature. What would happen if they were evenly matched? Even if the skill mastery didn't increase, there was a reason why skill mastery mattered. A few seconds later, the spectral centurion ant fully emerged once more, the ghostly mist retracting into its body. Michael nodded in satisfaction. With its cooldown reduced and its effectiveness heightened, ghostly camouflage was becoming a proper stealth skill, one that could prove invaluable in a few situations Michael could think of. Michael turned to check the rest of the spectral centurion ant skill set. Ghostly Charge Intermediate Mastery, Proficiency, 5.12%. The spectral centurion ant increases its speed by 60% for 12 seconds, allowing it to move in a sudden burst toward a target. After the charge, it suffers a 3-second slowdown, but the skill can be used again after a 15-second cooldown. It was essentially the same skill as before. Visually, Ghostly Camouflage looked nearly identical to how it had functioned at Basic Mastery, but there was no denying that it had become noticeably stronger. Michael hadn't tested the skill firsthand, but to him, the reduced cooldown alone was already a significant improvement. He gave the spectral centurion ant a few more glances before dismissing it into the netherworld, making a mental note to put it to better use in the future. Chapter 218 Undead Insects. Michael only had 16 evolution points left. It was just enough to evolve 3 3-star common rank creatures into 1-star rare rank creatures. The problem was that he had more than 3 undead he was interested in evolving. Technically, he could have waited for his undead to reach max level in their unranked stage before evolving them, maximizing their potential growth. However, the difference in strength wouldn't be too significant compared to evolving a level 25 undead directly into a 3-star rare rank creature. Besides, leveling them up took time and effort. If he wanted to go down that route, it was better to do it at a stage where the undead were already useful. Take his illusion using undead, for example. Against ordinary humans, they were powerful, but that was their limit. To be truly valuable, they didn't just need to be stronger. They had to be unique. They had to be rare. Michael was still far more interested in evolving his insect undead than the bodies he had acquired from the cracks in Aurora. Creatures like the long-armed monkey and the sand scorpion were certainly intriguing, not only because they were the first of the kind he had encountered, but also because he had yet to see their evolved forms. Still, his focus remained on the insects. Maybe it was due to his expectations. Insects seemed to tend to have fascinating evolutionary paths based on his experience and the potential he thought they had, and that alone made him eager to prioritize them. And that was exactly what he did. Michael had a total of 5 insect undead. Aside from the spectral ant, which had just evolved, now officially named Ghost, he had 4 others. Blue, the undead platform morpho. Purple, the undead spicebush swallowtail moth. The undead shadow mantis. The undead armored cricket. Now, he had to choose 3 out of these 4 to evolve. One of them would have to wait until next time. As Michael pondered, he gathered all 4 undead in front of him and carefully observed them. For those that could alter their size, he had them return to their normal forms. The first was Blue. The undead phantom morpho was an ethereal creature with transparent wings that shimmer in pale blue hues, resting delicately at its sides. Its sleek black exoskeleton, with glowing blue accents, contrasts with its dormant form, exuding an eerie beauty, though bizarre and undeniably pretty. Perhaps only someone like Michael, whose sense of reality had already warped, would sincerely call it beautiful. It was like standing in front of a ferocious lion and calling it a kitten. Blue had 2 sets of skills. The first skill, Illusory Mirage Basic Mastery, Proficiency, 16.3%, creates multiple shimmering duplicates of itself to confuse enemies. At Basic Mastery, the illusions move erratically but fade upon contact, making it harder for foes to pinpoint the real creature. The second skill, Shifting Form Basic Mastery, Proficiency, 26.8%. The undead phantom morpho can alter its size, amplifying the range and power of certain skills through expansion. Both skills seem to have potential if used well, or at least that was what Michael thought. To a certain extent, he believed there were no bad skills, only skills that weren't utilized properly. It was like on Earth, where even the most basic skill, something anyone could have, could be turned into a way to make millions. It wasn't that those people were inherently special. They simply knew how to make the most of what they had. Michael then turned to Purple. The undead spicebush swallowtail moth had a striking appearance. Its wings shimmer with dark, iridescent blues and purples, resembling fragmented, shadowy glass, a haunting yet elegant reflection of the spicebush swallowtail butterfly. The body of the moth is long and sleek, with shadowy, almost ethereal quality to it. Its abdomen is armored with faint, skeletal plating, and its antennae are sharp, flicking with an unsettling motion. Its size was 1.5 meters, 4 feet 11 inches, wingspan when stretched. The undead spicebush swallowtail moth also had its own set of interesting skills. Elusive Flight Basic Mastery, Proficiency, 18%. The undead spicebush swallowtail moth can create a deceptive illusion of multiple moths during flight, capable of causing mass confusion. Venomous Dust Basic Mastery, Proficiency, 9.3%. The undead spicebush swallowtail moth can release a cloud of toxic dust from its wings that lingers in the air for a short period. At Basic Mastery, the poison is relatively weak but still capable of numbing limbs and disorienting enemies who inhale it. Prolonged exposure can result in mild paralysis and dizziness. Shifting Form Basic Mastery, Proficiency, 26.8%. The undead spicebush swallowtail moth can alter its size, amplifying a range and power of certain skills through expansion. The undead spicebush swallowtail moth was clearly another illusory-type creature, similar to the undead phantom morpho, with little to no direct combat power. The undead spicebush swallowtail moth had one more skill than Blue. Its abilities were intriguing, making Michael curious about how strong it would become after evolving. However, he didn't dwell on purple for long, and instead turned his attention to the undead Shadow Mantis. The Shadow Mantis seemed like it would stand at an imposing height of nearly 1.6 meters, 5 feet 3 inches, if fully upright. It had a sleek, dark exoskeleton that shimmered faintly under dim light, a mix of deep black and smoky gray that seemed to absorb the surrounding shadows. Its elongated forelimbs, each over a meter long, were razor-sharp with serrated edges. It had sturdy, powerful-looking yet slender hind legs that appeared capable of launching it into swift, silent leaps, adding to its deadly appearance. By its sides were translucent wings, and when Michael had it stretch them, they extended to a span of 1.2 meters. The wings shimmered like a shadowy mirage as it moved. It moved silently, almost eerily quiet, though it was uncertain if the wings could actually allow it to glide in midair. An assassin, this was what Michael always thought about the Shadow Mantis. Even in the insect kingdom, praying mantises were known as silent killers. Michael glanced at its skill with familiarity. Shadow Cloak Basic Mastery. Proficiency, 10.2%. The Shadow Mantis wraps itself in a thin veil of darkness, blending seamlessly into its surroundings. At Basic Mastery, the skill makes it nearly invisible in low-light environments. And then there was the Undead Armored Cricket. The Undead Armored Cricket stood at a modest height of around 35 centimeters, 1 foot 1 inch, but its appearance was anything but modest. The exoskeleton was a deep, weathered brown with streaks of black and green, providing a natural camouflage in darker environments. The armor was thicker around its back and legs, giving it a bulky, protective appearance. Its long hind legs were powerful-looking and seemed perfectly built for leaping, with sharp, jagged spikes protruding from the sides, almost like spiked shields. The forelegs were shorter but thickly muscled, ending in pincers that gave a predatory look. A pair of translucent wings were folded against its back, and when Michael had it extend them, when extended, the wings spanned about 50 centimeters, 1 foot 7 inches. Michael didn't waste time, and then went on to check its skill. Echoing Chirp, Basic Mastery. Proficiency, 9.2%. The Armored Cricket emits a high-pitched, resonating sound that creates a disorienting echo in the surrounding area. At Basic Mastery, this sound lowers enemy accuracy by 15% within a 20-meter radius, making it harder for enemies to land successful attacks. Additionally, physical attacks have a 20% higher chance of landing on disoriented targets. Michael folded his arms, deep in thought. All 4 insect undead had their own strengths. Blue and purple leaned toward deception and illusions, while the Shadow Mantis and Armor Cricket had more direct combat applications. The choice wasn't just about which undead had the most potential. It was purely about which undead Michael was more curious about their next evolution form. After all, the left-out one could be evolved in a few hours. All this contemplation was just a short thought one would have when deciding on several interesting options that didn't have significant consequences. For undead, Blue's illusory abilities were undeniably useful, but Purple had similar traits while also possessing venomous dust, giving it an additional edge. The Shadow Mantis, on the other hand, was an assassin-type undead, with a skill that made it almost invisible in the dark. That alone was invaluable for surprise attacks and stealth-based strategies. Then there was the Armored Cricket. Its skill, Echoing Chirp, could disorient enemies and make physical attacks more effective, something that could benefit all his undead in battle. Michael exhaled, his decision clear. Blue would have to wait. Between Blue and Purple, if one were to judge purely based on their status, Purple would likely appear more interesting at first glance. The decision wasn't difficult for Michael. Unlike Lucky and Prince, he didn't have a strong emotional attachment to these two. If he had to choose between Prince and Lucky, it would have been a much harder choice. But between Blue and Purple, Purple had the edge. Chapter 219, 219 New Location. There was no need to discuss his decision with his undead. With their current intelligence, they wouldn't understand him anyway. Michael conveniently dismissed Blue to the Netherworld, along with any other undead that could be sent there, except for Lucky and the High Human Mage. Though he planned to evolve his undead soon, he wasn't in a rush. Since leaving the site where Ace and Yao were, hours had passed. It would soon be dawn in both of his worlds. Before it was too late, Michael wanted to transport the few undead that couldn't be unsummoned back to the real world, while Lucky and the high human Mage stood guard. With a plan in mind, he didn't waste time executing it. What he hadn't expected, however, was that just as he finished transporting his undead back to his community and returned to his room, a knock came from his door. Michael, who was just about to sit down after quietly closing the window, paused. "Are you awake, Michael?" A soft voice came from the other side. It was Aunt Mia. Mentally exhausted, Michael wasn't as alert as usual and hadn't sensed her approach immediately. He glanced at the undead orc station in his room and dismissed her, though he would have to summon her again later to guard him, making the action seem wasteful. His mana in this world was nearly full. On a normal day, he wouldn't worry about such small expenditures, so he couldn't be bothered now either. "Come in, Aunt Mia," he said. His voice was soft, yet seemed to travel far and nowhere at the same time, reaching Aunt Mia's ears clearly. Aunt Mia had just woken up and was still sleepy, even with the help of the 2 summons her nephew had given her, making life undeniably easier. Things were still stressful, not physically per se, but mentally it was a lot. Unfortunately, everyone around her was likely feeling the same way. Even if she wanted to share her thoughts, something she rarely did, she couldn't. Michael had given her a task, and after he convinced her, and after everything she had seen and come to understand, she took it seriously. He wanted them to move out for their own benefit. Putting everything else aside, Woodstone City was exactly an ideal place to live now. It had only been 2 days since the chaos, yet the significance of what had happened had already revealed a lot to those who understood the situation. For one, she realized that big cities weren't just big because of their economy, technological advancements, or social development. The supernatural world played a major role, and it made sense. Look at Michael. People always said that becoming a supernatural was a path to wealth, but few understood how it actually worked. Yet in less than 2 weeks since awakening, her nephew could send her $1 million like it was nothing. She was wise enough to know that Michael was probably special even among supernaturals. As an adult, she understood that true equality didn't exist, but that didn't change the reality in front of her. Why would someone with so much money not want to enjoy it? Of course, bigger cities would be more appealing than backward ones. To a certain extent, she was right, but she was also wrong. Cracks were the foundation that determined the quality of location in Aurora. That wasn't to say cities couldn't be big without high-level cracks. It wasn't uncommon. And yes, the quality of supernaturals in those cities wouldn't necessarily be bad. After all, aside from the Federation working behind the scenes to manipulate things, how many rich people wouldn't want to enjoy their wealth? Sometimes location itself was a luxury. However, the current situation left Aunt Mia feeling conflicted. Every family hoped their children would be talented in cultivation, and having an awakener among them was seen as a blessing. When Michael first awakened, it was the best news she had ever received. It still was. But after everything she had witnessed these past few days, she had come to understand that not everything was sunshine and prosperity. Sometimes, gaining something meant sacrificing something else. She could feel it, her family and Michael growing a little more distant day by day. It wasn't that their relationship was turning bad, but things were changing. She was happy for everything that had happened to Michael. Yet at the same time, she felt a quiet sadness. "Come in, Aunt Mia," came a familiar voice from the other side of the door. Instantly, she became a bit more awake. After a brief hesitation, she softly opened the door. Inside, Michael sat, his posture relaxed, but his gaze sharp despite the exhaustion in his expression. The dim lighting in the room cast soft shadows on his face, making him look more mature than his years. Aunt Mia stepped inside, closing the door behind her. Aunt Mia sat down at the edge of his bed. She hesitated for a moment before speaking. "You've been busy, more than usual." Michael nodded. It wasn't as if he could deny it. Still, he felt he should say something. It seemed like it wasn't just him adapting to his new reality and the changes that came with it. His family was, too. But before he could speak, Aunt Mia beat him to it. "There's no need to explain," she said gently. offering a small smile. I know you're busy. She paused, studying his face. Even without him saying anything, she could tell he was tired. Not just physically, but mentally. I just hope you're taking care of yourself, she continued. No matter how strong you become, you're still you. So be careful, Michael. Be safe. Michael didn't respond right away. For a moment, silence stretched between them. Then he exhaled softly. I will, he said, his voice steady. I promise. Aunt Mia nodded, satisfied, but the worry in her eyes didn't fade completely. However, she hadn't forgotten the real reason she came to see Michael. Now that she had the chance to talk to him before he got busy with that other world, the one they said Awakeners had access to, it was better to settle some things now. I found a new location for us to move to, Aunt Mia revealed. Read author's note. Chapter 2, 2228 place to move to. Michael loved his family. This much he knew. However, even he could feel the growing distance between them, and there was nothing he could do about it, except ensure they were well taken care of. The first step was making sure money was the least of their concerns. A similarity between the common people of Aurora and those of Earth was that 90% of their problems stemmed from a lack of money. Before Michael awakened, that had been their family's reality. But he believed that would no longer be the case. Now, aside from cultivating power, the most important issue for his family in a world like this was safety. That was one reason he had pushed for them to move to a better environment. However, due to his activities, he had left the task almost entirely to Aunt Mia. He hadn't expected a response this soon. It hadn't been long since she had taken on the task, so the speed of her response caught him off guard. Where's the place, Aunt Mia? Michael asked with interest. Like you requested, it's a big city, way bigger than Woodstone. She paused before adding, but there's an issue. An issue? Michael frowned. What happened to our city? Aunt Mia hesitated. It happened to some other cities too. Pub Future adds. So, during his cleanup yesterday, he had overheard neighbors talking about this and had even looked into it himself. Any surprise he should have felt had already passed. But what did the situation in other cities have to do with their move? That was Michael's confusion. The chaos has caused some refugees, Aunt Mia said, an odd expression on her face. Michael mirrored her expression after hearing those words. It wasn't a term he expected to hear in a modern world, but it made sense. Just from the word alone, he could guess what was happening. Traffic. To put it simply, they weren't the only family looking for a new place to live, and that seemed to be causing problems. Now the question was, how? Aunt Mia sighed, rubbing her temples as if trying to sort out her thoughts. The city we're looking at, it's already seeing an influx of people. Too many, too fast. Housing prices are spiking, and security is getting stricter. Michael's brows furrowed. That was expected, but it still annoyed him. How bad is it? It depends on how soon we move. Aunt Mia gave him a pointed look. Right now, it's still possible to buy a decent place, but waiting any longer might make things difficult. Either the prices will skyrocket or regulations will tighten even further. Michael leaned back, tapping his fingers against his knee. He had expected some complications, but this was sooner than he thought. Ads by Pub Future. Pub Future ads. So, you're saying we need to act fast? Aunt Mia nodded. If we want to secure a good place, yes. Michael exhaled. He had the money, and finding a place wasn't the problem. The problem was how quickly everything was shifting. Did you already find a house? He asked. Not yet, she admitted. But I found a few options that might work. The question is, how involved do you want to be in this process? Michael was silent for a moment. He wanted his family settled. But between managing his undead and everything happening in the other world, he wasn't sure how much time he could afford to spare. After a few seconds, he made a decision. Tell me about the options you found. Aunt Mia nodded. There are a few cities we can consider, but the prices are high. Michael wasn't too surprised. If demand was surging, then prices would naturally follow. Still, he waited for her to continue. The first city is called Brightgate. It's a major trade hub, and for what I've heard, it's well developed. A decent 3-bedroom house there costs around $800,000, and renting a similar place is about $40,000 per year. Michael's brow twitched. That was far more than he expected. Aunt Mia moved on. Then there's Raven's Hire. It's smaller than Brightgate, but still much bigger than Woodstone. A house here costs around $600,000, and the rent is about $30,000 per year. Still expensive, but relatively better. The last city I found is called Ironvale. It's more industrial and doesn't have as many luxuries, but the prices reflect that. A house goes for around $450,000, and rent is $22,000 per year. Michael exhaled slowly. Even the cheapest option wasn't exactly cheap. Do you have a preference? Aunt Mia asked. Michael shook his head. I don't know anything about these cities, so I can't say. What about you? Which one do you think is best? Aunt Mia hesitated before answering. Brightgate is ideal, but it's the most expensive. Raven's Hire is a good middle ground, and Ironvale, well, it's affordable, but I don't know if we like it there. Michael drummed his fingers against his knee, thinking. Each option had pros and cons, but what mattered most was stability. The price didn't matter. Michael was rich. Putting aside the $1 million he had already given Aunt Mia, he still had $14 million left. Even if he bought a house outright, it wouldn't make a dent in his finances. That wasn't the issue. Let's go with Brightgate, Michael decided. If it's the best option, then there's no point hesitating. Aunt Mia blinked. You're sure? He nodded. Yeah, it's expensive, but that doesn't matter. We're not going to struggle over money. Aunt Mia exhaled, but she didn't look entirely convinced. All right, if that's what you want, I'll start making arrangements. Michael leaned back, closing his eyes briefly. One problem solved. Now, all that was left was actually moving there. Aunt Mia and Michael spoke for a bit more before the older lady left, satisfied. As his aunt closed the door behind her, Michael remained in silence for a moment before letting out a quiet sigh. Without hesitation, he summoned the undead shaman once more and closed his eyes. A moment later, he was back in the land of origin. Chapter 221, 221 back. Though it was close to dawn in Aurora, the part of the land of origin where Michael stood felt like it was 3 to 4 hours behind his real world. The sky remained dark, with only the pale light of the moon illuminating his surroundings. In front of him stood 4 undead, while beside him were 2. Lucky and the undead high human stood at his side, while in front of him were Purple, the armored cricket, and the shadow mantis. Knowing he could evolve them all at the same time, Michael didn't waste any time and activated the process. Immediately, the surroundings brightened as each of the undead emitted a glow. Their bodies trembled with violent reactions, but Michael, already used to the sight, remained calm. However, the most surprising reaction didn't come from the evolving undead. Instead, it came from the 2 standing beside him, Lucky and the undead high human. Through his connection with them, he could distinctly sense emotions, greed, envy, and desire. His brow furrowed. Do they recognize the effect of evolution now? Does a higher intelligence allow the undead to develop more complex thoughts? One had to remember, these were undead. Though they were technically living dead, they were still by all definitions dead. The presence of a soul granted them some intelligence, but emotions were a different matter. Yet, what he sensed from them now, it wasn't just a surface-level reaction. It felt deeper, more real, as if the emotions weren't just echoes of their intelligence, but something embedded in their very being, something rooted in their souls. They hungered for evolution. They hungered to be evolved. Fortunately, that was all. Despite the emotions rolling off them in waves, they remained in place. This isn't necessarily a bad thing. Michael thought, if his undead could develop deeper intelligence, it meant they could become stronger, smarter, more adaptable. As for thoughts of betrayal, as long as they weren't 2 ranks above him or far too strong, he didn't need to question their loyalty. Michael's thoughts were interrupted as the glow surrounding the evolving undead reached its peak. A pulse of energy erupted from them, sending ripples through the air. The armored cricket's exoskeleton hardened and expanded, gaining jagged edges that shimmered faintly in the moonlight. The shadow mantis grew larger, its once translucent body deepening into a darker, more sinister hue. Purple's form stabilized, the glow around it fading to reveal its new body. The three undead had all successfully evolved to rank 1. Michael felt a surge of power flowing through him, thanks to the feedback gotten from the three evolving to rank 1. Ignoring the feeling of strength as undead emitters now as rank 1 creatures, ignoring the three undead for a moment, Michael went on to check how much his stats had increased. Strength, 41.92, 5.0 carat. Agility, 62.66, 9.0 carat. Constitution, 43.22, 5.0 carat. Intelligence, 150.0. Just as he expected, his intelligence stat didn't increase. At the very least, he regained some of his mana and felt a surge of energy. Given the current pattern, Michael suspected it would take another dozen, or close to a dozen, more undead evolving into rank 1 before he saw any improvement in his intelligence stat. On the flip side, his other stats were still seeing noticeable gains. However, even evolving 3 undead at once wasn't enough to surpass the boost he had received from the Spectral Centurion Ant's evolution. That wasn't to say these undead were far weaker than the Spectral Ant. Michael was simply much stronger now. Michael turned to glance at Lucky and the undead high human. The envy and desire he had sensed from them earlier had faded slightly, but he could still feel it lingering beneath the surface. "Be patient," he muttered. There would be time for their evolution again. For now, he focused on his newly evolved undead. Their auras were stronger, their presence more defined. A rank 1 undead was no longer just fodder. They were beginning to step into true strength. And this was only the beginning. Michael's lips curled into a small smile. Michael's gaze settled on the armored cricket first. Its evolution had brought about significant changes. The once smooth, dull exoskeleton had transformed into something far more menacing. Its outer shell was now darker, reinforced with jagged ridges that reflected the moonlight with an eerie sheen. The edges of its limbs were sharper, and its forelegs, which had been used for crushing, now looked even more deadly. He checked its new race. Undead, ironclad cricket, rank 1. As the name suggested, its defenses had grown considerably. Just one look at it, and it was obvious it would be much harder to injure now. Next, Michael examined its skills. The evolution had only given the ironclad cricket a single boost skill. He knew the previous skill would be upgraded. Michael first turned to check the new skill. Shockwave Stomp. By rapidly exerting force on the ground, the user generates a concussive shockwave, briefly destabilizing enemies within a short radius. The impact increases with the user's strength and weight. This was the skill at basic mastery. Michael raised a brow. This was a solid offensive ability, something the cricket had lacked before. Now, it had a way to disrupt opponents rather than just endure attacks. "Not bad," he muttered, impressed. Michael then turned to check the ironclad previous skill that was now at intermediate mastery. Echoing Chirp, intermediate mastery. Proficiency, 0.0%. The undead ironclad cricket releases a high-pitched, resonating screech that spreads violently through the air, creating a chaotic echo that disrupts all within its range. At intermediate mastery, the disorienting sound wave extends to a 40-meter radius, affecting every creature within its range. Effects: all beings suffer from severe auditory overload, causing dizziness and impaired balance. If used consecutively within 30 seconds, the disorientation worsens, potentially leading to temporary paralysis or unconsciousness. Warning: this ability does not differentiate between allies and enemies. Any being caught in the sound wave will suffer the effects. Michael's eyes flickered with intrigue as he read the updated description. The skill had transformed into something truly dangerous, a double-edged weapon that could cripple an entire battlefield if used correctly. However, if he wasn't careful, it could just as easily turn against him. With the thought that he really needed to use these undead in an actual battle to understand them more, with expectations, he turned his attention to the Shadow Mantis. The Shadow Mantis had also undergone transformation. Its once translucent exoskeleton had darkened into an inky, shadowy hue, absorbing light rather than reflecting it. Its body had grown leaner yet more sinister, its bladed forelimbs extending longer, now resembling curved sides meant for clean, precise kills. A faint mist-like aura flickered around it, almost as if it was partially fading in and out of existence. Michael checked its new race. Undead Phantom Mantis. Rank 1. Phantom? Michael mused. Moving on, he examined its skills. Just like the armored cricket, the mantis had gained a single new skill, while its old one had been improved. Michael checked the new skill first. Phantom Step Basic Mastery. The user's movements become partially incorporeal for a brief moment, allowing it to slip through attacks or obstacles within a short range. Activation time, 0.5 seconds. Duration, 1 second. Cooldown, 15 seconds. Michael's eyes widened at the description. This was strong. Even at its basic level, Phantom Step gave the mantis a way to evade attacks that would otherwise be unavoidable. A half-second activation time wasn't instant. But with good timing, it could slip through strikes and reposition itself before the enemy could react. More importantly, the skill's potential was massive. If this ability evolved further, the mantis could become a true nightmare on the battlefield. Michael clenched his fist, feeling a surge of satisfaction. Good. Right there on the spot, he gave a name, Fade. It was simple, direct, and fitting. The mantis flickered like a ghost, its body blurring between existence and nothingness. The name suited it perfectly. However, Michael also wanted to try out the effect of the skill now. Michael's eyes gleamed with interest as he gave Fade a simple command. Use Phantom Step. The undead mantis twitched, then, in the span of half a second, its entire form blurred. A faint distortion rippled through the air, and then it was gone. Michael's pupils shrank. Fade didn't move fast. It disappeared. At least that was what it felt like. Space magic? Michael didn't know. The thought was a bit too incredible for him. A second later, the mantis flickered back into existence a few meters away. Michael exhaled. That's incredible. The transition had been seamless. If he hadn't been watching closely, he might have thought Fade had teleported instead of simply phasing through space. And this was just at basic mastery? If the skill improved, it might become a true blink, or even a way to phase through attacks indefinitely. A deadly assassin. Michael nodded, satisfied. Good. You'll be even more useful in a real fight. At this point, he had decided in his heart that unless he needed stronger strength, if he could, he'd actually start using his other undead and try to understand them. His attention then shifted to the Phantom Mantis' old skill. Chapter 222, 222 purple. Michael checked Fade's old skill, now upgraded to intermediate mastery. Shadow Cloak intermediate mastery. Proficiency, 0.0%. The shadow mantis shrouds itself in darkness, blending seamlessly into its surroundings. At intermediate mastery, the skill now functions in moderate lighting conditions, not just low-light environments. Michael's eyes gleamed. The description of the skill didn't look that different from before, but the change was actually significant. At basic mastery, Shadow Cloak had been limited to low-light areas, making it strong at night, but much weaker in well-lit spaces. Now, at intermediate, Fade could remain hidden even in moderate lighting, vastly increasing its stealth capabilities. If that was the case, then its effectiveness in complete darkness had also grown even stronger. Michael nodded in satisfaction. With Phantom Step for short bursts of invulnerability and Shadow Cloak for stealth, Fade had turned into a true nightmare. And this was just rank 1. Michael exhaled and turned back toward his undead. Fade, he called. The mantis clicked its bladed limbs together in acknowledgement. Activate Shadow Cloak. Immediately, a thin veil of darkness spread across its form, swallowing it in a shifting, shadowy aura. Michael narrowed his eyes. Even standing just a few feet away, he could barely see it. The mantis outline shimmered, blending so perfectly with the night that only the faintest distortion betrayed its presence. Then, slowly it moved. Michael instinctively tensed, tracking the distortion. Even with his enhanced perception, it was somewhat difficult to keep up. If he hadn't been expecting it, he might have lost sight of it entirely. Good, he muttered, impressed. Several thoughts ran through Michael's head, and he couldn't help but recall the discussion he had with his aunt before coming to the land of origin, with his level, or rather, with how little time he had spent as a supernatural. The highest thing he knew was that big cities usually had either more cracks or higher-tier cracks, one of the two. As for how exactly things worked inside a city, Michael wasn't sure. Perhaps I should have checked a forum for information on the cracks in the cities Aunt Mia mentioned. He considered it for a moment before shaking his head. Cracks were important, but what he wanted more was for his family to live a better life. Big cities would surely have cracks, but more importantly, they would also have larger super association branches, and bigger branches indirectly meant access to higher quality supernaturals. That was enough for Michael. Of course, there was also a very high chance Michael could be wrong. At the end of the day, big cities would have cracks. The real question was what kind of cracks they had, and more importantly, how much experience he could get from them. Levels mattered since higher-level cracks provided stronger monsters, which meant more experience points. But if given a choice, Michael hoped the city had more cracks rather than just a single higher-tier crack. Getting entry into a high-tier crack would be difficult, but more cracks meant easier overall access. What Michael truly wanted wasn't just easier entry into cracks, but more opportunities. Not just for himself, but for his undead as well. They all needed to level up. Fortunately, I have the land of origin too. This was why Michael didn't feel too concerned about what kind of cracks he could enter in the real world. For some reason, he had a strong feeling that the land of origin would soon provide him with more than what the real world currently could. If it was monsters, the land of origin had them. If it was stronger monsters, they certainly had them too. Sometimes, Michael couldn't help but think about Everlong Forest. Where was that monster getting so many bodies to control? Obviously, from the forest. And wasn't that exactly what he was looking for? Unfortunately, thinking about it was all he could do for now. Several random thoughts flashed through Michael's mind as he turned to the last undead he had evolved. Purple? Michael checked its race. Undead Phantom Swallowtail, rank 1. A 1-star rare rank creature. Another phantom? Michael's eyes narrowed slightly before he let out a small breath, relaxing. Whatever. It doesn't matter what race it is at this stage. For a moment, he had been taken aback by the familiar naming. Undead Phantom Swallowtail Moth. It felt like a race, just like the Undead Phantom Mantis. Michael took a closer look at its appearance. The Undead Phantom Swallowtail was stunning in an eerie way. Its wings, now spanning 1.5 meters for feet 11 inches, were layered with dark, iridescent blues and purples, resembling fragmented, shadowy glass. Its sleek, elongated body had a shadowy, almost ethereal quality, giving it an unnatural grace. The faint skeletal plating on its abdomen reinforced its undead nature, while its sharp, flickering antennae moved randomly. Michael's attention shifted to its skills. As a rare-ranked undead, Purple had received more than just an upgrade in power. Its abilities had transformed as well. He checked its newly acquired skill first. Dusk Piercer, Basic Mastery. Proficiency, 1.5%. The Undead Phantom Swallowtail gathers dark energy at the tips of its antennae before launching a concentrated, needle-thin beam of shadow. Michael's eyes gleamed. An attack skill. To Michael, Purple had been more of a support-type undead. But now, Michael read through the skill description again, a slow grin forming on his face. Purple, Michael called. The moth's iridescent wings fluttered in response, sending a ripple of dark energy through the air. Used Dusk Piercer. The moment he gave the command, a faint glow gathered at the tips of its antennae. Then, in an instant, a thin, jet-black beam shot forward. Michael followed its trajectory, straight and silent, barely even noticeable in the dim light. It hit a nearby rock, and while it didn't cause an explosion, a pinpoint hole was left in the stone. Michael couldn't help but be increasingly pleased with his experience tonight. Not only did he get 4 more rank 1 undead, but their evolution had also pleased him. Of course, there was also the fact that more of his undead were now in the netherworld. With a good mood, he turned to check the old skills of Purple. Chapter 223, 223 Interesting Use of Skill. Before its evolution, Purple had 3 skills. Elusive Flight, which Michael saw as a skill with the potential to do wonders in a fight due to its distracting properties. Venomous Dust, a purely sinister skill. And Shifting Form, which allowed Purple to increase and reduce its size. Thanks to its evolution, all three skills that were at basic mastery before were now at intermediate. Elusive Flight intermediate mastery. Proficiency, 0.0%. The undead phantom swallowtail can now generate even more realistic illusions of itself while flying. At intermediate mastery, these illusions not only move more naturally, but can also briefly persist even after Moth has changed direction, further confusing enemies. Michael's eyes flickered with interest as he read through the updated description. Though he had his opinions about this skill, to be honest, he hasn't actually tried it out yet or see its effect. Purple, he called, watching as the moth's glowing eyes flickered in response. Try out Elusive Flight. Without hesitation, the undead phantom swallowtail took off. As soon as it moved, multiple identical copies of itself shimmered into existence, spreading out in all directions. Michael's eyes darted between them, trying to track the real one, but even with his heightened senses, it wasn't easy. Then, suddenly, all the illusions seemed to veer to the right, except for one. Michael's lips curled slightly. There you are. But just as he was about to confirm his guess, even that last remaining figure blurred and split into two more. Michael's eyebrows twitched. Even knowing what to expect, he had nearly been tricked. Pub Future ads. In a real fight, where he wouldn't have the luxury of calmly observing, this would be a nightmare for an enemy to deal with. One should not forget that Purple now had an attack skill. Michael exhaled. Impressed? Not bad at all. With interest, he turned to look at the other skills. Venomous Dust intermediate mastery. Proficiency, 0.0%. The toxic dust released from the undead phantom swallowtail's wings is now more potent. At intermediate mastery, the poison acts faster, causing stronger numbness and disorientation. Prolonged exposure can now induce moderate paralysis, slowed reaction time, and blurred vision. This was another skill Michael hadn't tried out, nor could he also try out now. At least the effect seemed stronger than before. For a large number of opponents, this skill should do wonders. Knowing he would have to wait for an appropriate time to test this skill out, Michael didn't focus too much on it and shifted to the next skill, one that he was also familiar with. Shifting Form intermediate mastery. Proficiency, 0.0%. The undead phantom swallowtail's ability to alter its size has become more fluid. At intermediate mastery, it can now expand and contract faster, allowing for quicker adaptability in battle. Larger sizes enhance its dust dispersal and illusion effectiveness, while a smaller form increases agility and stealth. Like the previous two, the skill had also gotten stronger. How strong? Michael had no idea. Fortunately, this was a skill he could try out. Michael's gaze lingered on the description for a moment before he nodded. Purple used Shifting Form. Ads by Pub Future. Pub Future ads. The undead phantom swallowtail's body flickered, its shadowy frame rippling as if adjusting itself. Then it began to grow. Michael watched closely as its wings stretched outward, its form swelling to a much larger size than before. He quickly compared it to his memory. Previously, the extreme limit of the skill had allowed Purple to expand to about twice its normal size. But now, Michael's eyes narrowed. It had already passed that point. The moth's wingspan had more than doubled, reaching nearly 3.5 meters, 11 feet 6 inches, across. Its dark, glass-like wings seemed to shimmer ominously, their movement slow yet strangely mesmerizing. The skeletal plating along its abdomen appeared more defined at this size, giving a heavier, more armored look. Michael exhaled slightly. That was a lot, and it still wasn't stopping. Finally, the transformation slowed, reaching what seemed to be its absolute peak. At full expansion, Purple's form had grown to an almost intimidating 4 meters, 13 feet 1 inch wingspan. Michael couldn't help but smirk. Yeah, that's definitely an upgrade. Then, without warning, the moth shrank. Its massive frame compressed in an instant, shrinking down to barely half a meter, 1 foot 8 inches across. Michael's expression shifted as he saw how drastically it had minimized itself. At this size, it looked almost like a regular moth, small, fast, and almost unnoticeable against the dark surroundings. The change had been nearly instant. Purple flitted through the air at high speeds, moving so quickly in its reduced form that Michael had a hard time keeping up. Michael's smirk deepened. Now this was useful. The extreme limits of Purple's size manipulation had definitely increased compared to last time. However, there was one more test Michael was curious about. The description mentioned that the skill could affect the power of the user. Though the current wording seemed a little different from before, Michael believed the effect was still there. Purple, use elusive flight again, he commanded. This time, as the undead phantom Swallowtail activated the skill, Michael paid close attention. As soon as Purple moved, illusions flickered into existence once more. However, this time, Michael focused on something else. The moth size had subtly shifted just before the illusions formed. Interesting. Michael narrowed his eyes. If the skill was truly affected by shifting form, then the illusion should carry over some of the size adjustments. Shrink, he instructed. Purple's form compressed instantly, becoming no larger than a common moth. At the same time, the illusions mimicked the change, all of them maintaining their minuscule size. Michael hummed in thought. Now for the real test. Expand. Purple's body rippled, growing back to its fully extended form. The surrounding illusions followed suit, each one suddenly becoming a massive, shadowy phantom in the air. Michael let out a short laugh. That was dangerous. The illusions weren't just deceptive anymore. They were intimidating. In battle, a swarm of giant, deathly figures could cause sheer panic, while smaller forms could make them almost impossible to track. Michael's smirk widened. Yeah, that's going to be fun to use. Chapter 224, 224 Unexpected. With Purple's evolution, Michael's evolution streak had come to an end. Any other undead he wanted to evolve would have to wait a few more hours, assuming he even had the time. Still feeling a wave of mental exhaustion from repeatedly using undead summoning earlier, Michael wanted nothing more than to rest. And that was exactly what he did, placing all his undead back into the netherworld. He took off at a speed notably faster than before, racing back to the campsite where his sleeping companions rested. When he arrived, everything was just as he had left it. Ace, Lia, and the driver remained asleep in their tent. His 4 armored undead orcs still stood guard, their massive frames motionless in the dim light. Nothing unexpected had happened. That was good news. Not bothering to linger any longer, Michael stepped into his tent, shut his eyes, and finally let exhaustion take over. A few hours later, a pair of green eyes opened. The atmosphere was now a little brighter. Michael sat up and stretched slightly. His mind felt clear, his body refreshed. But it wasn't because of the rest. In truth, he hadn't even fallen asleep. Instead, he had been in a strange, motionless state, one where he could turn his body's activity on and off at will. It wasn't rest that made him feel better. It was his incredible recovery system. As Michael stepped out of his tent, he immediately noticed movement. Ace, Lia, and the driver were all awake. All of them paused when they saw him. My lord, Ace greeted first, giving a respectful nod. Lia followed with a small bow. Michael glanced at the sky. The sun had risen a little higher, casting soft light over the landscape. Though they had camped out for the night, the decision had been purely for safety. Traveling in the dark, to the people of this world, was risky. Even with just 3 hours left in their journey, they couldn't afford unnecessary trouble. Now that morning had come, it was time to move. Michael gave a slight nod. No issues last night? Though he knew what the answer was, Michael felt the need to play his part. Ace shook his head. None. Your guards kept watch the entire time. We were undisturbed. Michael shifted his gaze toward the orc guards. They remained in position, unmoving and vigilant. Good, Michael said simply. At his words, the group subtly straightened, awaiting his next command. Without wasting time, Michael spoke. We move out immediately. Prepare the carriage. Yes, my lord. Within minutes, the group was ready to depart. Michael stepped toward the carriage while the others finished stowing away the last of their camping supplies in the storage compartment. Only 3 more hours remained until they reached their destination, and then that would depend entirely on what awaited them there. Alone in the carriage, Michael retrieved a map he had gotten from the Hunter Guild and studied it. Since it was just a map, he didn't need any language proficiency to understand it. Speaking of language issues, even without the translation perk that came with being an Awakener, he had begun to recognize some of the native words. His accent had also improved. At this rate, he estimated that within a week, only a faint trace of unfamiliarity would remain in his speech, something he couldn't immediately change. After all, he was a foreigner. Michael refocused on the map. Thanks to their journey the previous day, he could now recognize the routes. If he wanted, he could navigate to the marked location without the old driver's help. But he wasn't in a rush, nor did he have any plans of leaving this group behind. According to the receptionist who had given him the map, the marked location was only the suspected site of the bandits' camp. While the red circle was close to the insignia marking the village, his actual destination, it was clear that the Hunter Guild's target wasn't the village itself, but the surrounding area. The huge red circle was the focus. To be honest, while Michael didn't know exactly how powerful the Hunter Guild was, he believed they had people capable of dealing with mere bandit group with ease. The same should apply to the kingdom. However, it was likely that such individuals had more important matters to handle. Not that eliminating a bandit group wasn't important, but it was similar to how one wouldn't expect the army to handle something the police could. If the Hunter Guild was aware of the bandits, then there was no way the kingdom wasn't. All of this led Michael to believe that the large red circle wasn't just a suspected location. It was the actual campsite. If it were only a suspicion, there would be multiple marked spots on the map. After all, this wasn't the only route the bandits attacked. However, Michael also felt it didn't make sense for bandits, actual criminals, to have a base in such an open spot. It must be their recent campsite, which would explain a lot. Soon, the carriage began moving again. The driver had taken the time to feed and check on the horses before departure, ensuring they were in good condition for the remaining journey. Ace and Yas sat on opposite sides of the driver, their eyes scanning the road ahead. Michael remained inside the carriage, still studying the map, but his thoughts had shifted. 3 more hours. That was all that separated them from their destination. The journey so far had been uneventful, but that could change at any moment, whether the bandits were still in the area or not. Those were questions only time would answer. For now, he simply waited. Time passed slowly. Michael had already gone over the map several times, memorizing the routes and terrain. Now, there was little else to do but meditate to pass the time. He shut his eyes, sinking into a state of controlled stillness. Not true sleep, just an awareness turned inward, where his mind remained sharp and his energy naturally replenished. Then, a voice pulled him out of it. "My lord," the driver called, his tone respectful yet steady. "We should be arriving in the village in about half an hour." Michael's eyes snapped open. Finally, despite his patience, he was sick of sitting in one place for so long. The sooner they arrived, the better. Stretching slightly, he pushed the curtain aside and glanced outside. The road was the same as before, quiet, empty, lined with trees. But beyond those trees, he could faintly make out the rising smoke of chimneys in the distance. The village was close. Just 30 more minutes, and this tedious journey would. The thought was cut short. A sudden pressure filled the air. Michael's expression darkened. The driver barely had time to pull the reins before. Whiz! An arrow tore through the air, embedding itself into the wooden frame of the carriage. A heartbeat later, figures emerged from the trees. Men clad in ragged armor, wielding crude weapons, their faces covered in cloth masks. Bandits! Michael clicked his tongue. He had expected to deal with them eventually, but not like this. Chapter 225, 225 Bandits. Michael felt nothing but happiness at that moment. After arriving at their destination, he had expected it would take considerable effort to catch the bandits. There was also the chance that he'd find nothing, that they had already relocated, but to think they'd come to him themselves. As for whether this was an entirely different bandit group, the thought did cross Michael's mind. But if that were the case, it only meant this kingdom was more rotten than he had assumed. Still fully aware of the situation, Michael immediately sent a mental command to his 4 undead. First, they would protect the driver, Ace and Lia. Second, they should try to leave a few bandits alive. If they could afford to hold back, the bandits had attacked with clear intent to kill, so Michael wasn't exactly against returning the favor. But then, a thought came to mind. The receptionist had hinted at extra rewards for dealing with the bandits, something Michael took as permission to loot them. If he wiped out the entire group now, and this truly was all of them, wouldn't that mean he'd have to search for their treasures himself? It was better to leave a few alive, for both loot and evidence. However, before his 4 armored undead, whose identities remained concealed, could move, one of the bandits spoke. "Drop your valuables if you want to live," the bandit sneered, his voice rough and confident. He raised his bow slightly, the string still vibrating from the warning shot. "Resist, and the second arrow won't miss." The other bandits chuckled, some gripping their weapons tighter, others shifting impatiently. They had done this countless times before. For them, this was a routine. Most travelers resisted at first, either out of pride, desperation, or sheer stupidity. But when faced with overwhelming odds, most broke. The stronger ones held out longer, putting up a fight or trying to negotiate. But in the end, even they had limits. A few would eventually surrender some of their valuables, either because they were too weak to resist or simply outnumbered. And the bandits, despite their brutality, weren't entirely foolish. If a victim was strong, it wasn't worth losing too many men over. They would take what they could and leave, ensuring they lived to rob another day. However, that was only for strong. The weak had no choice. For them, the bandits took everything: money, weapons, supplies, sometimes even their lives. And this time, the bandits weren't playing around. Michael's eyes flickered across the scene, taking in their numbers. There were more of them than he had expected. Far too many for a random scouting party. So this was their full group? It made sense why he had assumed this was their entire camp earlier. Their numbers weren't small. But Michael didn't feel fear. Instead, his lips curled into a smirk. Michael didn't bother exchanging words with them and directed orders for his undead to move. For armored figures stepped forward, their imposing frames casting long shadows under the morning light. The bandits hesitated, though they had confidence in their numbers. The sheer presence of these so-called guards made them uneasy. Something about them felt off. Still, they had raided dozens of wealthy merchants before. These were probably just expensive mercenaries, nothing they couldn't handle with overwhelming force. "Kill them!" One of the bandits barked, raising his sword. That was the last order he ever gave. The nearest undead orc moved in a blur, far faster than his heavy armor should have allowed. Before the bandit could react, a massive, armored fist slammed into his chest. Ads by Pub Future. Pub Future ads. Crack! His ribs shattered instantly. The impact sent him flying back several meters, where he crumpled like a broken doll. The other bandits barely had time to process the brutality before the second undead made its move. The second undead orc swung its hammer in a wide arc, and the moment the weapon connected, crunch, a bandit's head caved in, his body crumpling lifelessly to the ground. Panic spread among the remaining bandits. "What the hell?" one of them shouted, taking a step back. "They're not mercenaries," another shouted. Immediately, they knew these weren't ordinary warriors. The armored undead moved with relentless efficiency, their hammers crashing down with inhuman force. Bones snapped, bodies flew, and the ground was soon painted crimson. Michael barely lifted a finger. He simply watched. A bandit, clearly more experienced than the others, tried to retreat. He spun around, hoping to escape into the woods, only for an undead to grab him by the throat. The bandit struggled, kicking wildly, but the iron grip was unbreakable. It was at this time Michael stepped out of the carriage. The surviving bandits were either dead, unconscious, or cowering. His gaze landed on the one struggling, in his undead's grasp. "Where's your camp?" Michael asked, His voice was calm, but the bandit felt a cold chill run down his spine. The bandit's eyes darted around, searching for an escape. The grip around his throat tightened. Speak. The bandit gasped. We're based near the cliffs. A cave. I swear. Michael nodded. Good. Then he gestured. Crunch. The bandit's neck snapped, his body going limp. Michael turned to the last few survivors, wounded, kneeling, too terrified to move. Take me there, he ordered. If the bandits were smart, they'd listen. If not, well, they'd find out why defying him was a mistake. Ace and Leah exchanged glances. They had suspected Michael was strong, the way he carried himself, his composure, even in the face of an ambush. But this was something else entirely. The driver, a seasoned traveler who had seen his fair share of horrors, paled. His hands trembled on the reins. He had assumed the young noble was just another adventurer with money to spare. Someone who had guards for protection. But those weren't guards. And Michael wasn't just another adventurer. He was something else entirely. Michael, unaware or perhaps simply uninterested in their thoughts, turned his gaze to the remaining bandits. His expression was unreadable, his tone firm. Move. Chapter 226. 226 quest complete. Ace swallowed hard, gripping the carriage's side as he watched Michael with a mixture of awe and unease. Leah remained silent, but felt just as much as Ace. The driver, normally chatty, kept his mouth shut, his knuckles white on the reins. Michael turned to them. Stay here. 2 of my guards will remain with you. The way he said it made it clear it wasn't a request. Ace hesitated before nodding. Yeah, that's probably for the best. Leah, still watching the armored undead, spoke up. Be careful. Michael simply smiled. I will. With that, he gestured, and 2 of the undead stepped back, positioning themselves near the carriage. Michael then turned to the bandits. The remaining bandits, barely standing, flinched at Michael's attention. Lead the way, he ordered. One of them, his face slick with sweat, hesitated before stumbling forward. To this way. Michael followed without a word, his remaining 2 undead flanking him. A moment later, Ace exhaled slowly, only now realizing he'd been holding his breath. I knew he was strong, he muttered, but it isn't only him. Leah didn't respond immediately. Then, after a moment, he simply said, No, it isn't. As the bandits led Michael deeper into the forest, the atmosphere grew tense. The surviving ones were visibly shaken, stealing glances at the undead figures flanking them. Fear weighed on their shoulders heavier than the wounds they had suffered. Michael, on the other hand, remained indifferent. His thoughts were elsewhere. If the bandits had told the truth, then their camp should be near the cliffs. A cave hideout made sense. It offered natural defense, shelter, and a place to store stolen goods. And if they were lying, well, Michael had no problem extracting the truth through other means. After several minutes of walking, the forest opened up to a rocky outcrop. Near the base, partially concealed by thick undergrowth, was a dark opening. Michael stopped. So this is it? He asked, voice even. The lead bandit, the one who had spoken earlier, swallowed hard. Why, yes. The others should be inside. Michael studied the entrance. He could hear faint sounds from within. It seemed the bandits weren't expecting trouble. Good. Michael turned his gaze back to his undead. Kill everyone inside, he ordered. The 2 armored figures didn't hesitate. Like shadows of death, they were ready to strode toward the cave with their weapons ready. The lead bandit paled. Wait. You don't understand. There are... He didn't get to finish. Michael flicked his fingers, and the undead nearest to him struck. A clean, brutal motion, breaking the bandit's neck in an instant. The others froze in terror. Michael didn't bother with them. After killing thousands of monsters, he couldn't help but feel numb to the sight around him. Perhaps it would still affect him if it had taken longer to accumulate such a number, but when it had taken barely a week, the wave it only grew heavier, worse, made him used to it and became numb. Michael pushed those thoughts aside and focused on the cave. The screams started almost immediately. Panicked shouts echoed from within, followed by the sickening sounds of battle. The clash of weapons. The dull, heavy thuds of bodies hitting stone. The desperate cries of men who realized too late that they had no chance. Michael stood at the entrance, watching without expression. There was no need to interfere. The undead were efficient, ruthless. They didn't stop. They didn't hesitate. And they didn't show mercy. Moments passed. Then silence. Michael turned his attention back to the bandits outside the cave. They immediately froze. Michael took a step forward. The closest bandit flinched, his body tense as if to run. Then, without warning, Michael moved. His fist struck the first bandit's chest with a sickening crunch, ribs shattering as the man gasped, eyes wide with shock before crumpling to the ground. Another barely had time to turn before Michael's hand clamped around his throat, lifting him off the ground. The bandit clawed at his grip, feet kicking uselessly in the air. Michael squeezed. The body went limp, and he let it drop. The rest tried to scatter. Michael didn't let them. He lunged, driving an elbow into one's temple, sending him sprawling lifelessly to the dirt. Another he caught mid-step, his fingers digging into the bandit's skull before twisting. Bones snapped, and the body collapsed in a heap. The last one left standing tripped over a root, scrambling back on his hands and knees, face drenched in sweat. Michael stopped in front of him, looking down. The bandit's breaths came in short, panicked gasps. He opened his mouth, perhaps to beg, but no words came. Michael tilted his head, but then he sighed. Even if I wanted to keep you alive, I can't. The bandit's eyes widened in horror. Michael struck. A single decisive blow. The body slumped lifeless. Silence returned. Then, quest completed, evaluating performance. This was the reason why Michael had paused before killing the last bandit. Initially, he had considered keeping a few of them alive, evidence for his task, something to make clearing it to the guild quicker, but his quest seemed to have different opinions. There were several ways to subjugate a bandit group. However, killing them all was simply the most efficient, or rather, the only acceptable way. Michael exhaled, brushing a speck of blood from his knuckles before turning to the cave entrance. Now, all that remained was to see what the bandits had left behind. Without a second glance at the bodies, Michael stepped into the darkness. Michael stepped inside. The cave was littered with bodies. Blood pooled across the uneven ground, the stench of death thick in the air. At the far end, his undead stood motionless. Michael scanned the cavern. Suddenly, his eyes landed on a large chest tucked against the wall. Loot! Michael finally felt something for the first time. Excitement. He quickly walked over. Michael crouched and placed a hand on the nearest chest. It was heavy, reinforced with iron, and judging by the scratches around the lock, had been forced open more than once. He pried it open with little effort. Inside, gold coins gleamed under the dim light. Pouches filled with silver and copper were stacked beside crude gemstones. A few weapons were haphazardly tossed inside, though none seemed remarkable. Michael moved to the next chest. This one contained supplies, dried rations, water flasks, and various trinkets looted from their victims. Michael checked each chest methodically. Most contained valuables, gold, silver, weapons, but nothing that stood out as truly rare. Still, the sheer quantity made it worthwhile. This much gold meant the bandits had been operating for a long time, robbing caravans and traders without much interference. He moved to the last chest. Unlike the others, it was smaller, sturdier, and locked with a thick iron clasp. That alone made it interesting. Michael reached for it, but before he could break the lock, a notification appeared. Quest completed. Bandit subjugation. Performance evaluation. Excellent. Bonus rewards granted. Meanwhile, back at the carriage, Ace kept glancing toward the forest, uneasy. He's been gone a while. Liao leaned back. With how strong he and his guards are, he'll be fine. Ace nodded but didn't seem convinced. He tapped his fingers against his knee before finally whispering, "You think he's actually noble?" Leah's eyes flicked to him, silent for a moment before answering, "If he is, he hides it well." The driver, still gripping the reins tightly, scoffed but didn't turn around. "Noble or not, he's dangerous." Ace frowned. "That doesn't mean he's a bad person." The driver chuckled dryly. "Depends on what you call bad." Ace fell silent. The air around them grew heavy again. After a moment, Liah spoke, voice quiet. Whether noble or not doesn't change the fact that he's stronger than any noble we've ever seen. Ace swallowed, gripping his sleeve. That was true, and that was what unsettled him the most. Just what had they gotten themselves mixed to? It wasn't only Ace who felt this way. Liah and the driver felt like this too, especially at the dead bodies around. The thought of sneaking away wasn't in mind with the two guards of that noble. Michael stared at the notification for a moment before dismissing it. Bonus rewards? He'd check that later. Right now, the locked chest had his attention. He tightened his grip around the iron clasp. The lock was solid, but against his strength, it was nothing. With a sharp tug, the metal groaned before snapping apart. The lid creaked open. Inside, rows of neatly arranged glass vials reflected the dim torchlight. Potions. Michael's eyes narrowed as he reached for one, lifting it up to inspect its contents. The liquid inside was a deep crimson, unmistakably a health potion. He was familiar with this type. Prying further, he found that every single vial contained the same thing. There were no mana potions, no stamina restoratives, just health potions. Michael placed the lifted potion back into the chest. Chapter 227, 227 Thoughts. How valuable were potions? Based on their use alone, Michael would say they were extremely valuable. Whether it was a health potion, a mana potion, a stamina potion, or a special one, their extraordinary effects made them sought after by many. But here was the issue. Value was subjective. What was priceless to one person could be meaningless to another. Likewise, what was valuable in one place could be common or worthless in another. And that was where Michael found himself now. Just how valuable were potions in this land? In Aurora, one could get a health potion for as little as $500. Was that expensive? From a certain point of view, yes. But when compared to its effects, was it really? One could argue it was cheap. Dirt cheap. However, comparing Aurora to the land of origin was meaningless. No matter how extraordinary the latter might be, there was one distinct difference between them. Or rather, from what Michael had seen, the greatest difference was their technology level. Even with his limited knowledge, Michael knew potions were primarily made from herbs. Basically, plants. If there was one area where Aurora's technology had made a clear impact, it was food. In his world, there were two types of food materials. The first was naturally grown food, fruits, vegetables, grains, and livestock raised in traditional farms or specialized facilities. While still common, they were largely overshadowed by the second type. The second was synthetic food, nutritionally complete, lab-engineered meals that were mass-produced with minimal resources. These could mimic natural flavors, textures, and nutrients, making them more efficient and widely available. Aurora's reliance on synthetic food meant large-scale farming was limited. Land that would have been used for agriculture was instead dedicated to industry, research, and urban development. This had an unintended effect. While natural food remained available, ingredients that relied on specific climates, long cultivation times, or delicate care had become rare. And herbs? Most healing herbs required time, ideal conditions, and proper care. Things Aurora had long since abandoned in favor of efficiency. Even if they were still cultivated in some places, the demand for most potions was far lower in this world. That was why potions, despite their effectiveness, weren't seen as a necessity in Aurora. But here, Michael glanced down at the chest filled with health potions. How valuable were these in a world where people relied on swords and magic? Michael exhaled slowly, realization settling in. These potions might be worth a fortune. However, that was as far as Michael's thoughts went. Whatever the origin of these potions, they were ownerless now. And that meant one thing: loot. With a swipe of his hand, Michael stored every chest in his storage space. Only then did he turn his attention back to his surroundings. Just like before, it was gory, but the sight didn't disturb him. Instead, his thoughts drifted to the bodies of the bandits. What should he do with them? He could leave the corpses as they were, but the idea made him uncomfortable. It felt like littering. In the end, Michael decided to burn them. At first, he considered using his acid skill to melt the bodies, but he quickly dismissed the thought. Aside from the horrific stench that would result, he realized he didn't have the stomach to watch himself dissolve several corpses. That just felt a little too disturbing. Not that burning them was much better, but at least it was easier on the eyes. With his decision made, Michael immediately got to work. First, he summoned a fire shaman. It wasn't Lily. Michael had a total of 5 female orc shamans, each with a different elemental affinity. 2 wielded fire, while the others specialized in wind, water, and earth. Among the fire shamans, one was Lily, the strongest and the one he recognized. The other? She was previously unnamed. Not because she didn't deserve a name, but because Michael had been both lazy and out of ideas when she first gained the ability to enter the netherworld. Now, with the situation different, he could summon her freely, but she still remains nameless. Why? Michael was still lazy. The fire shaman wasn't the only one Michael summoned. He also summoned the earth shaman. This one, like the fire shaman, was also unnamed. But to Michael, that didn't matter, at least not yet. Unless something about them stood out or his mood dictated otherwise. As long as he could distinguish between them, he was satisfied. With both shamans now present, Michael shifted his attention to his 2 male orcs clad in armor. They stood a short distance away. Michael sent them a mental command as he slowly made his way into the cave, the 2 shamans following behind him. He gave 2 different instructions. Pile the corpses outside. That was the first. And the second, go and bring the corpses of the first bandits we killed. Had it been a few days ago, this might have been a difficult and confusing command for the undead. But things had changed. Michael estimated that most of his undead now had the thinking capacity of a 7 to 10-year-old. They still couldn't talk, though, which puzzled him. They could make sounds, grunts, growls, even some unintelligible noises. So why couldn't they form words? Michael stepped out of the cave, the 2 shamans trailing behind him. The midday sun hung high in the sky, casting sharp shadows across the rocky terrain. The air smelled of blood. His armored orcs had already begun their tasks. Soon, a pile of corpses was steadily growing near the clearing outside the cave. The other undead, on the other hand, appeared in flashes, returning with a new corpse each time. It worked quickly and efficiently, vanishing and reappearing in rapid succession. In mere moments, the task was complete. Michael took one last look at the growing pile of corpses. There were a lot of them. First, he ordered the Earth Shaman to make a big hole for the corpses. The undead Earth Shaman acted immediately without hesitation. Chapter 228 back to the capital. The Earth Shaman raised her hands, and the ground trembled in response. A deep rumble echoed through the clearing as the soil cracked and shifted. Michael watched as the Earth Shaman focused, her magic sinking into the land. A moment later, the ground caved inward, forming a massive pit. The process wasn't instant. It took time for the shaman to carefully displace the dirt, ensuring the hole was deep and wide enough to accommodate the sheer number of corpses. The armored orc stood by silently. Michael took a moment to examine the hole. It was at least 10 feet deep and wide enough to fit the entire pile with room to spare. Michael nodded in approval. Good, he muttered. Now came the next step. He turned to the fire shaman. Burn them. Without hesitation, the shaman raised her hands, and flames surged from her palms. A wave of heat washed over the clearing as the fire leaped toward the pile of corpses. The dry blood and clothing caught fire immediately, and within seconds, the entire pile was ablaze. Thick, acrid smoke rose into the sky. The stench of burning flesh filled the air, but Michael ignored it. His undead didn't react to the smell either. They couldn't. He watched the fire for a moment, ensuring it burned hot enough to reduce the bodies to ash. It wouldn't be perfect. Bones and charred remains would still be left behind. But it was better than letting the corpses rot. Michael took one last glance at the flames before turning away. Leah leaned against the carriage, arms crossed, his eyes fixed on the path Michael had taken earlier. Ace sat on the other side of the carriage, idly kicking at a small rock near his boot. "How long do you think he'll take?" he asked, her tone weary. The driver let out a slow breath. "Depends. Bandits could have had traps, hidden allies, or maybe he just..." A sudden blur of movement cut him off. Something or someone appeared in their line of sight. It was fast, inhumanly fast. Ace's breath hitched. "Did you see that?" The driver, usually composed, gripped the reins tightly, his knuckles white. "What in the world?" "You didn't answer." His sharp gaze scanned the area, searching for any lingering trace of the movement. Then his eyes locked onto something. A missing body. One of the bandits' corpses had vanished. He turned to Ace, his voice low. "Tell me you saw that." Ace nodded slowly. "I did." The driver exhaled sharply. "He just took the body." Liah spoke immediately. "Ads by Pub Future. Pub Future ads." "Not he just took it. He moved like a damn phantom." They fell silent, each processing what they had witnessed. Ace was the first to break the quiet. "That thing, no, that person, it was one of his guards." Liah turned to him sharply. "Obviously." Then no one spoke again. Each wanted to just leave the damn area, like that they all watched as Michael Undead came, and left each time, leaving with a corpse until it didn't come again. Something the three all felt was because of the lack of corpse. With the corpses dealt with, Michael dismissed the shamans back into the netherworld. The armored orcs, however, remained. He glanced at them, their hulking forms standing silently like statues, their armor gleaming under the midday sun. Satisfied, he strode toward the carriage. Liah, Ace, and the driver stiffened when they saw him approach, their gazes flickering over the blood splattered across his clothes. They didn't say anything, but their wariness was obvious. Michael ignored their reactions. He climbed into the carriage, settling into a seat before giving the order. "Return to the capital." The driver hesitated only for a second before snapping the reins. For a while, no one spoke. The rhythmic clatter of hooves and the creaking of the carriage filled the silence. The journey continued with only a few stops here and there. By the time they reached the capital, the sun was beginning to set. The towering walls of the city loomed ahead, guards stationed at the gates. The line to enter was long, as expected. Michael opened his eyes, stretching slightly. He took a moment to observe the capital as they approached. Compared to wilderness, it was lively, people moving in and out. As the carriage rolled forward, a guard stepped up, his eyes scanning them. Purpose of visit? Without waiting for the guard to continue, Liah flashed the token Michael had given him .it. The guard barely glanced at it before waving them through. Once inside, the city unfolded before them. Stone streets, several numerous buildings, and the unmistakable hum of civilization. Michael exhaled. Taking all in, he was back. Now, it was time to plan his next move. Michael tapped the side of the carriage as they rolled through the streets. "Find an inn," he told the driver. The man nodded, guiding the carriage through the crowded roads. Eventually, they pulled up in front of a modest but clean-looking establishment. Michael stepped down first, stretching his legs. He reached into his pouch and pulled out a silver coin, tossing it to the driver. "Nice job. See you again." The driver caught the coin smoothly and nodded. "Safe travels." With that, he turned the carriage around and drove off in a dash as if running, disappearing into the evening crowd. Michael turned to Liah and Ace. "I'm going to bathe. You two go buy me some clothes." He didn't allow the two to refute, not that they could, and handed them a gold coin which made the two drool. Before Liah and Ace could leave, though, Michael held out a hand. "My token." Liah sighed, but handed it back without complaint. A part of him had wanted Michael to forget. Even a fool could sense the usefulness of the token. Michael took it, chased him off, and strode inside the inn. His entry caused a ruckus due to his slightly bloody appearance, but no one spoke. After paying the owner, Michael strode towards his room under the owner's lead. Entering the room, he wasted no time and entered the bathroom. Chapter 229 quests. Michael was still in the outer city, though he had only spent a short time in the inner city. He found himself more comfortable with the outer district's lively atmosphere. Perhaps it was the energy, the constant movement and noise, that reminded him of his original world. Of course, that wasn't to say he disliked the inner city. Its peaceful environment and aesthetically pleasing surroundings were just as appealing in their own way. In the end, He didn't have a strong preference. He could live in either place without issue. The differences in his feelings toward both areas were minor enough to ignore. In the wooden tub he lay in, Michael thought back to everything that had happened during the day. Killing humans isn't so rewarding if you take away acquiring their corpses, he muttered to himself. The experience points he had gained from the bandits were underwhelming. If he compared it to monsters he had killed before, the rate was only slightly better than that of a goblin. Even after killing dozens, most of whom had fallen to his undead rather than his own hands, he had barely gained anything. His undead, who now stood outside them like silent sentries, also saw no significant boost in accumulated experience. So, why hadn't he bothered taking the bandits' corpses if that was their most valuable aspect? The reason was simple. They were too ordinary. The 4 human undead he already had were at least knight apprentices, each possessing some level of skill. In contrast, the bandits had been weak, untrained, and unremarkable. Somewhere along the way, Michael had become picky. Maybe it was because of his limited contract slots. The idea of human evolution intrigued him, but he doubted it would change the mediocrity of the bandits. If given the choice, he would rather revive a dead doctor than a common thug. At least a doctor came with useful skills that could be leveled up. A bandit was a gamble, and not one worth taking. Evolving humans didn't grant them new skills, only raw strength. Even if they retained intelligence and could learn, it would take time. A revived doctor, on the other hand, would have something valuable to contribute from the start. Of course, this was just an excuse, but it wasn't entirely wrong. Michael just didn't like the idea of keeping a bandit's corpse to revive later. At least the quest was quite rewarding, he muttered. Even if it meant missing out on a potential corpse, he didn't consider it a loss. Completing the quest he received from the Hunter Guild had earned him 2,500 experience points. On top of that, his excellent rating for finishing the job in under 2 days had granted him an additional 1,500 points, a total of 4,000 experience points. Even to Michael, that was a significant sum, many times higher than the pitiful amount he had gained from actually killing the bandits. I need to complete more tasks from the Hunter Guild, he mused. With the quest system, if I take on more jobs and complete them, plus whatever I earn from the hunts themselves, I should be able to level up soon. And after that, leveling should become even faster. His eyes lit up at the thought. I wonder the Hunter Guild is still open. He made a mental note to head there once he was done. I should also take higher tier tasks to increase my hunter level. That way, I can get access to better quests. It was a cycle, one that would feed into itself. But if it meant more rewards, Michael had no complaints. This was why Awakeners loved the land of origin in the first place. It gave goodies. Just as Michael was about to get out of the tub, a knock came from the door. Lord, a voice called from outside. Michael recognized it instantly. Ace and Leah. Come in, he said. Drop the clothes and wait for me in the bar downstairs. The door opened briefly as the two entered, placed the neatly folded clothes on the small table beside the bed, and then left without another word. Michael took his time drying off before changing into the fresh set of clothes. Fortunately, they fit well enough, though they were a bit loose. The two youths seemed honest, and the material of the clothes was on a higher end, better than he had expected. As always, even such a simple outfit made him look noble. Not that Michael himself noticed. With everything settled, he grabbed his belongings and stepped out, making his way downstairs to the bar. Michael spotted Ace and Leah as soon as he entered the bar. They sat at a corner table, looking a bit out of place among the rowdy patrons, but they straightened up as soon as they saw him approaching. Without a word, Michael reached into his robe and pulled out one of the last silvers he had, tossing it toward Ace. The young man caught it instinctively. Use that to rent a room for the two of you, Michael said. Ace hesitated for a moment, glancing at Leah before nodding. Understood, Lord. The inn here is full, Leah added cautiously. We'll have to find a place outside. Then go, Michael replied simply. The two exchanged glances, their expressions unreadable. They had expected to serve Michael, maybe be sent on errands, but this level of trust caught them off guard. In fact, ever since they started serving him, they didn't know how to feel. They weren't foolish enough to run, of course. Even if they had wanted to, they weren't sure if they could, and yet they still couldn't understand why was Michael so trusting of them. Was it because he saw it beneath him to worry about them, or because he knew they wouldn't dare to run away? Michael didn't care about their internal conflict because he didn't know. In fact, even if he knew, he still wouldn't care. Whether they ran or stayed didn't matter much to him. If they ran, he wouldn't bother chasing them. If they stayed, then they were at least smart enough to recognize that sticking with him was the better option. At least by working for him, they could eat and earn at the same time, even after what they had attempted on him. Chapter 230 back to the guild. Without another word, Michael turned away and made his way to the bar counter. "A drink," he said, placing a few coppers down. The bartender, an older man with a thick beard, gave him a once-over before nodding. Moments later, a wooden mug filled with dark liquid was placed in front of him. Michael took a sip and let the burn settle in his throat. It tasted bitter. Yet, it also tasted oddly good. It was a conflicting taste for Michael. He wasn't a drinker, but tonight he found himself in the mood for it. He was curious about it. It somehow also made sense to take one. The day had been productive, but there was still much to do, more quests to take, more experience to gain, more power to accumulate. As he sat there, thoughts raced through his mind. Ace and Ya lingered for a moment longer, as if expecting Michael to call them back. But he didn't. He had already moved on, sipping his drink with a distant expression, clearly uninterested in whatever they were thinking. Liah clenched his jaw, his fingers tightening into a fist. Ace, standing beside him, shifted uneasily. They were used to being ignored. But this was different. It wasn't indifference in the way a noble ignored a servant. It was something else. He genuinely didn't care. What they didn't know was that while Michael couldn't be bothered to be strict with them, he did appreciate their presence. They had proven to be useful, and that was enough for him. He was satisfied with them, for now. Of course, they could also try to run away. At that point, they'd have to pray for mercy the next time he saw them. Liah glanced at Ace, his lips pressing into a thin line. "We should go." Ace exhaled through his nose and gave a stiff nod. Without another word, they turned and left the inn. Outside, the night air was crisp, carrying the faint scent of damp wood and distant cooking fires. The streets of the outer city weren't exactly safe at night, but the two of them knew how to move unseen when necessary. They walked in silence for a while before Ace finally broke it. "You're thinking about running." Liah flinched. "And you're not." Ace sighed, rubbing his arms as if warding off the chill. "Where would we even go?" That was the problem. Running sounded like the smart choice. But where? Back to their old lives? And if they tried to leave the city, they'd be easy prey for the many dangers lurking in the wild. Ace exhaled sharply. "He doesn't even see us as a threat." Liah nodded. They had both expected some level of control, commands, threats, maybe even a magical binding of some sort. But Michael had done none of that. Instead, he gave them freedom. It was unnerving. "You think he knows we won't run?" Ace asked. Liah hesitated before shaking his head. "I don't think he cares either way." And that was what made Michael truly terrifying. A man who didn't care whether you stayed or left was a man confident enough that it didn't matter. For now, they had a silver coin and the night ahead of them. "Come on," Liah muttered. "Let's find a place to stay before it gets any later." Ace nodded, and together they disappeared into the city. Michael finished his drink in silence, setting the empty mug down with a quiet thud. The bar was still lively, filled with drunken laughter and murmured conversations, but he had no interest in lingering. He stood, adjusting his robe, and strode toward the exit. The cool night air greeted him as he stepped outside. His undead were waiting, standing motionless in the dim light of the street lamps. Their presence had gone mostly unnoticed by the inn's patrons, but the occasional passerby cast wary glances their way before hurrying along. Michael barely paid attention to the reactions. He glanced toward the Hunter Guild's direction. He wasn't sure if it was still open, but there was only one way to find out. Without a word, he started walking. His undead followed, their movements eerily synchronized. The streets weren't as crowded as before, but they weren't empty either. A few vendors still had their stalls open, catering to late-night wanderers. The smell of roasted meat and ale mixed with the scent of damp stone. Michael walked at a steady pace, his undead trailing behind him like silent shadows. He turned a corner and entered a narrow alley, the buildings on either side leaning inward, casting deep shadows over the cobbled path. His undead followed without hesitation. A rat scurried across the ground, disappearing into a hole between the bricks. Michael barely noticed. His focus was on something else. Return to the nether. The moment he gave the silent command, his undead shuddered. Their forms flickered, as if reality itself struggled to hold them. One by one, they dissolved into wisps of darkness, vanishing into the void. A breath of cold air brushed against Michael's skin as the last one disappeared. The alley felt emptier now, quieter. With them gone, he adjusted his robe and stepped out of the alley, merging back into the main street. The Hunter Guild wasn't far now. The Hunter Guild's building was one of the few structures in the outer city that stood out even at night. Unlike most establishments that dimmed their lanterns after sunset, the guild remained brightly lit, its doors wide open to accommodate the steady flow of hunters coming and going. As Michael approached, he could hear the muffled chatter from within, boasting, bargaining, and the occasional argument. It was a lively place, filled with the scent of sweat, ale, and iron. The moment he stepped inside, a few heads turned in his direction. Some were simply curious, others more cautious. Michael recognized a few faces, most belonging to hunters he had seen the previous day. They were the ones that looked at him with utmost caution in their eyes. But once they saw he wasn't here to cause trouble, they lost interest and returned to their drinks or discussions. Michael made his way toward the counter, where a bored-looking receptionist sat behind a wooden desk, flipping through a stack of papers. Chapter 231, Another Task. The receptionist spared him a glance before sitting up. Though he dressed simple, the air that lingered around Michael made the receptionist, who had initially planned to do her tasks throughout the night, lazily take him more seriously. Looking to report a completed quest, take a new one, or something else? The receptionist inquired, bringing Michael, who was observing his surroundings, out of it. Surprisingly, the guild was still very much active even at this time of the day. Michael didn't know if it was an illusion or something caused by the meeting together of a few click boxes, but the guild seemed to be even more active now than it was in the morning. Michael wondered if this was normal, or there were others like him who came to submit their tasks or take new ones. Michael returned his focus to the receptionist. "Both," Michael answered. The receptionist nodded and reached for a stack of papers, flipping through them as she spoke. "What task did you take?" she asked, her tone more businesslike now. "A subjugation mission. A notorious bandit group has been raiding villages along the trade routes," Michael replied. The receptionist's fingers paused for a moment before she pulled out a file. "Your name?" "Mike, Nor." Her eyes flickered toward him briefly before scanning the document. After a few seconds, she nodded. "I see. You accepted this mission yesterday." Michael remained silent as she skimmed the details, her expression neutral. "Guild regulations state that mission completions need to be verified," she continued, setting the file aside. "We'll need at most 2 days to confirm that the bandits have been dealt with. You should return around that time to claim your reward." Michael gave a small nod. "Understood." Michael couldn't help but note the process. The guild took time to verify completions, likely through scouts or informants, which meant that if he had proved himself, the process would be much quicker. This realization made him recall his suspicions that bringing undeniable evidence might be the key to receiving faster rewards in the future. For now, all he could do was wait. Michael remained in place, his gaze settling back on the receptionist. "Can you tell me what tasks are available?" The receptionist paused in thought, tapping her fingers lightly against the desk before reaching for another stack of papers. "I can," she said, her voice carrying a subtle shift in tone. As she flipped through the documents, her expression remained composed, but internally, she was surprised. The task Michael had submitted, taking down an entire bandit group, wasn't something that should have been given to a solo hunter, especially not one at iron rank. What was the previous receptionist thinking when they approved this for him? She wondered. Either they were careless, or they had seen something in Michael that justified such a decision. Her fingers slowed as a new thought settled in. If he had actually completed that task alone, then his strength was far beyond the typical Iron Rank hunter. That changed things. She started selecting better-suited tasks, ones that required more experience, skill, or power. Surprisingly, there were far more tasks available than there had been the previous day. Michael noticed the difference immediately. The board had seemed somewhat lacking before, but now there were numerous missions, each varying in difficulty and type. It made sense. If tasks were completed, new ones had to take their place. The receptionist cleared her throat and began listing the available tasks aloud, her voice steady but tinged with curiosity as she glanced at Michael. First, we have a beast hunt. A pack of night fawn wolves has been attacking livestock near the outskirts. The request is to either cull their numbers or eliminate their pack leader. It's a frequent issue, and the request has been marked urgent by the local farmers. She flipped to the next page. Second, an escort mission. A merchant caravan is departing for a neighboring town, but there have been recent monster sightings along the route. Hunters are needed to ensure a safe journey. The pay is decent, but it's more about patience and readiness than direct combat, most times. Michael listened in silence as she continued. Next, a nest clearing. A group of stone serpents has settled inside an abandoned mine, preventing workers from returning. The creatures need to be driven out or exterminated. The client is the mining guild, and they're offering bonuses based on how thoroughly the job is handled. She tapped the next sheet, then hesitated slightly before reading. There's also an investigation request. A village near the riverbank has reported multiple disappearances. No confirmed sightings of monsters, but tracks indicate large creatures may be responsible. The village head is looking for hunters to either solve the mystery or deal with the threat. Michael took note of the tasks, quickly assessing the risks and reward of each. The receptionist gave him a moment before adding, "There are others, but based on what you handled last time, these seem the most fitting. If you're strong enough to handle a bandit group alone, you'll likely find these within your capability." Michael caught the slight emphasis in her tone. She was testing him, trying to gauge his real strength. He let out a breath, then glanced over the tasks again. Michael weighed his options, his thoughts moving quickly as he considered each task. The beast hunt seemed straightforward. If he went after the pack leader, the rest would likely scatter, making the job easier. One thing he particularly loved about the task was that they involved monsters. Why? Because of the experience points they could provide him. If his last experience wasn't just a fluke or dumb luck, then completing these tasks should also give him a quest, making the experience gain even better. Of course, the profit was subjective. Perhaps the experience points would be just as worthless as what he got from killing bandits. Perhaps the quest reward wouldn't even be as good as his previous one due to the task difficulty. Maybe, in the end, only the monster corpses would be worth anything. The escort mission also had its own advantages. Travel meant gathering information about the land, about people, about how hunters operated in a group setting. While it didn't promise combat, the unpredictability of monster encounters made it anything but dull. Plus, working alongside merchants might open up useful connections. The nest clearing offered potential for good rewards. If anything, a monster nest meant a good number of monsters gathered together. In Michael's book, as long as those monsters weren't far too strong, it was a good nest. The investigation request was the one that stood out the most. Something about disappearances with no confirmed sightings intrigued him. If it were just large creatures, why had no one seen them? Either the creatures were highly intelligent, or something else was at play. Unfortunately, solving mysteries wasn't something he had much experience with, and currently didn't want to have something to do with. Michael found himself nodding slightly. Now he just had to decide. Michael eliminated the second and fourth tasks almost immediately. The escort mission was out of the question. Travel meant spending several days on the road, and with his appointment with Mage tomorrow, that wasn't an option. Missing that meeting wasn't something he could afford. The investigation request was just as unappealing. A mystery with no clear enemy? No confirmed sightings of monsters? That sounded like wasted time with little guarantee of results. He wasn't interested in chasing shadows. This, and that he didn't want another look-alike encounter with a monster trying to get its tentacles on him. That left two options. The Beast Hunt, where he'd face a pack of Nightfall wolves and their leader. Or the Nest Clearing, where a group of stone serpents had taken over an abandoned mine. Both involved monsters, which meant experience points. Michael took a moment, weighing the remaining options. Both tasks had their own appeal, but efficiency mattered. He glanced at the receptionist. Which of the two is closer to the capital? The receptionist scanned the documents before answering. The wolves are just outside the outskirts, within a few hours' travel. The mine, however, is farther near the southern trade routes. A day's journey at least. That settled it. I'll take the Beast Hunt, Michael decided. The receptionist nodded and pulled the request paper, stamping it with a guild seal. Understood. The task is officially yours. She handed him the document. Standard protocol for missions like this. Bring proof of completion. Preferably the head of the pack leader and ears of the wolves you kill to indicate their numbers. Michael took the paper and gave a small nod. Got it. In fact, Michael wanted the Nest mission more. The way it was stated just felt like it held stronger monsters, and they also weren't less in numbers too. However, just because he didn't take the mission now didn't mean he couldn't take it later. He just had to be fast. With that, he turned, ready to leave the guild, and head out into the night. Chapter 232, 232 Progress. Of course, with a day as dead as the night, there was no way Michael would leave the capital to head to a location he wasn't familiar with. If he had any intention of leaving the moment he submitted his task, he wouldn't have let Leah and Ace search for a place to stay the night. Michael had no plans to step outside the capital tonight, even if he could. The reason was simple. It was time to log back into Aurora. Michael returned to the inn, ignoring the looks around him. The moment he entered his room, he moved to the uncomfortable wooden bed and summoned an orc shaman, along with a male armored orc that, for once, didn't reek of blood. Then, he connected his consciousness back to his body in Aurora. Since it was nighttime in the land of origin, it was far past midnight in Aurora. However, what Michael didn't expect was to hear Aunt Mia's voice the moment he opened his eyes. He hadn't intended to listen in on whatever she was saying, but with his sharp hearing, he picked up part of the conversation before he could withdraw his senses. And it just so happened to be something that interested him, making him subconsciously continue listening. After a few more seconds, he grasped the gist of it. It seemed Aunt Mia already had a place for them and was simply speaking to the person who would transport their belongings. The news both surprised and satisfied Michael. Aunt Mia's efficiency was commendable. Without hesitation, he stood up, dismissed the undead in the room with him, and stepped out. Michael stepped into the dimly lit hall and made his way toward the main room. The moment he entered, his gaze landed on Aunt Mia, who sat at the table, her expression weary. Despite the exhaustion evident in her posture, she was still engaged in conversation with someone on the phone. Michael's eyes then shifted slightly to the side, where two familiar figures stood silently. Lily and Beginning. His two undead remained close. Beginning's hollow gaze was fixed forward, his hands neatly folded in front of him. Lily leaned against the wall, idly playing with a strand of her hair. Neither of them spoke, but Michael could tell they were paying attention. Something about them felt a little off to him, though, for one, Lily was oddly girlish. A girlish orc. The sight was jarring in Michael's mind. Then there was Beginning. It radiated an aura of sheer will, focus, and determination, very serious. Something Michael realized wasn't common even for an undead. Michael exhaled lightly. His undead were starting to develop their own personalities. And out of all of them, he felt like he owed Beginning the most. Once one of his strongest, Beginning had now fallen behind the others. Not because of weakness, but because it had been left behind to protect his family during the recent chaos, while the rest of his undead had leveled up from fighting the invading monsters. If Beginning could express its thoughts, Michael had a feeling it wouldn't be satisfied. Michael approached the table quietly, only speaking once he was close enough. "Aunt Mia," he called. Aunt Mia, who has just gotten off the phone, focused on Michael. "Michael, you're awake." Michael gave a small nod. "I heard a little of what you were saying. You found a place already?" Aunt Mia sighed, rubbing her temples. "Yes, It's nothing fancy, but it'll do for now. The owner was reluctant at first, but after some persuasion, they agreed to rent it to us. As for buying, probably a little later. Michael raised a brow at that, but didn't question it. How soon can we move? The arrangements are already being handled, Aunt Mia said. The person I was just on the phone with just now is in charge of transporting our belongings. By Monday, everything should be settled. Monday was 2 days away, which satisfied Michael. It meant he had enough time to prepare and ensure he was available. In just a few hours, he would have to meet with Mage Lien for their appointment, something he had no intention of missing. Fortunately, tomorrow wasn't the day. Michael nodded, glancing at Aunt Mia's tired expression. The dark circles under her eyes and the slight slump at her shoulders didn't go unnoticed. "You should rest," he said, his tone firm. "You've been running around all day handling things. There's no need to push yourself any further tonight." Aunt Mia waved a dismissive hand, a small smile playing on her lips. "I'm fine, Michael. Really." He frowned but remained silent, clearly unconvinced. "I just want us to move sooner rather than later," she continued. "The faster we settle in, the better. Besides, you should be worrying about yourself instead of me. I can handle the little things just fine." Michael had a frown on his face, but said something. Eventually, under the smile of Aunt Mia, he could only exhale an acceptance. "At least try to get some sleep," he said after a pause. "Pushing too hard won't help anyone." "I could say the same to you," she shot back. Michael shook his head, a faint smirk on his lips. "Fair enough." Aunt Mia chuckled softly, but didn't push further. As the brief moment of silence settled between them, Aunt Mia shifted slightly in her chair before looking back at Michael. "By the way, have you contacted your friends?" Michael frowned slightly. Which ones? He couldn't remember anyone he could call a friend, so he was puzzled. "The 3 who came looking for you 2 days ago," Aunt Mia said. "They stopped by to check on you, but I told them you weren't around. I didn't want anyone disturbing you while you rested." A look of realization immediately appeared on Michael's face. Aunt Mia had already informed him about this before, but as he didn't take the matter of Mira, Lillian, and the unfamiliar last person seriously, he had forgotten. For a moment, he wondered if he should message Mira. "Nah, I haven't contacted them yet," Michael admitted, "but I will soon." Aunt Mia nodded in approval. "Good. It's always good to have people who care." To this, Michael merely nodded and exchanged a few more words with Aunt Mia. Chapter 233. 233, A King? Once their conversation wrapped up, Michael returned to his room. He closed the door behind him and let out a quiet breath, his mind already shifting to his next course of action. However, before summoning another undead to guard him while his consciousness was in the land of origin, he hesitated. A thought crossed his mind. He had planned to visit the Supers Association branch. The cracks in the sky were still there, but they barely emitted any chaotic energy now. A stark contrast before. Something had changed. Michael suspected the Federation had taken action, though he wasn't sure what exactly they had done. He pondered for a moment, weighing his options. In the end, he decided it was worth checking out, but only briefly. He had no intention of wasting time. If he couldn't find Brian, he would head straight back home. With his mind made up, Michael turned on his communicator and checked the time. It was already late, but the Supers Association was always active. He grabbed his jacket, adjusted his clothes, and, with one last glance at his room, stepped out into the night through his window. The cool night air greeted him as he landed soundlessly on the deserted street. Michael's sharp gaze swept across the surroundings, taking in the eerie stillness. The city, once teeming with life, now bore the scars of recent destruction. Cracked roads, collapsed buildings, and scattered debris painted a grim picture of what had transpired. Michael didn't linger. With a slight flex of his legs, he vanished into a blur, dashing through the ruins at inhuman speed. Streetlights flickered weakly, casting long shadows over the wreckage. The wind howled between the skeletal remains of buildings. As he moved, Michael's mind remained sharp, cataloging every detail. Some buildings still stood, but bore deep cracks, their foundations barely holding together. The roads were uneven, marred by craters left behind by the battle. However, compared a few days ago, he saw no bodies, human or monster. The association must have cleaned up all the remains by now. Despite his speed, Michael's steps remained silent. His senses stretched outward for any sign of movement. He didn't stop. There was no reason to. His destination was clear. Soon, in just a few seconds, Michael arrived at the Supers Association branch. The building stood tall and imposing, its exterior still bearing the marks of the recent battle. Michael slowed his pace as he approached, his gaze sweeping over the surrounding area. The association was still active, just as he had expected. Even this late at night, people moved in and out of the building. Michael didn't concern himself with the details and stepped through the entrance without hesitation. The interior of the association was brightly lit, a stark contrast to the city outside. The hum of conversation filled the air as personnel moved with purpose. Ignoring the glances sent his way, Michael made his way toward the trade center. His pace was steady but deliberate. He had no intention of wasting time. Ads by Pub Future. Pub Future ads. However, when he reached the counter where Brian usually stood, he was met with an unfamiliar face. A woman, likely in her early 30s, looked up at him as he approached. She had sharp features, short, dark hair, and an air of quiet authority about her. Michael didn't recognize her. "You're looking for someone?" she asked, her voice even. "Teacher Brian," Michael said simply. "He's usually the one handling things here." The woman's expression remained neutral. King Brian is no longer in Woodstone City. Michael frowned at the way she addressed him. King Brian? That was unexpected. He had never heard anyone refer to Brian in such a way. The title itself was strange. He had only ever known the older man as Teacher Brian. Michael's sharp mind instantly caught on to something. King? His thoughts came to a sudden halt as his eyes widened in realization. He didn't dare assume. Instead, he asked, "What's his rank?" The woman gave a small smile, as if amused by his surprise. "He's a king rank expert now. All king rank experts must be referred to as king, just as master rank cultivators are called master. It's a matter of respect." Michael processed the information, his thoughts running at high speed. So Brian had advanced. It made sense now. The strength he had seen in the older man. It was clear that Brian was no ordinary individual. But to think he had reached king rank? That was a level far beyond what Michael had expected. So was that blue figure indeed Brian? A memory came to Michael's head, but he shook a second later. He kept his expression calm, though internally he reevaluated what he knew about the man. Still, none of this changed anything for him. Brian wasn't here. That meant whatever business Michael had would have to wait. He didn't feel free enough to ask anyone else around. "I'll just search through the forum," Michael decided. With a brief nod, he turned away from the counter. There was no point in lingering any longer. However, just as he was about to leave, the woman spoke again. "If you're looking for assistance with something, I can help," she offered. Michael glanced back at her, considering for a moment. He debated whether to ask for information regarding Brian's whereabouts, but ultimately he decided against it. He had no reason to go searching for the man. "It's nothing urgent," he said simply. "I'll handle it myself." Without another word, he left the trade center. Michael stepped back out into the night, his thoughts still lingering on what he had just learned. The city remained quiet, the remnants of destruction serving as a silent reminder of the recent chaos. He exhaled lightly, refocusing. There was no point in dwelling on it. Right now, there were other things to do. It didn't take long for Michael to return to his room. However, after closing the windows, he didn't immediately attempt to return to the land of origin. Instead, he brought out his phone. Chapter 234. 234 Interesting Potion. Michael sat down on his bed and unlocked his phone, his fingers moving with practiced ease as he navigated to the Supers Association forum. It had been a few days since he had last logged in. As the page loaded, a flood of new posts filled his screen. The forum was as active as ever. A few front-page posts caught his attention. How to make an organ enlargement potion, safe and effective. Breaking past the elite rank, the key to advancing. Federation's latest action against the cracks, what we know so far. Michael's eyelids twitched at the first post. He stared at the bold title, his mind blank for a second. Then, before he could stop himself, his thumb tapped the screen. A mistake. It was definitely a mistake. Michael refused to acknowledge any other possibility. A wall of text and images loaded instantly. The first line reading, "Many think size is determined at birth, but with alchemy, even fate can be rewritten." Michael blinked. His grip on the phone tightened slightly. He should close it immediately, but his eyes moved down despite himself, scanning the ingredients list. Requires the liver of a rank 3 bone python, the petals of midnight orchid, and... Michael caught himself and quickly exited the post. A deep silence filled the room. He exhaled through his nose, locking his phone with a flick of his thumb. "It's time to enter the land of origin," he muttered to himself, as if to wash away the previous moment from existence. Of course he didn't do this. After all, he had come for something else instead. This post had just... Michael shook his head and went back to the front page. He clicked on the third post that had also gotten his attention and what he had logged in for in the first place. The post loaded quickly, revealing a detailed breakdown of the Federation's latest actions. Federation's latest action against the cracks, what we know so far. By Level 4, the Federation has deployed high-ranking experts to stabilize the largest remaining cracks. Reports indicate that a special containment team, led by a king-rank expert, has successfully sealed multiple rift points in major cities. However, sources suggest that the cracks have not been entirely neutralized, merely suppressed. While the cracks no longer pose an immediate danger, they haven't been truly dealt with. The Federation's silence regarding the long-term consequences is concerning. Stay alert. Michael leaned back slightly, absorbing the information. So the Federation had acted. That explained the change in the sky. The cracks were still there but weakened, no longer pouring out chaotic energy. However, if the Federation had only suppressed them instead of closing them entirely, that meant the danger wasn't over. Michael frowned slightly. His gaze drifted back to the account name. The level alone was already surprising. It meant the person was either a rank 3 awakener or a king rank cultivator, an elite powerhouse in either case. But something still didn't sit right with him. The Federation had the power to suppress the cracks, but not close them completely? That was odd. Shouldn't they have been able to eliminate the threat entirely? Michael's mind spun with possibilities. Either the cracks were beyond even the Federation's control, or they had a reason for leaving them open. His eyes narrowed slightly. The demonic supernaturals had been the ones responsible for the chaos, but their motives remained unclear. Michael significantly. Was their goal to let something through? Or had this simply been a test of the Federation's strength? Michael wasn't arrogant enough to believe he could uncover the truth on his own. He clicked on the comments section, quickly scanning through the replies. Ads by Pub Future. Pub Future ads. Some were dismissive. If the Federation's handling it, then there's nothing to worry about. Just go back to training. Others were more skeptical. Suppressed? That just means the problem is delayed, not solved. What happens if the cracks open again? Anyone else notice the Federation has been moving some certain ways lately? First, it was exposing the supernatural world bit by bit a few days ago. Michael exhaled through his nose. He had already suspected as much, but seeing others echo his thoughts made it clear. He wasn't the only one wary of the situation. Still, there was no immediate action he could take. His fingers tapped against the side of his phone as he considered his next move. For now, there was no point in dwelling on what he couldn't change. Michael exited the forum and locked his phone. He had one last thing to do before entering the land of origin. Standing up, he extended his hand, summoning an undead. Stand guard, he instructed. The undead remained motionless, awaiting further orders. Satisfied, Michael laid back down on his bed, closing his eyes. A familiar sensation washed over him as his consciousness drifted away, and the world of the land of origin welcomed him once more. A pair of green eyes opened, and Michael found himself once again in the room of the inn he had rented the night for. So uncomfortable. Michael commented on his wooden bed and sat up. Michael sat up, rubbing his neck. The wooden bed was stiff and uncomfortable, making his body ache slightly despite his enhanced physique. He let out a small groan and stretched before glancing around the dimly lit room. Everything was as he had left it. His undead still stood motionless in the corner, its eerie form blending with the shadows. Michael's thoughts drifted for a moment. He had done everything he needed to for now. The Federation's movements, the cracks in the sky, and Brian's unexpected advancement to king rank were all things to keep in mind, but none of them required his immediate attention. At least, not yet. Feeling idle, he exhaled through his nose and closed his eyes. He shifted into a lotus position, his mind settling as he prepared to meditate. His cultivation technique was bad, barely effective. It provided him with little actual improvement, but at least the process was comfortable. A side thought crossed his mind. I should look for a better meditation technique. The one he was using was likely something low-grade. He had never put much effort into seeking a superior method, but now, with his growing ambitions, it seemed foolish to continue like this. For now, though, he let that thought drift away. Slowly, he focused on his breathing. The room was silent, save for the faint movements of his undead, and soon Michael fell into deep meditation. Morning arrived without him realizing it. Today was the day he had an appointment with Mage. Michael ignored the panels in front of him and went to clean up. After washing up and changing into a fresh set of clothes, Michael stepped out of his room and made his way downstairs. The inn was already bustling with activity. The scent of freshly baked bread and simmering broth filled the air, mixing with a low hum of conversation from the other patrons. The innkeeper, a broad-shouldered man with a thick beard, spotted Michael and immediately straightened his posture. His eyes held a trace of respect as he greeted him. "Good morning, sir," the innkeeper said with a nod. "Would you like breakfast? We have fresh porridge, eggs, and some smoked meat today." Michael gave a slight nod. "I'll take whatever's ready." "Of course." The innkeeper hurried away, and within moments, a steaming bowl of porridge and a plate of smoked meat was placed before him. Michael ate in silence, his thoughts already focused on his upcoming meeting with Mage. Once he finished, he placed a few coins on the counter and stood up. The innkeeper gave him a respectful nod, but didn't say anything further. Michael returned to his room and closed the door behind him, exhaling slightly. He had returned for a reason. He was waiting for the day to brighten more, and for Ace and Leah to arrive. As Michael waited, he took a moment to collect his thoughts. He had a busy day ahead of him, with his appointment with Mage being the main priority. Michael's gaze drifted toward the window, where the morning sunlight was slowly creeping in. He watched as the dust particles danced in the rays of light, his mind momentarily at ease. However, his tranquility was short-lived, as his thoughts soon turned to the tasks at hand. He heard a faint knock at the door. Michael made his way to the door and opened it. He found Ace and Leah standing in the hallway. They both seemed brighter than they were yesterday. Michael figured the two must have had a great sleep. The two bowed in greeting, but before they could speak, Michael beat them to it. "I won't be available today to be with you, but I need you both to do something for me." Immediately a look of surprise appeared on the two youths' face as they turned to look at each other. Chapter 235 Day of Appointment. Michael stood in the doorway, his eyes fixed on Ace and Leah. "I have a task for you both," he said, his voice firm but controlled. Ace and Leah exchanged a brief glance before nodding in unison. "Yes, sir?" Ace asked, his voice bright and attentive. Michael's gaze narrowed slightly. "I'm interested in purchasing a house in the outer city. Can you tell me more about the available options?" This idea had come to Michael earlier in the day. One should not forget that, thanks to the bandits, Michael was far from broke. The thought at first crossed his mind in a funny way. He had realized that not only was he wealthy in Aurora, but his wealth seemed to follow him in the land of origin as well. And when he considered that he was moving to another area in Aurora, the idea naturally followed. Why not get his own place? Michael wasn't sure how much houses cost in this world, but the chest of silver, along with one containing gold coins, made him confident. He doubted he could afford anything in the inner city, where a single meal likely cost a commoner's monthly income, but getting a place in the outer city should be possible. As for why the bandits had so much money yet still looked poor, Michael suspected they had only recently acquired their wealth. The existence of the health potions in their stash seemed to hint at that. Leah's expression remained cold and distant. There are a few areas in the outer city where nobles can purchase houses, sir. The Golden District, the Silver District, and the Copper District are the most popular areas. Ace added, his eyes lighting up with enthusiasm. But, sir, the Golden District is the most expensive area. The houses there are luxurious and well-maintained, but they come with a hefty price tag. Michael's eyes flicked to Ace, his expression unreadable. What about the Silver District? He asked, his voice neutral. Leah's voice was detached but informative. The Silver District is a bit more affordable than the Golden District, sir. The houses are still well-maintained, but they're not as luxurious. It's a popular area for nobles who want a comfortable but not overly extravagant lifestyle. Ace chimed in, his voice full of excitement. And the Copper District, sir, it's the most affordable area, but the houses there can be a bit rough around the edges. However, it's a great option for nobles who want to invest in a property without breaking the bank. Michael's gaze lingered on Ace and Leah, his expression thoughtful. I want you both to look into these areas and find suitable properties for me. Report back to me tonight or tomorrow morning at the ground floor of the inn. Leah nodded, his expression still cold and distant. Yes, sir. We'll take care of it. Ace responded too. Don't worry, sir. We'll find the perfect property for you. As they turned to leave, Michael's eyes narrowed slightly, his gaze lingering on the two youths. He could sense the difference in their attitudes, Leah's cold attachment and Ace's bright enthusiasm. It was an interesting dynamic, one that Michael did not intend to explore further. However, before the two could get further away, Michael stopped them. As he spoke, he reached into his coat and retrieved 2 silver coins from his storage space. Unlike before, he was no longer spending what Mage Lien had given him. This was his own earnings from the bandits. You take this and you take this. He handed each of them a coin, his tone firm but calm. I know you still have plenty left from the supplies we gathered, so keep it. This is your reward for your obedience, which has satisfied me. Continue like this, and there will be more in the future. Michael believed in the stick-and-carrot approach. From what he understood about this world, there was little chance they would try to escape, but people didn't always stay just because they were forced to. Sometimes, even in unfavorable situations, they remained because they believed it was worth it. It felt manipulative, maybe even toxic, but Michael didn't feel guilty. He knew he hadn't mistreated them. If anything, this was just ensuring that their loyalty, or at least their efficiency, remained intact. After giving them their reward, Michael dismissed them with a casual wave of his hand. Ace bowed deeply, a smile stretching across his face. Thank you, sir. We'll make sure to find the best options for you. Leon nodded with a complicated expression on his face. Understood. Michael watched as they turned and disappeared down the hallway. Once they were gone, he closed the door and exhaled, rubbing his temples. With that matter settled, he shifted his focus back to his main priority for the day, his meeting with Mage Lien. According to Mage Lien, all Michael needed to do was visit any noble house with the token, and they would arrange for him to meet with Mage Lien. A moment later, he stepped out of his room, descending the staircase of the inn and heading straight for the entrance. The streets outside were already bustling with life. Merchants called out their wares, commoners hurried about their daily tasks, an occasional armored patrol moved the crowd, their presence maintaining order. Michael's pace remained steady as he navigated through the streets, heading toward the gate of the inner city. The inner gate wasn't hard to locate, and with the token in his hand, gaining access inside wasn't difficult for Michael either. However, once inside, he found himself a little lost. He knew he needed to head toward a noble house, but the issue was that he didn't know any. Ace and Leah wouldn't have been able to help either, as they had never stepped into the inner city in their entire lives. In the end, Michael decided to try his luck by going deeper into the city, searching for the large houses with insignia flags. During his last visit, he had taken note of a few. If anything could be called a noble house, it had to be these establishments. Chapter 236. 236 Their Thoughts. As Michael ventured deeper into the inner city, he noticed a subtle change in the atmosphere. He saw nobles and their attendants hurrying about, their fine clothes and jewelry a stark contrast to more modest attire of the commoners in the outer city. Michael's eyes scanned the surroundings, searching for the large houses with insignia flags. He had seen a few during his last visit, and he hoped to find one now. After a few minutes of walking, he spotted a grand estate in the distance. The house was massive, with tall spires and intricate stonework. A flag bearing the insignia of a golden sword fluttered in the breeze. Michael's gaze locked onto the estate, and he quickened his pace. He approached the entrance, where 2 guards stood at attention. They eyed Michael warily, their hands resting on the hilts of their swords. "Halt," one of the guards said. "State your business." Michael held out the token, and the guard's expressions changed. Though he appeared calm on the surface, Michael couldn't help but feel nervous as his mind was all over the place about what to do. To this moment, he still had his doubts about the token Mage Lien had handed him. With his experience, he knew it was very valuable, but it also showed that it was only those who could recognize it who knew of its importance. When they didn't know, it seemed worthless. However, Michael didn't expect that the token seemed to be useful even inside the inner city. The guards of the house he chose on random actually recognized the token. The guards exchanged a brief glance, and then one of them nodded. "Welcome, Sit," he said, his voice filled with a newfound respect. "We've been expecting you. Please follow me." Michael's eyes narrowed slightly, his mind racing with questions. Expecting him? How did they know he was coming? Michael didn't have time to think as the guard led him through the estate, navigating a series of opulent corridors and chambers. The guard led Michael through the estate, navigating a series of opulent corridors and chambers. They finally arrived at a large wooden door, adorned with intricate carvings. The guard knocked twice, and a voice from within bade them enter. The guard pushed open the door, revealing a lavish study. A few days ago, a wave of curiosity swept through the inner city. The attendant of Grand Mage Lien had visited several noble houses, delivering a message that sparked whispers and speculation. The attendant's words were brief but intriguing. A young man would soon arrive, carrying a token that would grant him an audience with Grand Mage Lien. The noble houses were instructed to receive the young man with respect and arrange for him to meet with the Grand Mage immediately. Most of the nobles who received the message was particularly intrigued. They had no idea what to expect from this young man, or what made him so important to Grand Mage Lien. Ads by Pub Future. Pub Future ads. The lack of information only added to the mystery, and they found themselves wondering if he would be the one to receive the young man. As the days passed, the initial excitement began to wane, replaced by confusion and skepticism. Some nobles started to wonder if the young man would ever arrive, while others speculated that he might have already visited another noble house, and they had chosen to keep it secret. However, Michael, the cause of the matter, knew nothing of this, and was currently staring at the old man in front of him, Ace and Leah. Ace and Leah stepped out of the inn, the morning air crisp against their skin. The streets were already bustling with activity, merchants setting up their stalls and travelers passing through. Despite the familiar scene, neither of them felt entirely at ease. Michael's attitude toward them was strange. He wasn't like the nobles they had grown up fearing, those who sneered at commoners or saw them as disposable. But that didn't mean they could trust him. Ace adjusted the strap of his bag, glancing sideways at Leah. "He's different, huh?" he muttered under his breath. Leah exhaled sharply. "Yeah, I don't know if that makes it better or worse." Ace hummed in agreement. They couldn't deny that Michael's presence was starting to change their impression of nobles, and that was unsettling in its own way. After a moment of silence, Leah finally asked, "How much silver do we have now?" Ace reached into his pocket and pulled out a few coins. "3," he said simply. "He gave us one last night, but we never spent it." Leah pressed his lips together. Conflicted, he let out a slow breath, rubbing his temple. "I hope he gets bored of us soon and lets us go." His words were firm, but there was hesitation in his voice, because deep down a part of him wondered, could they actually make enough coin by staying with Michael? Enough to enroll in a dojo and finally gain supernatural powers? Leah shook his head, forcing the thought away. He couldn't afford to entertain that kind of hope. especially when it came from working for a noble, a group he wanted to destroy. Though he had planned to use their money to gain power to destroy them, he didn't exactly like how it was currently going. Ace tucked the coins back into his pocket and gave Liao a sideways glance. You think he'd really just let us go? His voice was lighter, but the weight of the question lingered between them. Liao didn't answer right away. Instead, he focused on the path ahead, leading them toward the outer city's wealthier districts. The streets were wide and lined with more permanent shops rather than the temporary market stalls they were used to. The closer they got to their destination, the more refined the architecture became. Nothing like the cramped alleys they had grown up in. I don't know, Liao finally admitted. He's not like the others, but that doesn't mean he's not dangerous. Ace smirked. Yeah, but I get the feeling he's not planning to kill us in our sleep, or anything. If anything, he might be the type who actually keeps his word. Liao frowned but didn't argue. They reached the Silver District first, where the homes were neat, well-maintained, and clearly meant for wealthy who wanted comfort without excess. Ace whistled as he looked around. Not bad. If I had a pile of gold, I'd live here. Liao gave him a sharp look. You're getting too comfortable with this, he muttered. Ace shrugged. Maybe, or maybe I'm just thinking ahead. If we play this right, we could set ourselves up for something better than running and hiding all the time. Liao didn't respond. He wanted to argue, but the truth was Ace had a point. They had survived by scraping by, taking whatever they could to make it another day. But working for Michael, even in the short time they'd known him, had already given them more than they'd ever had before. And that terrified Liao more than anything. Come on, he said, pushing forward. Let's find the best place we can. If we're going to do this, we might as well do it right. Ace grinned, falling into step beside him. Now that's the spirit. With that, the two of them set off to complete their task, though each carried their own thoughts about what it truly meant for their future. Chapter 237 Syria. Michael stared at the old man in front of him. This time he was seated. The guard from the gate had brought him to some kind of study to meet who Michael assumed was the steward of the noble house he had entered. At first, the steward had looked at him with puzzlement, addressing the guard beside him rather than Michael himself. The man wasn't disrespectful, but his gaze was dismissive. However, the moment he learned that Michael carried a royal court token, the first time Michael realized what the item Mage Lien had given him truly was, the steward's attitude shifted drastically. His dismissiveness vanished, replaced by immediate and sincere respect. When he confirmed that Michael had come specifically from Mage Lien, his deference only deepened. Fortunately, there was no unnecessary small talk. The steward promptly assured him that he would send someone to the core area of the capital to inform Mage Lien of his presence. With how smoothly everything went, Michael was certain this was Mage Lien's handiwork. There was no way the old mage could have known which noble house he would choose, so the only logical explanation was that his presence had already been broadcasted to several noble houses to ensure his passage was unhindered. Michael's feelings on the matter were complicated. On one hand, he was glad everything had gone smoothly, but on the other, wasn't this attracting more attention than he wanted? A bit of recognition was fine, but he couldn't forget he was an outsider here, and his fake identity was particularly sensitive. A noble, his real bloodline had no connection to nobility, yet somehow, in this world, he had been labeled as one. Michael was concerned that if too many powerful figures started paying attention to him, the very identity that was granting him so many benefits now could end up being a liability in the future. That said, he wasn't too worried. At the very least, he had never actually claimed to be a noble himself. Besides, a part of him believed that if he demonstrated impressive enough prowess, those who questioned his identity might instead offer him an even better one. Right now, Michael's focus was on the steward who had just returned to the study where he had left Michael to wait. However, he didn't come alone. He was accompanied by a young girl. Michael guessed she was about the same age as his cousin. No, she should be slightly older. She wore an expensive-looking gown that, while elegant, seemed uncomfortable to wear, or so Michael thought. Still, his attention remained on why she had been brought into the study. Was she the one who would lead him to Mage Lien? Sir Michael Then Stewart addressed, his voice carrying the practiced ease of someone used to formalities. "Allow me to introduce Lady Syria Golden, the youngest daughter of the Golden family." Michael's gaze flickered to the girl. Lady Syria, Golden family. He didn't recognize the name, but from the steward's tone, it was clearly an influential house. Ads by Pub Future. Pub Future ads. The girl, Syria, gave him a polite nod, her expression neutral, but her sharp blue eyes studying him with open curiosity. She was young, maybe 17 or 18, with delicate features and long silver hair that was neatly tied back. Despite her youthful appearance, there was a confidence in the way she carried herself. Before Michael could question her presence, the steward continued. "In the time it takes for a response to arrive from the royal court, Lady Syria will keep you company." Michael's expression remained unreadable, but inwardly he frowned. That wasn't necessary. He preferred to be left alone. He opened his mouth to decline, but before he could say a word, the steward had already stepped back and gave him a respectful nod. "Please excuse me, Sir Michael. If you need anything, the attendants outside will be at your disposal." Without waiting for a response, the old man turned on his heel and left the study, closing the door behind him with a quiet click. Michael stared at the door for a brief moment before sighing lightly. The steward hadn't even given him a chance to refuse. Shifting his gaze back to the girl, he found Syria still watching him, her expression unreadable. A moment of silence stretched between them before she tilted her head slightly. "You don't seem particularly pleased," she noted. Michael met her gaze, his tone flat. "I wasn't expecting company." Syria gave a small, amused smile. "Neither was I." Michael raised a brow at that. "So you weren't told beforehand?" She shook her head. "Only that I was to keep you company. Nothing else." That confirmed it. She was just as much in the dark as he was about the reason behind this arrangement. Michael exhaled quietly, leaning back slightly in his chair. "Then I suppose we're both stuck here." Syria's lips twitched. "It would seem so." Another brief silence. Michael wasn't interested in unnecessary conversation, but at the same time, he knew it would be rude to completely ignore her. He wasn't looking for trouble with a noble family, especially one he knew nothing about. So after a moment, he simply asked, "Are you used to this?" Syria arched a brow. "Being assigned to entertain unexpected guests?" Michael gave a slight nod. She chuckled. "Not particularly, but it's not the worst thing." Michael hummed in acknowledgement, but beyond that, he didn't say much. Syria, however, didn't seem bothered by his lack of enthusiasm. If anything, she appeared somewhat intrigued by his presence. The steward's decision hadn't been an attempt to make the noble daughter entertain a guest. It had been a calculated move by the head of the Golden Sword family. Syria's presence wasn't about simple courtesy. It was about making an impression, a stranger who carried a royal court token, someone who personally knew a Grand Mage, and not just any Grand Mage, but one who openly displayed his importance to this person. That kind of individual wasn't ordinary. The head of the Golden family had clearly decided it was better to test the waters, to see if forging a connection was possible. Michael, however, didn't know of this. Syria herself was in the dark, but she was already used to receiving guests. All she had to do was at least leave an impression. Though her attitude seemed casual, she actually took this task seriously. Chapter 238, 238 Attendant. Syria leaned forward slightly, resting her elbows on the armrest of her chair. "So, Sir Mike, where are you from?" Michael gave her a flat look. "Somewhere far from here." Syria's eyes gleamed with curiosity. "That's not very specific." It wasn't meant to be. She let out a soft hum, unbothered by his curt response. "You don't like talking about yourself?" Michael didn't answer immediately. He wasn't sure if it was just casual conversation, or she was fishing for information. Either way, he had no intention of giving her anything useful. After a moment of silence, Syria tried again. "Mage Lien, he seems to think highly of you. How did you meet him?" Michael's gaze flickered toward her before he replied, "A coincidence." Syria waited for more, but nothing else came. She sighed dramatically. "You're not making this easy, you know." "I wasn't aware I was supposed to. She chuckled. Most people would at least try to be polite. Michael shrugged. Most people aren't me. Syria tapped her fingers against the armrest. You're really not interested in conversation, are you? Not particularly. She tilted her head, studying him for a moment. Then what are you interested in? Michael looked at her, his expression unreadable. At the moment, waiting. Syria blinked before letting out a quiet laugh. You're impossible. Michael didn't respond. The conversation, or lack thereof, continued in much the same manner. Syria would ask a question, and Michael would either respond vaguely, deflect, or ignore it entirely. But despite his disinterest, Syria didn't seem frustrated. If anything, she looked entertained. You know, she mused, after another failed attempt to get more than a few words out of him, I don't think I've ever met someone quite like you. Michael glanced at her. I'll take that as a compliment. Syria smirked. You should. Another silence fell between them, but this time it was a little more comfortable. Syria had learned something valuable. Michael wasn't someone who could be easily drawn into conversation, but he also wasn't outright rude. He was just careful, and that, more than anything, made him interesting. Syria tapped her fingers lightly against the chair's armrest, as if considering her next move. She had been testing the waters, probing for something, anything, that would get more than a one-word response from him. This was surely what her father wanted. Michael, on the other hand, wasn't particularly interested in humoring her. He wasn't here to socialize, and even if he was, he doubted engaging with a noble girl he barely knew would do him any favors. More than that, he had the distinct feeling that the more he spoke, the more likely he was to slip up. Fortunately, there was no real need for politeness. And, to his relief, Syria wasn't demanding it either. Still, he acknowledged that she wasn't annoying. Unlike what he expected nobles to act, Syria didn't seem condescending or arrogant. If anything, she treated his resistance to conversation like a challenge, one she was oddly enjoying. Ads by Pub Future. Pub Future ads. What he wasn't sure was whether this was how she treated everyone or just a specific group of people. A few moments passed before she spoke again. If you don't like talking about yourself, what do you like talking about? Michael exhaled through his nose. That depends. On the topic. Syria gave him a flat look. That's not an answer. Michael's lips twitched, barely noticeable. It wasn't meant to be. Syria let out an exaggerated sigh, shaking her head. You really are impossible. Michael said nothing. She leaned back, studying him with those sharp blue eyes. Then, unexpectedly, she switched tactics. You know, she mused, I wasn't expecting someone carrying a royal court token to be this difficult. Michael glanced at her. Difficult? Uncooperative. Mysterious. Boring. Michael arched a brow at that last one. Syria grinned. Oh, that got a reaction. Michael shook his head, amused despite himself. Calling someone boring isn't exactly subtle. It worked, didn't it? Michael gave a small shrug. If that's what you need to tell yourself. Syria chuckled, but didn't push further. Instead, she crossed her legs and settled into a more relaxed posture, seemingly content to let the conversation drift. Michael didn't mind the silence. In fact, he preferred it. But Syria's presence was interesting. Just as the silence between them began to settle, a knock echoed from the study's door. Michael's gaze flicked toward it, and Syria straightened slightly, her relaxed posture shifting into something more composed. The door opened and the steward returned, but this time he wasn't alone. A figure stepped into the room. The man was elderly, but moved with the precision of someone in complete control of his surroundings. He wore a symbolic robe that Michael figured signified something important, though its design was simpler than extravagant attire or nobility. His gray hair was neatly tied back, and his sharp eyes swept over the room before settling on Michael. His expression remained unreadable, but there was no hostility. Only a quiet assessment. The steward bowed slightly. Sir Mike, this is Master Yuan, an attendant of Grand Mage Lien. He has come to escort you to the royal court. Master Yuan inclined his head in respectful greeting. Sir Mike, it is an honor to meet you. If you are prepared, we should depart. The Grand Mage is expecting you." Though his words were direct, his tone held a measure of courtesy, treating Michael not as a mere task, but as a guest worthy of respect. Michael stood without hesitation. Syria, however, remained seated, watching the exchange with open curiosity. She didn't seem surprised by the abruptness, nor did she look particularly disappointed that their conversation was being cut short. Instead, she simply smiled. "It seems our time is up." Michael glanced at her. "It seems so." Syria tilted her head. "Will we meet again?" Michael didn't answer immediately. He hadn't planned to stay long in the noble district, but something told him that avoiding future encounters with nobles entirely would be impossible. Instead of a direct answer, he simply said, "We'll see." Syria chuckled, seemingly satisfied with that. Master Yuan, meanwhile, had already turned toward the door. "Come, we must go." Chapter 239, 239, 7 Prince. The corridors of the noble estate gave way to the open streets, where a carriage awaited them. Master Yuan moved with quiet efficiency, opening the door and gesturing for Michael to step inside. The ride was smooth, the interior of the carriage well-maintained but not overly luxurious. Master Yuan sat opposite him, hands resting calmly in his lap. For a time there was silence. Then Master Yuan spoke, his tone measured. "The Grand Mage had expected a word from you days ago." Michael met his gaze evenly. "I apologize. The opportunity to observe the capital was too good to pass up." This wasn't exactly a lie. Compared to obediently staying in the inner city, Michael believed the outer city gave him much more. Master Yuan nodded, accepting the answer without judgment. "The capital is a fascinating place. It is easy to lose track of time when taking it in." Michael merely inclined his head. He wasn't sure whether Yuan was being understanding or subtly admonishing him. Either way, it didn't matter. He had his reasons. Yuan studied him for a moment before shifting topics. "How have you found the city?" Michael considered his words. "Lively, structured." Yuan, however, didn't press the matter. Instead, he shifted the conversation. "Mage Lien spoke highly of you. He said you were unconventional." Michael tilted his head slightly. "Is that so?" Yuan's smile deepened, though it remained unreadable. "It is rare for someone to garner the attention of both the mage and the kingdom's guard so quickly." Michael remained expressionless. He had expected the Grand Mage's attendant to be well-informed, but it was another thing to hear it spoken so plainly. "I was simply in the right place at the right time," he said. Yuan chuckled. "A convenient coincidence, then?" Michael shrugged. "If you say so." Yuan watched him for a moment, then leaned back. "Regardless, you have made an impression. That is not a small thing in this city." Michael didn't respond, letting the silence settle. The carriage continued its smooth journey through the city streets, and Michael took the moment to observe through the window. The noble district gradually gave way to the towering structures of the inner city, where guards were stationed at regular intervals, and the presence of authority was undeniable. It wasn't long before they arrived at the royal court. The carriage rolled to a gentle stop, and the door was opened from the outside. Master Yuan stepped out first, and Michael followed, his gaze sweeping over the grand entrance before them. The palace was an imposing structure, its intricate designs reflecting the wealth and power of the kingdom. The guard stationed at the gates barely spared them a glance. Master Yuan's presence was identification enough. Master Yuan led the way through the grand entrance, his steps measured and precise. Michael followed, his gaze flicking over the intricate architecture of the royal court. The walls were adorned with elegant carvings depicting historical battles and legendary figures, the floor polished to a mirror sheen, reflecting the glow of enchanted lanterns hanging from a high ceiling. The air carried the faint scent of incense and old parchment, mingling with the distant hum of quiet conversation. Court attendants moved with practiced grace, dressed in uniform robes of deep blue, each carrying scrolls or delicate trays as they hurried through the halls. Maids in simpler attire bowed their heads respectfully as they passed, their presence unobtrusive yet ever-present. Master Yuan continued without pause, his posture never breaking its quiet dignity. The corridors of the palace exuded authority. Tall, Gilded doors lined the halls, each leading to chambers Michael assumed were reserved for the influential figures of the court. The deeper they went, the quieter the surroundings became, until only the muffled sound of their footsteps remained. After several turns, Master Yuan finally stopped before an intricately carved wooden door, its surface adorned with golden inlays that shimmered faintly under the lantern light. 2 royal guards stood at attention on either side, their expressions unreadable beneath the steel of their helmets. Master Yuan inclined his head slightly to them. The Grand Mage is expecting him. The guards exchanged a brief glance before stepping aside in perfect synchronization. One of them reached for the door and pushed it open without a word. Michael exhaled slowly, his expression unreadable as he stepped forward. Master Yuan followed behind him, his voice calm. "Welcome to the Grand Mage's chambers." The room was spacious yet not ostentatious. Shelves lined with ancient tomes and neatly stacked scrolls covered the walls, their spines worn from use. A massive desk sat at the center. At the far end, near a wide-open balcony overlooking the palace gardens, stood Mage Lien. But Michael's attention barely lingered on him. Instead, his gaze shifted to the 2 other figures in the room. One, a man with sharp features. He sat comfortably in a high-backed chair near the desk. His robes, though simple, carried an unmistakable air of authority. He observed Michael with a keen, assessing gaze, his fingers tapping lightly against the armrest. The other stood behind him, a silent, looming figure in dark armor, posture rigid with the discipline of a trained guard. His eyes were alert, scanning Michael with the watchfulness of a man used to anticipating threats before they even arose. Master Yuan bowed slightly. "Seventh Prince, this is Sir Mike." Michael kept his face neutral, but inwardly he made note of the title. Prince? He hadn't expected that to eye in front of other nobles, where he could afford to be dismissive. Michael felt he had to offer a bit of respect toward this man. A prince? In a place where nobles dominated everything, this had to be a very important figure. Michael didn't think he could treat the other party casually. "Good morning," he said. However, what he didn't realize was that his greeting was far too casual. It didn't take long for him to sense that something was wrong from the silence that followed. For one, why did the guard behind the prince look angry? And what was with the strange expression on Master Yuan's face? Chapter 240 Captain Ortega. Over the past few months, countless rumors and exciting news have been circulating throughout the kingdom. However, among them, 2 pieces of news had garnered the most attention, both within the kingdom and beyond. The first was the announcement that the old king of Lionheart was stepping down. This was a matter of great significance to the entire kingdom, so it was understandable that it spread far and wide. And unlike mere rumors, this was a confirmed truth. The second was the Duke of Evermund's competition, where one of the grand prizes included the hand of his daughter in marriage. Several factors contributed to its widespread popularity, but the most commonly accepted reason was the value of the prize itself. None of this had anything to do with Michael, even though he was somewhat aware of both matters. In fact, he had used the Duke's competition as an excuse for Mage Lien, which was partly why he ended up accompanying him to the capital. As for the kingdom's affairs, Michael didn't spare them much thought. In his eyes, they had nothing to do with him. He just never thought he'd come in contact with the royal family so soon. Michael's casual greeting hung in the air, and for a moment, no one responded. The prince's expression remained neutral, but the guard behind him took a step forward, his eyes narrowing. "How dare you?" the guard growled, his voice low and menacing. "You address the 7th prince with such disrespect." "Good morning?" He spat the words as if they were an insult. "You should show more deference, especially in front of the prince." Michael's expression didn't change, but he felt a flicker of wariness. He hadn't intended to be disrespectful, but it seemed he had misjudged the formalities. "I apologize," Michael said, attempting to rectify his mistake. "I meant no disrespect, Your Highness." The guard took another step forward, his face reddening. "You think a simple apology will suffice? You should be on your knees, begging for forgiveness." His voice rose, echoing off the walls of the chamber. Michael's eyes narrowed, his patience wearing thin. He had apologized, and that should have been enough. But before things escalated further, Mage Lien intervened, his voice firm but calm. "Enough, Captain," he said, his eyes flashing with fierce light. The guard's face twisted in a scowl, but he stepped back, his eyes never leaving Michael's face. Then Mage Lien's mana locked onto everyone in the room, suffocating them. The air seemed to thicken, making it hard to breathe. Michael, however, felt it was like a breeze. He watched, unmoved, as the others struggled. The prince and Yuan only felt a bit hard to breathe, but the guard suffered it the most. His face turned red, and he stumbled backward, gasping for air. Mage Lien's gaze never wavered. "I will not have you disrespect my guest, Captain," he said, his voice icy. The room fell silent, the only sound the guard's ragged breathing. Finally, Mage Lien released his mana, and the tension in the room dissipated. The guard collapsed to the floor, gasping for air. The seventh prince stood up. "Captain Ortega, I believe you have made your point," he said, his voice firm but controlled. The guard, still gasping for air, struggled to his feet. "Why, yes, your highness," he stammered, his eyes never leaving Michael's face. The prince turned to Michael, a small smile on his face. "Please, accept my apologies for Captain Ortega's behavior. He can be enthusiastic at times." Michael inclined his head. "No need to apologize, your highness. I understand my fault." The prince's smile deepened. "I think you do, Sir Mike, and I appreciate your understanding." Master Yuan stepped forward, his eyes flicking between Michael and the prince. "If I may interrupt, your highness, the Grand Mage has requested a private audience with Sir Mike." The prince nodded, his expression thoughtful. "Very well. I will leave you to your meeting. Sir Mike, it was enlightening to meet you." Michael bowed his head slightly. "The pleasure was mine, your highness." As the prince turned to leave, he glanced at Captain Ortega, who was still struggling to catch his breath. "Captain, I believe you need to compose yourself. Please take a few moments outside." Captain Ortega's face darkened, but he bowed his head and exited the room, the sound of his heavy footsteps echoing down the corridor. The prince watched him go, a hint of amusement on his face. "I apologize again for the unpleasantness. Please proceed with your meeting." With that, he turned and followed Captain Ortega out of the room, leaving Michael alone with Mage Lien and Master Yuan. Mage Lien gestured to a chair in front of his desk. "Please, Sir Mike, have a seat. We have much to discuss." The seventh prince stood outside the Grand Mage's chambers, his mind consumed by thoughts of mysterious Sir Mike. Who was this man, and why had the Grand Mage taken such an interest in him? The prince's eyes narrowed as he pondered the implications. He hoped that this unexpected development wouldn't affect the Grand Mage's impression of him. His father, the old king, was stepping down, and this was a critical time for the prince to secure the support of influential people like Mage Lien. The prince's gaze turned to his guard, Captain Ortega, who stood waiting beside him. The captain's face was still flushed with anger, his eyes blazing with resentment toward Sir Mike. The prince's expression twisted in disdain. Captain Ortega's behavior was unbecoming, and his lack of control was embarrassing. The prince's eyes lingered on the captain's face, his disapproval evident. "Captain Ortega," the prince said, his voice cold and detached, "I suggest you compose yourself. Your behavior is unseemly." Captain Ortega's face darkened, but he bowed his head, his voice tight with restraint. "Yes, your highness." The prince's gaze lingered on the captain's face. He would not tolerate such behavior, especially not now, when he needed to present an impressive front. With a curt nod, the prince turned away. Chapter 241 finally out. As the seventh prince departed, Michael took a seat in front of Mage Lien's desk, his eyes fixed on the Grand Mage. Master Yuan stood off to the side, his presence unobtrusive yet attentive. Mage Lien leaned back in his chair, his eyes never leaving Michael's face. "Sir Mike, I apologize for the unpleasantness earlier. I had not expected Captain Ortega to react so strongly to your greeting." Michael's expression remained neutral. "No need to apologize, Grand Mage. I understand that I may have unintentionally caused offense." Mage Lien nodded, his eyes narrowing slightly. "Yes, well, Captain Ortega can be enthusiastic at times, but I assure you, Sir Mike, that you will not be treated disrespectfully while you are my guest." Michael inclined his head slightly, acknowledging the Grand Mage's words. "Thank you, Grand Mage. I appreciate your hospitality." Hearing this, Mage Lien smiled but quickly set aside the pleasantries. "I'm sure Sir Mike knows why we're here." "Yes, Mage Lien. I still recall our conversation about the soul pool fruit." "Good. I've secured access to one of the kingdom's flying ships, so we can leave any time. Today was meant to discuss any necessary arrangements." "Are you saying we can depart immediately?" Michael asked. "Yes." Mage Lien replied, slightly surprised by Michael's directness, but still answering honestly. "Then can we leave today?" Michael's bluntness was intentional. Though Mage Lien hadn't suggested delaying the journey, he wanted to ensure it didn't drag on any longer than necessary. At Michael's words, Mage Lien smiled. Though the man was a bit too direct, he found it satisfying. He had only been considering the other party's schedule, but if they were just as eager to leave, why waste time? In fact, Mage Lien had never thought of delaying the journey. Their transportation was ready to run at any time today. "Very well, Sir Mike," Mage Lien said, a hint of amusement in his voice. "We shall depart immediately. Master Yuan, please escort Sir Mike to the flying ship while I attend to some last-minute arrangements." Master Yuan nodded, his eyes flicking to Michael before returning to Mage Lien. "As you wish, Grand Mage." Michael stood up, his eyes locked onto Mage Lien's. "I'm ready when you are, Grand Mage." Mage Lien smiled, his eyes glinting with approval. "Excellent, Sir Mike. Let us proceed." With that, Michael followed Master Yuan out of the Grand Mage's chambers, leaving Mage Lien to attend to his last-minute arrangements. As they walked, Michael couldn't help but feel a sense of excitement and anticipation. He had no idea what lay ahead, but he was ready for whatever challenges came his way. After a short walk, they arrived at a large open area, where a group of Kingdom Guard were training. Michael's eyes scanned the area, taking in the sight of the guards sparring and practicing their sword techniques. He noticed a figure standing off to the side, watching the training session with a critical eye. As they approached, the figure turned to face them. Michael's eyes narrowed as he took in the sight of a tall, imposing individual with a stern expression. The person wore the uniform of a Kingdom Guard, and a sword hung at their side. Master Yuan took notice of Michael's gaze and took the opportunity to introduce the figure who wasn't far from them. "Ah, Sir Mike," Master Yuan said, his voice firm and respectful. "This is Knight Commander Rachel, one of the most skilled warriors in the Kingdom Guard." Knight Commander Rachel's eyes narrowed, his gaze sweeping over Michael before returning to Master Yuan. "Master Yuan," he said, his voice deep, "I've been instructed to escort the Grand Mage's companion to the flying ship. I presume this is him." His eyes locked onto Michael's face, his expression unreadable. Master Yuan nodded, his expression neutral. "Yes, Knight Commander. This is Sir Mike, the Grand Mage's chosen companion for the journey to the Dark Forest." Michael caught some key words. Dark Forest. Is this where the soul pool fruit is? He secretly wondered. Knight Commander Rachel's gaze lingered on Michael's face, his expression thoughtful. "I see," he said, his voice measured. "In that case, I will ensure that the flying ship is prepared for your departure, Sir Mike." Michael nodded, his eyes locked onto Knight Commander Rachel's face. "Thank you, Knight Commander," he said, his voice polite. Knight Commander Rachel nodded, his expression remaining stern. "It is my duty to ensure your safety, Sir Mike. I will escort you to the flying ship immediately." With that, Knight Commander Rachel turned and led Michael and Master Yuan to the flying ship. Along the way, he called a nearby knight. Michael overheard their conversation, as the two didn't hide it, that he should go and inform the ones ahead to get ready. As they walked, Michael couldn't help but notice the Knight Commander's stern demeanor. He seemed like a man who took his duties very seriously. After a short walk, they arrived at the flying ship. It was a magnificent vessel, with sleek lines and a sturdy hull. With that, Knight Commander Rachel led Michael and Master Yuan onto the flying ship. On the ship were already several knights who were operating it. As they prepared for departure, Michael noticed that Mage Lien was nowhere to be seen. He wondered when the Grand Mage would arrive and how he would get to the ship. Ads by Pub Future. Pub Future ads. Just as Michael was about to start observing his surroundings, a figure appeared on the horizon. It was Mage Lien, flying toward the ship on his staff. Michael's lips twitched as the Grand Mage landed gracefully on the ship's deck. "Ah, Sir Mike," Mage Lien said, smiling. "I see you're ready to depart. Excellent." Michael nodded, still feeling a bit awestruck. "Yes, Mage Lien." Mage Lien chuckled. "I'm glad to hear that, Sir Mike. Very well, let us depart." As they flew over the kingdom, Michael couldn't help but feel a sense of wonder. He had never seen the kingdom from this perspective before, and it was breathtaking. The rolling hills and green forest stretched out as far as the eye could see, with the occasional castle or village dotting the landscape. As Michael prepared for his journey with Mage Lien, elsewhere in the land of origin, a girl was finally emerging from the vast desert. Well, this girl was Mira. However, just as she spotted a patch of low green fields ahead, something burst from the sand. Ah, shit! Another sandworm. These monsters had started appearing a few days ago. They weren't high level and their bodies were soft, but killing them was like dealing with cockroaches, annoyingly persistent and hard to finish off. With limited bombs left, Mira had no choice but to handle them with her bare hands. Fortunately, she had armor covering them now, unlike when she had first started. Mira clenched her gauntlets, the metal shimmering under the harsh desert sun. The sandworm lunged, its massive, segmented body writhing as it shot toward her with its gaping maw. Mira didn't hesitate. With a sharp exhale, she leaped forward, dodging to the side just as the worm slammed into the ground where she stood a second ago. Sand exploded into the air. Damn things never stopped moving. Mira adjusted her stance, feeling the weight of her gauntlets. The sandworm twisted back, rearing up for another strike. But this time, she was ready. Boom! Her fist met the worm's hide with a forceful impact, sending a shockwave through its body. The creature shrieked, thrashing violently, but Mira didn't let up. She pivoted on her heel, driving another punch straight into its side, then another. Each hit sent tremors through the worm's body, breaking its momentum. Finally, with one last devastating strike, she shattered the creature's soft underbelly. The worm convulsed before collapsing, its body slowly sinking into sand. Mira exhaled, flexing her fingers. She glanced toward the horizon, where the green fields beckoned. "Finally," she muttered, wiping sweat from her forehead. But before she could take another step, the ground trembled beneath her feet. Mia froze. Another worm? No, it was bigger. The sand split apart, and from its depths a massive shadow loomed. A colossal worm, at least 3 times the size of the one she had just killed, emerged, its mouth filled with rows of gnashing teeth. Mia clenched her fist again. Of course there's a big brother. The sandworm lunged, its gaping maw lined with jagged teeth. Mira didn't flinch. Instead, she exhaled sharply, shifting into a fighting stance. Mana surged through her body, condensing around her fists as she whispered the name of the skill. Iron Fist. She stepped forward and met the sandworm's charge head-on. Her fist slammed into its open mouth, shattering its fangs with a sickening crunch. The impact traveled through its body, causing the entire creature to convulse violently. A second later, it exploded from the sheer force, chunks of its body scattering across the desert. Chapter 242, 242 Arrival. Oh, a spirit crystal? By the body of the sandworm, Mira spotted a familiar loot. The conditions for loot drops weren't exactly strict, but they followed a set of rules. For example, killing a human wouldn't grant loot unless a human had a special bloodline or physique. Why was it different? Perhaps only those who had studied the phenomenon in depth could understand. Neither Mira nor Michael were among those people. One was too busy crafting and acquiring more bombs, while the other was focused on expanding his undead family. However, both loved the sight of loot. That said, Mira had collected far more loot than Michael, despite not suffering as much as he had. Her initial location in the land of origin had been a desolate desert, arguably worse than Michael's. At least he had threats capable of killing him, forcing a change of scenery. But if Mira wanted to leave her barren starting point, her only option was to commit suicide, something even she, with her strong will, couldn't bring herself to do. With no choice, she picked a random direction and began her journey. For days, it was the same endless landscape. She had almost grown numb to it. What was meant to be a realm of adventure had turned into a world of nothingness. More than once, she found herself wondering if she should just end it. The thought was terrifying, but many Awakeners at a certain level started to entertain it. Yet, it was a penalty of death that made Mira hold on. Fortunately, change finally came. She started encountering monsters. They were only one type, sandworms. At first, they were weak enough that she could fight them with her bare hands. That, in turn, earned her a fish-related skill, making her even more enthusiastic about brawling and arming herself. As the monsters grew stronger, so did she. Her experience points skyrocketed, and she found herself loving the desert a bit. Why? Because it made her stronger. What she hadn't expected, however, was to see a stretch of green on a distant desert hill a few hours ago. The sight filled her with excitement. Fighting monsters was great, but just like Michael hungered for civilization, so did she. Besides, the monsters were getting weaker. No, she had simply gotten stronger, and that made them less desirable. Mira placed a spirit crystal in her storage space and made her way to the green expanse with hope this was going to be her first step to civilization. I hope they have things that can explode. Ads by Pub Future. Pub Future ads. On the flying ship, Grand Mage Lien and Michael met once again. They had been flying for a while now, and according to Grand Mage, they were close to their destination. It didn't take long for Michael to spot it. A vast mountain range stretching endlessly into the horizon. Seeing the barren peaks, his lips twitched. Wasn't the treasure they were after fruit? Could anything even grow here? The mountains looked practically bald. Okay, maybe that was an exaggeration. There were patches of green here and there. But for something as miraculous as the soul pool fruit, if Mage Lien was telling the truth, Michael felt it shouldn't be growing in such a place. Unless it was as stubborn and resilient as potatoes, he mused. Still, he didn't doubt Mage Lien too much. He was still a novice in the supernatural world, and applying common sense to it wasn't exactly wise. If even stone monsters had intelligence, then what wasn't possible? As the flying ship slowed, hovering just outside the mountain range, Michael's gaze remained locked onto the barren peaks. Mage Lien, noticing his scrutiny, let out a chuckle. I know what you're thinking, Sir Mike. It doesn't look like much, does it? Michael turned to him, raising an eyebrow. Not exactly the most lush place for a fruit to grow. The Grand Mage smiled. Nature's gift. If they weren't weird, they wouldn't be called miraculous. Michael didn't respond immediately. In the end, the only thing that mattered was whether they would actually find it. Then how do we get there? He asked. Mage Lien turned his gaze to the mountain range. We land here and proceed on foot. Michael narrowed his eyes. Why not fly straight in? Mage Lien's smile turned sarcastic. Oh, there's no place to land, of course. The mountains are far too treacherous. Michael felt a twinge of embarrassment, realizing he had spoken his thought aloud without thinking. He should have known better. With that, the flying ship began its descent, hovering above a small clearing near the base of the mountain range. Michael followed Mage Lien and the others as they disembarked, his eyes scanning the barren landscape. Michael took a deep breath. According to Mage Lien, the reason he hadn't taken the soul pool fruits himself was simple. If he could, he would have. The real issue was the monsters guarding them, creatures stronger than him. Still, they shouldn't be too powerful. Otherwise, attempting to retrieve the fruits would be outright suicide. This could be seen from Mage Lien managing to return at all, if there were two of them. Whatever the case, Michael mentally prepared himself. He turned toward Mage Lien, who was speaking with the knight Master Yuan had introduced him to, and then later with Yuan himself. One thing Michael had noticed was that, aside from Mage Lien, he seemed to be the only one truly aware of their real mission. Not that he found it strange. After all, There was nothing unusual about a man keeping his treasure a secret. Michael waited for Mage Lien to finish his conversation. It didn't take long for Mage Lien to be down. With that, the group set off toward the mountains, their footsteps echoing off the barren peaks. The two walked in silence for a while, the only sound being the crunch of gravel beneath their feet. Their speed was fast as they blurred, but to the two, they walked at a measured pace. After waking for a while, Michael was about to ask Mage Lien when they'll reach the treasure location, when Mage Lien suddenly stopped and gestured for him to be silent. Chapter 243, 243 Mountain Apes. Michael's eyes narrowed, his senses on high alert as he scanned their surroundings. Mage Lien's eyes were fixed on something ahead, his expression intent. Michael followed his gaze, and soon he saw it too, a tree unlike any he had ever seen before. The tree itself wasn't too big, but its branches seemed to stretch on forever, twisting and turning in impossible ways. And on those branches, Michael saw strange-looking fruits, glowing with a soft, ethereal light. But what caught Michael's attention wasn't the tree or the fruits, but the two massive creatures sleeping at the base of the trunk. They looked like apes, their fur a thick, shaggy coat of brown and gray. They were enormous, easily 3 times Michael's undead blue apes, and their muscles rippled beneath their skin even as they slept. Michael's eyes widened as he took in the sight of the apes. Mage Lien's voice was barely audible as he spoke. "Those are the guardians of the soul pool fruit. We'll need to defeat them to get the fruits. Also, there's no need to worry about damaging the fruit or the tree. Just show an intention to attack, and they will naturally move to another area," Mage Lien explained. Michael listened carefully as Mage Lien continued. "With Sir Mick's summon, while it may be difficult to defeat a mountain ape, it shouldn't be impossible. Sorry, Mike will take one, and I'll take the other. Please come assist me once you're done." Michael nodded in agreement, though he couldn't use his detect skill from where he stood. From the aura he sensed from the 2 apes, though they were indeed more powerful than Mage Lien, it wasn't at the point of despair. Mage Lien wasted no time. Raising a hand, he conjured a spear of fire, its tip burning white-hot. Marking his target, with a flick of his wrist, the projectile shot forward, streaking through the air like a comet. The sleeping mountain ape jerked awake the moment the spear struck its thick fur, the force sending embers scattering into the air. It roared, shaking the ground beneath them, its massive frame twisting as it turned its furious gaze toward Mage Lien. Michael, already prepared, reached into his storage space. In an instant, a massive undead griffin emerged in midair. The second mountain ape, startled by its companion's roar, snapped awake. Its gaze locked onto Michael and his undead beast. Mage Lien had immediately dashed in another direction, with the first ape making Michael stand out to the second ape. Without hesitation, it bared its fangs and slammed its fist into ground, sending a spray of rocks into the air. With an angry bellow, it grabbed a chunk the size of a boulder and hurled it toward him. Michael reacted instantly. "Go!" he commanded. The undead griffin let out a screech and charged forward, its wings kicking up a gust of wind. With a powerful leap, it soared toward the incoming rock, smashing through it with sheer momentum before diving straight at the mountain ape. Michael stood behind. He wasn't done. With Mage Lien no longer in sight, Michael summoned both Lucky, his undead wolf, and his undead high human. "Lucky, the environment is too restricted for you to summon, and use your vines, so stick to physical attacks. Also, don't use your poison." The last command was given with the soul pool fruit in mind. He couldn't risk damaging it. Turning to the undead high human, Michael issued another order. "No magic. Your spells are too destructive." Only the undead griffin was granted the freedom to use its wind magic, its wind slash providing aerial support from above. The mountain ape roared as the undead griffin struck, talons raking across its thick fur. The impact forced it back a step, but it quickly regained its footing, snarling in fury. Michael didn't waste time. He barked his commands aloud. "Lucky, flank it. You, keep it occupied from the front." Lucky dashed forward, its undead form moving with unnatural agility. The undead high human followed with steady, heavy steps, its lifeless eyes locked onto the ape. The mountain ape, now fully awakened in rage, pounded its chest before launching itself at the closest enemy, Michael's high human. Its massive fist came down like a hammer, shaking the ground on impact. But the high human was fast. It twisted to the side, avoiding a direct hit, and countered with a powerful punch to the ape's ribs. Though the undead lacked true muscle strength, its sheer durability and unnatural force made up for it. The ape grunted, momentarily stunned. That was all Lucky needed. Leaping in from the side, the undead wolf latched onto the ape's arm, its fangs sinking deep. The beast howled, shaking violently to throw Lucky off, but the wolf held firm. Griffin wind slash. Above, the undead griffin let out a piercing screech before unleashing a razor-sharp gust of wind. The attack struck the ape's exposed back, drawing blood for the first time. Michael's eyes gleamed. Good, it can be hurt. But the mountain ape wasn't done. With a furious bellow, it slammed its free arm into Lucky, sending the undead wolf flying. At the same time, it lunged at the high human, using sheer brute force to overpower the undead. The two collided, the impact sending shockwaves through ground. Michael steadied himself, watching as his undead struggled against the mountain ape's sheer might. The high human, despite its unnatural strength, was slowly being pushed back. The ape's fists rained down like sledgehammers, each strike forcing the undead further into the dirt. This thing is a brute, Michael thought grimly. Griffin, more wind slashes. The griffin screeched in acknowledgement, its wings beating furiously as it sent another barrage of razor-sharp wind blades toward the ape's exposed back. The ape roared as fresh cuts appeared across its fur, but it didn't falter. Instead, it grabbed the high human by the shoulders and, with terrifying strength, hurled it across the battlefield. Michael's undead crashed against a jagged rock formation, cracking the stone upon impact. Michael narrowed his eyes. Lucky, go for the legs. The undead wolf, having recovered from its earlier blow, darted forward with blinding speed. Its fangs sank into the ape's ankle, twisting violently to unbalance the massive creature. The ape staggered, momentarily distracted. Chapter 244 Victory. Michael seized the opportunity. Griffin, pin it down. The undead griffin dived with deafening screech, its massive talons latching onto the ape's shoulders, digging deep. The sheer force sent the mountain ape stumbling backward, its balance faltering as Lucky's fangs clamped tighter around its leg. Michael moved swiftly. He raised a hand, dark energy gathering around his fingers. You returned to the fight. The undead mage, though battered, obeyed. It launched itself back into the fray, closing the distance in seconds. This time, Michael gave a new command. Break its arm. The high human wasted no time. With eerie precision, it caught the ape's massive wrist mid-swing and twisted violently. Crack! The sound of breaking bone echoed. The mountain ape let out an agonized roar, its arm hanging limply at its side. Michael's expression didn't change. He knew it wasn't over. Even injured, the beast was still incredibly dangerous. But now, its attacks would be slower. Lucky, don't let go. The wolf obeyed, clamping down even harder. The ape tried to shake it off but failed. Lucky's jaw strength was beyond that of a normal beast. Griffin, one more wind slash, straight at its face. A gust of razor-sharp wind tore through the air. The moment it struck, the ape howled, reeling backward, momentarily blinded. Now! Michael's high human moved in for the finishing blow. With both hands raised, it brought its fist down on the ape's skull with all its undead strength. Boom! The impact sent a shock wave through the ground. The mountain ape staggered once, twice, then collapsed. Michael let out a slow breath, watching as the massive beast twitched before falling completely still. Victory. He didn't waste time celebrating. His eyes flickered toward the other fight, Mage Lien's battle. The Grand Mage was locked in combat with the second mountain ape, his flaming spear clashing against the beast's relentless assault. However, he was clearly on the defensive, forced to dodge more than he attacked. Michael analyzed the situation. Mage Lien was strong, but his attacks didn't seem to do enough damage to truly hurt the creature. It seemed like the mountain ape was a creature that needed brute force to take it down effectively. This or gang up. Without hesitation, Michael barked an order to his undead. Assist him. The griffin launched forward and was followed closely by Lucky. Ads by Pub Future. Pub Future ads. As for the high human, Michael placed it back into his storage space. The undead monsters can be lied about, but a human corpse seemed a bit too sensitive. Mage Lien twisted his body midair, narrowly avoiding the mountain ape's massive fist as it crashed into the ground, sending debris flying. He landed a few feet away, breath steady, flames still crackling at his fingertips. His attacks had landed, but the ape barely seemed fazed. Even with its fur scorched, the beast continued its relentless assault, swinging its powerful arms with terrifying force. Michael wasted no time. Griffin, strike from above. Lucky, go for the legs. His summons obeyed instantly. The undead griffin screeched, diving at the mountain ape, its razor-sharp talons slashing at the beast's face. The attack momentarily blinded the creature, forcing it to stagger back. At the same time, Lucky darted in low, its fangs sinking into the ape's ankle. With a powerful twist, it yanked the beast off balance. Mage Lien didn't miss the opportunity. Scorching lance. A spear of searing white-hot fire materialized in his palm. With a flick of his wrist, he hurled it straight at the mountain ape's exposed chest. The lance struck true, piercing through the beast's thick hide. Flames erupted on impact, searing flesh and sending a wave of heat rolling outward. The mountain ape howled in agony. Michael watched intently, calculating. Even with the combined attacks, the beast was still standing. They needed to cripple it, fast. Griffin, another wind slash. The griffin obeyed, wings beating furiously as it sent another razor-sharp gust of wind toward the beast's face. The attack struck, slicing into the mountain ape's left eye. The beast roared, clutching its bleeding face, momentarily blinded on one side. That was their chance. The Grand Mage didn't need to be told twice. With a sharp breath, he gathered every ounce of mana he had left. Flames surged around him, brighter than before, licking at the air like a living inferno. He raised both hands. Inferno Spear, a massive, burning spear formed above him, radiating intense heat. Unlike the previous lances, this one burned with streaks of gold, the sheer force distorting the air around it. With a single motion, Mage Lien hurled it forward. The blazing weapon shot through the air like a meteor, crashing into the mountain ape's chest. Boom! The impact sent a shockwave through the ground. The flames erupted violently, engulfing the beast in an inferno that burned hotter than anything they had unleashed before. The mountain ape let out one final, agonized roar before it collapsed. Michael exhaled slowly, watching the beast's massive form go still. Silence followed. Mage Lien wiped the sweat from his brow, his breathing heavy but steady. He glanced at Michael. "I'll admit, that was harder than I expected." Michael nodded. They were tough. But now, his gaze shifted toward the glowing fruits hanging from the tree far away from him. The soul pool fruits were finally within their grasp. However, Michael didn't immediately head toward the soul pool fruit tree. It wasn't that he didn't want to. He simply didn't want to seem indifferent to Mage Lien's current weakness, which he truly was. Fortunately, despite his labored breathing and clear exhaustion from the battle, Mage Lien seemed just as concerned about the fruit. Without hesitation, he started making his way toward the tree. Michael didn't need to be asked to follow. He did so immediately. What about the monsters? Michael asked. With Mage Lien's existence, Michael spared little thought for corpses. The fact that they were too large to fit in his storage space, combined with his lack of contract slots, only made them more undesirable. Chapter 245. 245, isn't he a burden? Mage Lien glanced at the monster corpses before speaking, his voice calm despite his exhaustion. The knights who followed us on the flying ship will take care of them. You don't have to worry. Michael gave a small nod, though his gaze remained on the fallen creatures. It was a shame. If he had the space or the contract slots, the corpses could have been valuable assets. Of course, he also needed the required strength to revive them, but at the very least, a larger storage space would have allowed him to keep them. However, this also meant considering how to avoid revealing too much and standing out to Mage Lien. Mage Lien wasn't done speaking. Your assistance in killing the monsters won't go unrewarded. Michael's eyes flickered with interest. A separate reward? He wouldn't refuse that. In fact, this wasn't the first reward he was owed in the land of origin, at least in this region. According to his conversation with Mage Lien on the flying ship, the kingdom was still deliberating on what reward to grant him for his assistance against the strange monster attacks in Everlong Forest. However, Michael's focus quickly shifted back to the real prize, the soul pool fruits. Now, only a few steps away from the tree, he could feel the energy radiating from the glowing fruits. Each one pulsed with an ethereal light. There were 4. Mage Lien was pleasantly surprised. Last time he was here, he had only seen 3. He hadn't realized he had missed one. However, this was good. The distribution was already clear. Mage Lien reached out, plucking 2 of the soul pool fruits from the tree without hesitation. Michael followed suit, his fingers grazing the surface of the remaining fruits before securing them in his grip. Soul pool fruit. Rank: extraordinary 2 stars. Increases soul energy and strengthens the soul. Can significantly do the same for one's mana capacity. Michael was just about to exclaim in awe as he held the fruits when he furrowed his brows. The energy within the fruits was diminishing. It wasn't immediate, but it was clear. The glow they emitted was fading ever so slightly. Michael's instincts screamed at him. Michael didn't waste a second. He exchanged a glance with Mage Lien, who had also noticed a change. Without hesitation, the Grand Mage sat down in a meditative pose, cradling the soul pool fruits in his hands. Michael followed suit, lowering himself to the ground while keeping his senses sharp. He gave one final command to his undead. Stand guard. If anything approaches, prioritize my safety. His Griffin and Lucky immediately took position. Taking a deep breath, Michael focused inward, directing his attention to the fruits in his hands. As he closed his eyes, he could feel the energy within them, pulsing faintly, yet undeniably powerful. There was no need for hesitation. Ads by Pub Future. Pub Future ads. He immediately took one. The moment the fruit's essence entered his body, a wave of energy surged through him. It wasn't painful, but it was overwhelming, a rush of warmth spreading through every fiber of his being. His mana pulsed wildly, his core reacting instantly to the influx of energy. Beside him, Mage Lien was undergoing the same process. Flames flickered faintly around him as he absorbed the fruit's essence, his body resonating with its potent energy. Michael focused, directing the energy toward his mana pool. The soul pool fruit, according to Mage Lien, is said to increase the soul, but it would also massively increase one's mana pool as a side effect. Michael had also confirmed this from his skill. Michael could feel his mana pool expanding. The sound of notifications rang in his mind. The power was intoxicating, but he remained steady, ensuring that every bit of energy was properly absorbed. Minutes passed. Then, slowly, the intensity lessened. The pulsing energy settled within him, his body adapting to the newfound strength. However, Michael didn't wait to observe the changes nor check his new notification, and took the second soul pool fruit. The second fruit's energy rushed into him, though this time it wasn't as overwhelming. His body had already adapted to the first surge, allowing him to absorb the new energy more smoothly. The warmth spread through him once again, but instead of a wild torrent, it flowed like a controlled current, expanding his mana pool. Michael exhaled slowly, focusing on refining the power instead of simply enduring it. His mana capacity stretched further, a noticeable increase compared to before. Beside him, Mage Lien remained silent, his expression unreadable as he absorbed the second fruit's essence. Faint embers flickered around him, but they were more subdued than before. Even a Grand Mage had limits. Michael could also feel something within him stabilizing, strengthening with every passing second. The lingering effect of the fruits were still settling, but the immediate rush was over. His grip loosened, and he finally let out a breath. The glow around him dimmed as the last traces of energy dissipated from the fruits. Only then did Michael finally glance at his notifications, and he was stunned speechless. Outside the dark mountain ranges, the flying ship stood in place like a silent beast. However, the inside was anything but quiet. At the tip of the ship, Master Yuan stood alongside one of Grand Mage Lien's personal attendants and Knight Commander Rachel, the one responsible for overseeing Mage Lien's travels. Though they were far from Michael and Mage Lien's location, their advanced cultivation levels allowed them to subtly sense the mana waves rippling through the air, echoes of the battle against the mountain apes. "Should we go?" Knight Commander Rachel couldn't help but ask again. Master Yuan, who stood beside him, didn't respond immediately. His expression flickered with hesitation before firming into resolve. The Grand Mage instructed us to wait for him. Going to his side would mean disobey his orders and possibly hindering him, Master Yuan said. Knight Commander Rachel remained silent for a moment before a certain youth's image surfaced in his mind. What was his name? Sir Mike? What about him? Isn't it dangerous for him to stay close to the Grand Mage right now? Master Yuan was momentarily speechless. Neither of them could have expected that the youth they thought would be a burden was actually the one providing assistance. Chapter 246. 246 Greatest Gain. Your mana has increased significantly. Your mana is overflowing. Your mana is overflowing. Your mana is overflowing. Your constitution has dropped due to your overflowing mana. Your constitution has dropped due to your overflowing mana. Your constitution is slowly weakening due to your overflowing mana. You have gained the skill Acid Ball. You have gained the skill Mana Arrow. You have gained the skill Death Ray Aid. Your soul has been significantly strengthened. Your connection with your soul has been strengthened. Your connection with your undead has been strengthened. Michael's eyes widened at the flood of notifications. The first few messages weren't too surprising. He had already sensed that his mana had increased. What he didn't know was just how much it had improved. However, the next set of notifications made his heart tremble. Is my mana too much for my body to handle? The thought seemed absurd, yet Michael didn't doubt it. He recalled something from his early days as a newly awakened, a post he had read on a supernatural forum. It explained that while Awakeners could distribute their attribute points freely, balance was crucial. For example, an Awakener could prioritize agility above all else, but if their body wasn't strong enough to handle extreme speeds, they would collapse. Or, in the worst case, their body might tear apart. Similarly, someone who focused solely on strength without agility would be powerful but sluggish, slower than a snail. These examples weren't meant to discourage customization, but served as a warning about reckless stat allocation. Now, Michael was almost certain he had fallen into a similar predicament. Fortunately, it didn't seem severe. He still felt fine, if not better than ever. Still, the notification showed just how much his mana had increased, and the next few messages confirmed it. I got 3 skills. One had to remember. Every 20 points in intelligence granted a 50% chance of gaining a skill. Gaining 3 meant his intelligence had increased by at least 60 points. Michael's heart pounded in excitement. Normally, reaching this level of growth through attribute points alone would take at least 10 level-ups. Then, his gaze shifted to the last set of notifications. Your soul has been significantly strengthened. Your connection with your soul has been strengthened. Your connection with your undead has been strengthened. The soul was a sensitive topic, not just for him but for most Awakeners. For Michael, his soul was the root of his growth, the source of his power. The messages filled him with anticipation. Without hesitation, he called out his status screen, eager to see what had changed. Status: Name: Michael Norman. Class: Adept Necromancer. Level: 20. EXP: 86, 718/134, 551. Strength: 41.92. Agility: 62.66. Constitution: 40.22 -3. Intelligence: 270.01, 20.0 carat. Attribute points: 20. Skills: Undead Summoning, Undead Revival, Detect, Basic Shot, Share Senses, Spearmanship, Acid Shot, Bone Spear, Slow Curse, Blind Curse, Bone Armor, Corpse Explosion, Acid Ball New, Mana Arrow New, Death Ray New. Talent: Infinite Evolution. Class Skill: Contract Slot 50/100. Gift: Mark of Origin. The first thing Michael noticed was a reduction in his constitution. Even his status panel reflected it. It had only dropped by 3 points so far, but if he didn't do something about it, it could get worse. His eyes drifted down to his constitution stat, and the moment he saw the change, his eyes widened in shock. For the first time in a long while, intense emotion flickered across his face. 270. Michael screamed in his head. That was how high his intelligence stat had climbed. The 2 soul pool fruits had directly increased his intelligence by 120 points. Even 10 level-ups wouldn't have given him this much growth. No wonder his constitution had been affected. To use an analogy, it was like filling a bucket with more water than it could hold. At least a bucket could overflow. But in Michael's case, his body was a container and it was sealed. Any more and it would burst. Michael forced himself to calm down, taking a deep breath before shifting his focus. His contract slots. This was the best way to confirm whether his soul had truly grown stronger. He glanced at the status panel again and froze. Something wasn't right. Frowning, he shook his head and dismissed the panel. Then, after taking another deep breath, he summoned it again. Class skill, contract slots 50/100. Michael's heart slammed against his chest. 100 contract slots. 100. His thoughts raced. He did a rough count. Previously, at level 20, he had 50 contract slots. Now, still at level 20, he had 100. Before, he had only gained 2 contract slots per level. Wait, did this mean the soul pool fruit had increased the quality of his soul so much that his contract slots had jumped to 5 per level? Michael felt dizzy, but at the same time he was ecstatic. For any other necromancer, this was a good thing, but for Michael, more contract slots didn't just mean growth. It meant raw power. More contract slots meant more undead summons. More summons, undead summons, meant more evolution points. It was more everything. As excitement surged through him, his gaze instinctively shifted to his talent. And the moment he saw what was written on top of the list of things he could evolve, his chest tightened. Michael Norman, insufficient evolution points. Can't be evolved. Fuck. The appearance of his own name in the talent section meant more to Michael than he could put into words. For days, a single question had been weighing on his mind. Could his talent evolve more than just undead? Could he evolve himself? Until now, he had no answer. But today, that had changed. Anything that appeared in his talent section had always meant one thing. It could be evolved. And now, with his own name listed there, the conclusion was undeniable. Michael could evolve himself. The biggest gain Michael got from consuming the soul pool fruits wasn't his mana pool increasing. This was it. This was his greatest gain. Chapter 247, 247 Red Cauldron. Michael forced himself to calm down. In fact, everything he had seen wasn't even the full extent of his gains. For some reason, he felt it. There was more. Taking a deep breath, he dismissed his panels and sat down, closing his eyes. He didn't know why, but he felt an urge, a strong pull to meditate. The lingering sensation from consuming the soul pool fruits was still there, giving him a feeling as if something within him had been unlocked. Something he might lose access to if he didn't grasp it now, while he was still sensitive to it. As Michael closed his eyes and focused inward, something shifted. It was subtle at first, like a gentle ripple in a still pond, but soon it became undeniable, a pull, deep and resonant, leading him into the depths of himself. The sensation felt familiar. It was like when he was entering his sea of consciousness. And then he saw it, his soul. Michael couldn't explain how he knew, but he just did. Darkness surrounded him. No, there was something within the darkness. A glow. A deep, vivid red glow. Something was at its core. Michael drifted toward it, drawn by an instinct he couldn't ignore. As he approached, the source of the glow became clear. A cauldron. A red cauldron. What is this? Michael wondered when, suddenly, his vision shifted. He was still in a dark space, but darkness was no longer the dominant force here. Below him lay a vast black soul ground. Above him stretched the sky, or at least it felt like one. Dotted across it were dozens of shining lights, resembling stars. For some reason, Michael immediately knew their exact number. 50. There were 50 stars. What does this mean? Where am I? Panic crept in, but he forced himself to stay calm. That was when he sensed something, an unexpected feedback. It came from the red cauldron he had just seen. It told him it was inside it. However, that wasn't the most shocking part. A fragment of information surfaced in his mind, passed to him by the cauldron. Its name, Primordial Evolution Crucible, and its function, it could evolve anything placed within it. Immediately, Michael made the connection. His talent, infinite evolution. The realization struck like a storm. The cauldron is my talent? Yet it made sense. Talent was linked to the soul. The cauldron existed within his soul, which also meant the space he had been in earlier was his soul. Michael's thoughts raced. Then what do the stars represent? Another wave of feedback came. They are your creation and the foundation of your power. The cauldron wasn't very clear. Though it provided information, Michael could tell it wasn't truly alive. Curious, he turned his gaze to one of the largest stars. Immediately, it descended toward him. Given its distance, he had expected it to be enormous, but as it neared, it shrank, becoming no larger than a football. Though surprised, Michael instinctively reached out. The moment his fingers brushed against it, the star shattered into light, taking shape before his eyes. A figure emerged from the glow. Michael's breath caught. It was familiar, his undead high human. Just as he was about to investigate further, a voice called out to him. "Sir Mike, can you hear me?" Mage Lien, casting a conflicted glance at the glowing figure before him, Michael withdrew his focus, returning to the outside world. Not far from Michael stood Mage Lien. The smiling old man hadn't grown any younger, yet something about him felt younger. At the same time, Michael sensed an unfamiliar pressure radiating from him, something threatening. It was the first time he had ever felt such a presence from the old mage. Curious, he cast a text on him. Lionheart Kingdom Grand Mage? Michael could no longer see his level. Before, it had always been level 29, but now it was surely much higher. Exactly how high, Michael didn't know, but he suspected it was significant. Mage Lien had also consumed the soul pool fruit, just like him. If Michael had gained a massive boost from it, then the old man, a true mage through and through, would have experienced even greater benefits. His posture, his presence, it all exuded newfound power. Sorry for disturbing your meditation, Sir Mike. Mage Lien remained as polite as ever. It's fine, Michael replied. I was just digesting my gains. Ah, I'm sure Sir Mike must have gained a lot as well. The old man let out a hearty laugh. Though he had no idea just how much Michael had truly gained, Mage Lien could feel it. Michael's mana was now overflowing, practically leaking into the surroundings. Mage Lien's heart clenched. This mana, it felt even more potent than his own, and the ominous darkness woven into it only made it more intimidating. Shifting his gaze, Mage Lien glanced at Lucky, who stood nearby. It had been his first time witnessing the beast in battle, and though he had seen Michael other undead wolf, this one was different. A terrifying aura had surrounded the beast in combat, something unlike anything he had encountered before. Even now, though that oppressive feeling had faded, a faint trace of it still lingered in his senses. And this wasn't even Michael's only summon. Though Mage Lien hadn't seen the undead high human, he had felt its presence during the battle. None of this changed his attitude toward Michael. He had never intended to be rude. If anything, these realizations only solidified his respect. Besides, he was truly grateful for Michael's assistance. The soul pool fruit had given him even more than he had expected. He owed Michael a lot. I wanted to inform Sir Mike that I'll be leaving first. Rest assured, we won't depart without you. Thank you, Mage Lien. I'll join you soon. As you can see, I haven't fully digested my gains yet, so forgive me for wasting your time. No, haha. Sir Mike can take all the time he wants. Even I'm just returning to the ship to continue digesting what I've earned. Chapter 248, the situation. After exchanging a few words, Michael watched Mage Lien fly away. Though he knew the old mage wasn't using flight magic just to show off, Sometimes it certainly felt like it. Not that Michael would ever admit to being envious. His gaze shifted to the distant corpses of the mountain apes. Before Mage Lien left, he had briefly considered asking for ownership of one, but he quickly dismissed the thought. Technically, he already had a claim to at least one of them, perhaps even both. But the real issue wasn't ownership. It was usefulness. Reviving one as an undead, that would depend on whether he had the strength to do so. If strength simply meant having enough mana, then Michael had more than enough now. In fact, he was fairly certain he had more than required. But then came the next problem. Where would he even keep the body? It was far too large for his storage space, and undead summoning? Michael decided not to dwell on it too much. No need to ruin his good mood. That didn't mean he had given up on acquiring at least one of the corpses for himself. Though, if only I had a place to store them. The thought lingered in his mind, but for now, it was a matter for another time, along with how he would fill his contract slots again and everything else related to his undead summons. Right now, he had other things to focus on. As for the changes in his soul, he wanted to explore them further. But this wasn't the right place. At the very least, he needed to return to the flying ship, where interruptions were less likely. Just as these thoughts passed through his mind, a notification popped up. Your constitution is slowly weakening due to your overflowing mana. I should fix this. There hadn't been a notification about his constitution actually decreasing again, but this was probably just the first warning. If left unchecked, more would follow, until the condition inevitably worsened. With that in mind, Michael called up his status panel. Status: Name: Michael Norman. Class: Adept Necromancer. Level: 20. EXP: 86, 718/134, 551. Strength: 41.92. Agility: 62.66. Constitution: 40.22. Intelligence: 270.0. Attribute points: 20. Skills: Undead Summoning, Undead Revival, Detect, Basic Shot, Share Senses, Spearmanship, Acid Shot, Bone Spear, Slow Curse, Blind Curse, Bone Armor, Corpse Explosion, Acid Ball, Mana Arrow, Death Ray. Talent: Infinite Evolution. Class Skill: Contract Slot 50/100. Gift: Mark of Origin. To improve his condition immediately, there was only one solution: using his attribute points. Michael was grateful he had saved some. If not, he would have been forced to search for alternative methods. There were many things in the world, at least none that Michael could think of, that could raise stats as effectively as attribute points without drawbacks. Without hesitation, he allocated all his available points to Constitution, increasing it by 20. That brought it closer to his agility stat. The effects were immediate. A deep, involuntary groan of relief escaped him as a refreshing sensation spread through his body. Thanks to the side effect of increasing his stats, Michael felt invigorated. There's no notification saying the issue is completely gone, but it should be better now. He eyed his status panel, noting the stark gap between intelligence and his other stats. It was a clear warning. He needed to be more cautious when allocating points to intelligence in the future. For now, balancing his stats seemed like the wiser approach. But with such a large disparity, achieving that balance wouldn't be easy. Advancing might not even be a good idea in my current state. A headache brewed at the thought. Advancing to the next rank would significantly boost all his existing stats, including intelligence. That meant if he didn't find a way to contain or manage it, his already massive mana pool could spiral out of control. I wonder if evolving myself would change anything. His heart pounded at the thought. The moment he saw his own name listed under the things his talent could evolve, he had already made up his mind. His next evolution target would be himself. There were concerns, of course, but the potential gains far outweighed any risks. The body of a high human might naturally handle large amounts of mana better. His undead high human had a tremendous mana pool. If evolution could grant him a similar physique, then it should be possible for his body to adapt. But another question arose. If his mana pool was already approaching that of his undead high human, what would happen once he evolved? I'll know by tomorrow anyway. His daily evolution points had arrived, bringing his total to 51. Even if he didn't add more undead to his army, he'd have enough points to evolve into a high human tomorrow, assuming the evolution process for the living worked the same way as it did for his undead. Shaking off the excitement, Michael shifted his focus to his skills. Skills: Undead Summoning, Undead Revival, Detect, Basic Shot, Share Senses, Spearmanship, Acid Shot, Bone Spear, Slow Curse, Blind Curse, Bone Armor, Corpse Explosion, Acid Ball, Mana Arrow, Death Ray. It certainly looked impressive. Even if his class rarely gave him the chance to use most of them, his class made him an unconventional mage. But that didn't stop him from wanting spells he could personally cast, or craving even more. Thanks to the Soul Pool Fruits, he had gained 3 new skills. Taking a quick glance at their names, he turned to check their descriptions. Acid Ball Basic Mastery. Proficiency for 0.0%. Acid Ball allows the user to conjure and launch a small sphere of corrosive energy. Current range is 10 meters. Death Ray Intermediate Mastery. Proficiency 2.0%. Death Ray fires a thin, focused beam of necrotic energy that saps vitality from its target. Current range is 50 meters. Mana Arrow Basic Mastery. Proficiency 3.0%. A staple spell for range casters, Mana Arrow creates a solid projectile of condensed mana that flies toward a target. Current range is 15 meters. Chapter 249, 249 Return. Thanks to his increased intelligence, Michael was fortunate to get 3 new skills: Acid Ball, Death Ray, and Mana Arrow. Acid Ball Basic Mastery. Proficiency 2.0%. Acid Ball allows the user to conjure and launch a small sphere of corrosive energy. Current range is 10 meters. Death Ray Intermediate Mastery. Proficiency 2.0%. Death Ray fires a thin, focused beam of necrotic energy that saps vitality from its target. Current range is 50 meters. Mana Arrow Basic Mastery. Proficiency 2.0%. A staple spell for range casters, Mana Arrow creates a solid projectile of condensed mana that flies toward a target. Current range is 15 meters. Michael thought for a bit and went to a clearing. His 2 undead followed him from behind. He wanted to test out his new skills. Taking a deep breath, Michael extended his hand. His mana surged, responding to his will. A magic circle appeared. In front of it, a small swirling sphere of greenish liquid formed. The acid ball wobbled slightly before stabilizing, a testament to his basic mastery level. Michael controlled the power and narrowed his eyes at a nearby tree, a raw sight in this mountainous range. The sphere shot out, covering the 10-meter distance in an instant before splattering against the bark with a faint hiss. The effect was immediate. The bark sizzled, darkening as the acid ate away at it, leaving behind a bubbling, corroded scar. Michael stepped closer, examining the damage. The damage seemed like what acid shot his other skill would do, but there was a difference. The difference was in application. One shot out like it came from a hose, and the other worked like a true projectile. Nodding to himself, he stepped back and raised his hand again, this time focusing on his mana arrow. Another magic circle appeared as pure mana condensed into a sleek, glowing projectile. Michael took a moment to steady his aim, while also controlling the power to the minimum before releasing it. With a sharp hum, the arrow flew through the air, cutting a clean path toward its target. The impact was sharp and decisive, opening a huge hole in the tree and dividing it in 2. Ads by Pub Future. Pub Future ads. Michael smirked. Acid Ball weakened defenses, and Mana Arrow delivered precise, penetrating blow. The combination had potential. More than anything, Michael was happy he now had 2 more means of attack. Michael stood in the clearing, contemplating whether to use Death Ray. While Acid Ball and Mana Arrow had already shown their usefulness, he had yet to test the Necrotic Beam. The skill seemed like it would work better on a living target. As he considered his new skills, his heightened senses picked up movement in the distance. Commander Rachel and Master Yuan had at some point appeared, and they approached with a group of knights. Michael turned to face them, his undead standing silently behind him like eerie sentinels. Rachel and Yuan stopped a few paces away, their gazes assessing him before Rachel spoke. "Sir Mike, We're here to transport the bodies of the 2 mountain apes on the command of the Grand Mage. The flying ship is prepared to receive them." Michael gave a slight nod. He had expected something like this, as Mage Lien had already hinted at this to him. According to the other party's tone, it was as if it was beneath them to collect the loots of a battle. Something Michael didn't think he would be able to relate to. The corpses of the beasts were valuable, whether for research, resources, or something else entirely. "Understood," he replied. "Do you need assistance?" Michael turned to his undead griffin, and felt it could probably carry something as heavy as the mountain ape. Master Yuan responded politely as always. "No need. The knights will handle the heavy lifting." Michael nodded and didn't force it. He thought for a moment and decided to head back to the flying ship. "Okay then, I'll be going." He waved to Master Yuan and Commander Rachel before jumping onto his undead griffin, dismissing Lucky to the netherworld, a sight that shocked everyone present. What Michael didn't know was that just as he had envied Mage Lien's ability to fly, his current action had caused others to feel the same and more towards him. Michael landed a short distance away from the flying ship, the wind from his undead griffin's wings scattering dust and leaves across the ground. Once his feet touched solid ground, he reached out and stored the griffin in his storage space. As he approached the ship, the remaining knights standing guard took notice of his arrival. A few of them exchanged glances. One of the knights stepped forward and gave a slight bow. "Sir Mike, welcome back. I will guide you to your quarters." Michael simply nodded, following the knight as they ascended the ramp leading into the massive flying vessel. The hum of magical energy resonated through the ship's structure, and the interior corridors were sleek yet sturdy. The knight led him through a series of hallways before stopping in front of a door. "If you need anything, sir, just ask." Michael nodded and stepped inside, taking in the simple yet well-furnished space. A bed, a small table, and a storage chest. With a final glance at the knight, he closed the door behind him, finally allowed himself a moment to rest. Of course, Michael didn't just drift off to sleep. He lay down on the bed and closed his eyes, but it wasn't because he was resting. Instead, his consciousness was in his soul. It sounded strange, but that was exactly what was happening. Michael could still feel the heightened sensitivity of his soul, a lingering effect of the treasures he had consumed. However, he could tell that even when the effect fades, he'd still be able to access his soul freely. Right now, he stood within his soul, staring at the red cauldron, his talent. As he observed it, countless thoughts raced through his mind. Chapter 250 Discovery. Michael wasn't particularly familiar with cauldrons. One couldn't blame him. Even in Aurora, they were considered ancient tool of the past. Fortunately, he had seen them enough times before to recognize one. The red cauldron in his soul stood on 4 legs and had no handles. However, its legs were positioned oddly. Rather than being evenly spaced or symmetrically arranged, each one seemed to point in a different direction, as if they had chosen north, south, east, and west of themselves. Despite its strange design, what drew Michael's attention the most were the intricate patterns carved into its surface. They were familiar. At first glance, they looked small, but at the same time, they seemed large enough to be clearly visible. Michael focused on the 2 largest patterns, one depicting a human, the other a wolf. The wolf figure gave him a strong sense of familiarity. Is this Lucky? And this human? His gaze flickered across the patterns. Are all these engravings representations of my undead? His mind drifted back to his earlier experience inside the cauldron. What had caught his attention the most back then were the stars in the sky. Inside, there had been 2 bright stars. He had chosen one, and it had revealed the figure of his undead high human. Now, on the outside of the cauldron, there were 2 distinct patterns. 2 bright stars. 2 distinct patterns. Lucky and the undead high human? Michael wasn't entirely sure, but something told him his suspicion was right. But why? Why were these 2 being highlighted? Why did these patterns and stars seem directly related to his undead? He had no answer for the latter question, but as for the former, he had a theory. Potential. That was the most likely reason. Both Lucky and the undead high human were the strongest beings in his army, creatures he considered comparable to extraordinary rank monsters. Well, one clearly was Not only were they the highest-ranked undead under his command, but they were also the only ones at extraordinary rank. It made sense. However, that was all. It was just a theory. The Red Cauldron gave him no feedback. It seemed that any further discoveries would have to come from his own efforts. Let me check inside. The moment Michael thought of the inner space of the cauldron, his vision shifted. He was back. A black ground. A starry sky. Michael's eyes swept across the sky-like expanse within the cauldron's inner space. The darkness stretched endlessly, dotted with faint glimmers of light, each star twinkling softly as though alive. 50. He counted them. 50 stars in total, each varying in brightness. Yet, despite their numbers, 2 stood out the most, radiating an intensity that dwarfed the rest. They were unmistakable, glowing with an almost tangible presence. Michael extended his will, summoning the 2 brightest stars. The response was instant. The stars pulsed, their radiance expanding until they burst forth as beams of light, cascading down and condensing into 2 distinct figures before him, a human and a wolf. Michael's gaze locked onto familiar forms. So it really was lucky, Michael murmured to himself. The realization solidified his earlier thoughts. The patterns on the cauldron, the stars within the inner space. Everything pointed to these 2 as the most exceptional beings in his undead army. But what did that mean? Was it simply an indication of their strength, or was there something more to it? Michael reached out, his fingers brushing against the light-formed figures. His hand passed through them without resistance. The figures of Lucky and the undead high human were nothing more than light, intangible, insubstantial. No matter how he moved his fingers through their forms, they simply wavered like ripples in water before forming. Michael frowned. He thought for a moment, staring at the glowing figures. If these stars, these light forms, were meant to represent his undead, what exactly could he do with them? His mind spun through possibilities. Michael focused his will on the figures. The moment he did, a strange sensation coursed through him. The light figures flickered, their radiance pulsing as though responding to his intent. Then something clicked. Michael's vision shifted. It was subtle, almost unnoticeable at first, but the longer he focused, the clearer it became. He could see inside them. Their organs. For the high human, Michael could even see the remnants of its previous acupoint in its head. What is this? The discovery was astonishing, and Michael couldn't help but experiment with it for a while. He observed, analyzed, and played around with the details he could now perceive. If only they weren't just representations of light. It was merely a passing thought. Yet, the moment it formed in his mind, a shift occurred. Both Lucky and the high human trembled slightly before their forms began to change. The once ethereal light figures solidified, their glowing outlines fading away as they transformed into the real, physical versions of themselves. Moments later, Michael's eyes opened in the outside world. All 50 stars are indeed my undead. At this point, he could no longer deny the possibility that the Red Cauldron was a representation of his talent. But this realization brought even more questions. Was it the same for other Awakeners with talents? Without the help of a treasure like the soul pool fruit, would they eventually gain access to their soul? If so, when? Or was it possible to access one's soul at any time through specific methods? Were there advantages and disadvantages to having access to one's soul? A flood of thoughts filled Michael's mind, but one question lingered above all others. The Red Cauldron. Do talents truly have a physical or conceptual representation? He had no answer. Another thought followed closely behind. Was the existence of the Red Cauldron a result of his transmigration to this world? Just as Michael was getting lost in his thoughts, a knock echoed at his door. Michael temporarily pushed everything aside. Thinking about it now wouldn't bring any answers. He turned toward the door. "Who's there?"